What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, October 13th, 2025, and OU still
sucks.
They really suck.
Yes, they do.
I mean, 2 years in a row, they can't score a touchdown against Texas. Suck. That's pretty sucky right there.
They are awful. That's an awful team. With John, my interceptier.
Not your best?
No, that's awful. I was been trying to figure out how I can get the interceptier in there. That's the only way.
Okay.
The interceptier or whatever he is.
I should have had 5 or 6. He did have 3.
God.
Could have been
You're
6.
talking about a dude who throws it up for grabs now.
Oh, my God. We will recap Texas 23, Oklahoma 6, a Red River beatdown for the ages. The Longhorns get their season back on track with a huge victory over the Sooners in Dallas. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkeesian, and, of course, our biggest takeaways from the Longhorns' third victory over Oklahoma in the last 4 years. James Franklin got fired yesterday. Huge weekend of college football. We'll go around the country, talk about some of the other big storylines from our favorite sport. The Cowboys lose to the Carolina Panthers, an epic Sunday night football game. We got the CSs in Major League Baseball. So much to dive into in the world of sports and beyond. But, of course, today's conversation will be dominated by Red River. Appreciate y'all joining us to start off your weeks. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. If you are a Texas fan, we know you did. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm good. I feel great. A little sore from standing around, sitting around, and laying around in different bed, but it was good to get back home. I drove back yesterday morning. Once the sun finally came up in Fort Worth, I got out of there, and it was a nice haul back here. Wasn't much traffic coming back early in the morning. People won't, if they stayed overnight, they won't leave until they kick them out of the hotels anyway. But it was nice. It was good. It was a good weekend. But it's good to get back in my bed. And then, of course, my bed feels different this morning. And a little stretch action this morning for my stretch zone that I'm going to, which is a good thing. So it's all good. Big Longhorn victory. And so it's a good way to start the week. This is a big game. This is a big game on the road this week.
Yeah.
One of those ones you least expected, you have to take care of business, but you have to in this conference.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you're now 1-1 in conference play. And
Yep.
Look, we said it going into the weekend, right? You win this game against Oklahoma, that can spark your turnarounds. And
certainly can.
Everything is still ahead of you. So you can't let that be the highlight of your season.
No.
You've got to parlay that into a string of wins. And this is one of your easiest, maybe your easiest game that you have this year. You cannot slip up against a 2-3 Kentucky team that is 0-3 so far in SEC play.
Well, you let one get away. You're right. You let one easy game get away, and so you've got your second on your schedule. And after that, there are no more real easy games for the Texas Longhorns. So they have to go on the road and take care of business in this football game. And after what we saw on Saturday, they can after them actually going to practice and not take off the entire 2 weeks or whatever they did the week before that. I mean, you could tell some things changed for this team, and it changed for the better. There's no doubt about that. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. We do appreciate it, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Bernsey, becoming a new TSU agent. We love our YouTube members. Thank you for your support, Bernsey. Appreciate you tuning in.
And thank you to all the folks that we met at the fairgrounds on Saturday, too. That's nice. Boy, that is such a difference being here for a 2:30 game and an 11 a.m. game. Wow.
Oh, man. No doubt.
I found my car, not a problem.
Yeah. I should have asked you before the show if you wanted to tell the story of what happened to you on Saturday.
Oh, God. My wife was nuts, man. She went bonzo. I very seldom, for folks who don't know, I stay in contact with my wife constantly. I mean, if I talk to her in the morning, I had better talk to her again midday or after a game, and I generally do. Excuse me. But I actually thought I did talk to her after the game. I had no clue that I never spoke to her after the game. And I went about my business doing what I normally do up in Arlington, and I ran out of juice in my phone. I didn't even think about it. So it was around 8 o'clock, and I see BK back at the hotel, and I'm like, "What the heck are you doing here? Are you?" And BK's looking at me like, "Where have you been? Your wife is calling for you." Oh, my wife was so upset. Dude, it was so scared. Now, I'm not and she's not scared because I'm an old dude. I always say that to her, but she's not scared because she just is afraid that something will happen if she doesn't hear from me. I'm not like, what can happen? I will crawl out of a ditch. She goes, what if somebody steals your phone or your keys? I'm like, well, what is this randomness? I mean, does this just happen to old black dudes or something? I mean, what's the deal?
Oh man, little peek behind the curtain before we deep dive into the game itself. Yeah, so I had no service at the Cotton Bowl. Nobody ever has any phone service at the Cotton Bowl, right? Just so many
Absolutely.
people around there, and I had no texts, no calls, no nothing. So after the game, I start walking out of the fair, headed back to my car, and the first thing that I get on my phone is a call from your wife. I look down at my phone, and it's your wife calling me. And I'm like, this is weird. She doesn't call me very much. What's going on? She calls me and she's like, have you heard from Bucky? I'm like, no, I just got out of the game, but we did the pregame show together. And I know he found his car this time because I walked back to make sure he found his car and his car was gone from the parking lot. So, like, what do you mean? She's like, yeah, I haven't heard from him. And yeah, she was in a serious panic. She called me back like 5 times over the next hour.
Oh my
And her
God.
last calls to me were, he's dead. He's got to be dead.
Oh
And
yeah.
I'm telling her,
Yeah.
like, I bet he's fine. Like, I'm sure he's fine. I bet his phone is dead. Like, he's okay. Just let me get back to the hotel. I'll go check on him. Everything's all right. Just relax. Everything's fine.
I
And
was
she
like, why
was
do I always have
convinced.
to be dead? Why do I have to be dead?
She was convinced. And thank God we can laugh about it now. Thank God you're actually okay. But yeah, she was in a state of hysteria, dude. Thinking
Dude, do
something
whatever you
bad had
do,
happened.
enjoy them before they have children. Once they have children, guess what they become? Mothers. And then they become a mother to you. I mean, it's like I mean, it's just a couple hours if I'm not dead.
Well, she thought you were.
Mother,
Maybe she
her
has
children.
that since I got lost up there that time, I think it's been that way. If you go there, something's going to happen to you.
My
I've been
God.
there a lot in my life. I recruited that area. I'm fine.
And you have tracking on your phone. The problem is you just didn't have your phone with you. So,
No, and it's yeah, and it's not, and it wasn't on. Then I go to get something to eat. I don't even think, and the whole time, BK, after the game, because I went back to the hotel to watch the game. I thought I had spoke to her. You know me. I'm thinking I had spoken to her besides that morning. Because I called early in the morning. This house starts getting going at 6 a.m. So I called early in the morning. That's the thing. Don't hear for somebody from that point on. And then after the game, she's back here watching the game. So she's probably expecting a blow by blow from me. But I
uh,
didn't get it. But I never expected that it was like, because once I talked to her, it was like 8 something. I'm thinking, well, it's not like the death time, is it? It's not like midnight or 2 in the morning.
oh man, for her, the death time was like 4 in the
Oh
afternoon.
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It was funny.
She'd given up hope. So, yeah,
Yeah,
funny story. There's always some sort of travel story when we make our way up to Dallas for Texas OU weekend.
but I'll never do that again. I don't like making her upset like that because she was seriously, when she worries about me, she worries. I mean, it's because it always comes down to death. It doesn't come down to anything else. It doesn't come down to like a car accident, or maybe you crashed on the side of the road and couldn't get to your phone. It's death. It's total. It's death.
Well, now you know she loves you. If you didn't know before, now you
She's
really
just
know.
after all my money.
Oh, she's rooting for you to be gone.
Yeah,
Please,
that's
she's
just
got her
like, oh,
fingers crossed. BK, please tell me he's dead. Please tell me he's dead.
oh
Yeah,
man, what a day.
what a day. Well, what a game for Texas, and what a second half for Texas. Of course, you look at the final score, 23-6. That doesn't tell the whole story. The Horns were down 6-3 at halftime. Some of the struggles that we had seen from the offense at Ohio State, at Florida, they showed up in the first 30 minutes. But in what was, without question, the biggest half of Texas's 2025 season, they showed up and played their best half of football so far this year, outscoring the Sooners 20-0 in the final 30 minutes to turn what was a 3-point deficit into a 3-score victory. What a performance by everybody. Buck, I'll give you the first word. Where do you want to start today?
I'll just say this. The P word did not show up. They had 4 total penalties in the game, and 2 of the penalties came on each one of the defensive first series when they couldn't get a guy off the field. I'm like, oh, God. And then on the first series for Texas, they had their penalty, but they only had 4 total. And the first play of Texas, when they ran the ball, 2 guys pulled and ran into each other, and the first play got stuffed. I'm like, oh, here we go. The guys are going, they got new guys on the line, and they got guys running into each other. And then they quick snapped them on defense, and they had like 14 guys on the field trying to get off. But after that, it was kind of smooth sailing. They didn't, like I said, 4 total penalties in that game in particular. So they were the smartest team on the field that day. So it worked out well. I thought Arch Manning was, because as well as the offensive line, I thought played in a lot of different ways. It wasn't always totally clean, and he moved around in the pocket pretty well. He protected himself, protected the ball, and found guys in that pocket. I mean, that he looked like a seasoned guy in that game against a really, really good defense, and the offensive line, can't say enough. I didn't think they could fix a lot of things in 1 week, but they did fix. They were the aggressors in that game. One thing they played with some aggression. I think that helped them out an awful lot. They didn't get pushed around. They didn't get bullied around. Whether they were on the right guy or not, whoever they were on, they stuck with them pretty good.
Yeah, they did. And Texas won in the trenches. I mean, we talked about that all last week leading up to the game. Whoever wins Texas OU is the team that wins on the line of scrimmage. And it's now 26 of the last 29 matchups between Texas and Oklahoma, or the team that wins the rushing battle wins the game. Texas dominated on the ground, 138 yards as a team. Buck, during the pregame show, we're like, we'll take 90 yards.
Yeah, I was looking for the 90. That was fantastic. Trey Wisner had 93 himself. And, I think if he's a little bit better, I know he's not the fastest guy, but the one breakaway he had, I think if his hamstring was fully healed, I don't think they'd catch him. Because, I mean, when you're out by 6 yards, you're not supposed to be caught by anybody if you're a speedy running back. They kind of ran him down. And that's when I knew that hammy wasn't. But once again, he's not the fastest guy anyway. And I'll take 40-some. I'll take that run all day long that he had. But you could tell there was still something. And then at the end there, boy, he took a shot on the knee, folks, with 2 guys on his back as he was going down. A guy out of the secondary came. And I'm not going to say it's a cheap shot, but it's a low. It was one of those low hits with guys on his back as he's going down, got him right in the knee. And I saw him limping around a little bit after that. I don't think it was a hammy. I think it was the knee. I think he's going to be pretty sore this week. But it was good to see him run the way he did. He was reckless. I mean, that was it for me with him. The rest of them were just what we thought. The Pep Boys were the Pep Boys, but I thought he played like we've been looking for him to play. Thought the quarterback did the same. I thought the offensive line, I think they all did pretty well. That was good to see. And they looked focused, and they looked, as I said, they looked like they were mentally prepared for that football game, and they were into the game.
Yeah, they were. And Trey Wisner was fantastic. 22 carries for 94 yards. Also 5 receptions for 34 yards. A couple of huge third down conversions.
I think they can now find out that they can use him in the passing game a little bit more as the season goes on.
I think so. And, man, Trey Wisner is becoming the Sooner Slayer, right? Last year against OU, 13 carries for 118 yards and a touchdown. Just gave you his stats in this year's game. I mean, we talk about it, right? And usually this is a conversation about quarterbacks, but it should be a conversation about everybody on the team. Your legacy when you're a college football player is defined in large part by what you do in rivalry games. And Trey Wisner in 2 games against Oklahoma has been incredible. You look at his historic performance in College Station last year, 33 carries for 186 yards. Like, this guy, I know this has not been the best 2025 for him, but when it matters most and when Texas is playing its toughest opponents and playing in some of its biggest games, number 5 shows up consistently. He was so good for Texas. He was running so hard, Buck. It felt like he broke a tackle every single time he touched the football. He ran with a purpose on Saturday.
And he made guys miss. He made guys miss in the open field. Pregame I said, hey, dump the ball off to him. Make sure he gets it. Swing him out in the screen. Let him get at least a one-on-one. I expect he'd win that battle. And he caught the ball down the field, a couple yards when he had to then turn and face a guy and made him miss. He was really good. He was good. That's another pass catcher that, as you said last year, he caught like 44 balls and he hadn't got really involved. And I think most of the involvement with him has been because he hasn't been that explosive player. And I think it looked on Saturday like he had it back, but I don't know. It'd be interesting to see about this injury list and how he comes out today.
Well, he did meet with the press after the game. Seemed like he was fine. And Steve Sarkeesian didn't mention anything about Trey Wisner not being fine. So we'll hear from Coach Sark again later this morning. Another game week press conference with another game coming up this weekend. But if it was anything super serious, I don't think Trey Wisner would have been talking to the media after the game. So
sure.
Hope is it was just a little bit of a stinger and he'll be good to go. Talking about Texas running the ball as effectively as they did. How about the Texas defense holding Oklahoma to 48 yards rushing, Buck?
Dude, they don't have a runner. Their quarterback is there. That quarterback was their runner, and he got smashed a couple times too. I know that hand hurts today. I mean, the blood that was coming out from the incision and all that stuff, that thing had to hurt, man. By the halftime, that thing was bloody and sore, and he hung in there pretty good. But I don't know. He's a fantastic guy, especially when he runs, when he makes a decision to go. But his accuracy, it had to be a part of the pressure that was in his face. He had a lot of pressure on him.
He was terrible.
Oh, yeah, he was really bad.
That guy was the front runner to win the Heisman Trophy before he got hurt. Really?
Yeah, I think he's kind of careless. I mean, he will throw it up for grabs. When in doubt, he doesn't throw it away. He thinks he can throw it, and this guy has a chance to get it. But like you said, there could have been 5 interceptions in that game.
It should have been 5 interceptions in that game. I mean, Jelani McDonald dropped an easy pick 6.
Yeah.
Leongo Lafau had one hit him in the chest. There were a few other plays where, like you said, John Mateer just threw it up for grabs. It's like, you can't do that in this game.
Yeah, that's the only tough thing is if you don't go to the game, you got to listen to it on TV. I had to listening to Herb Street. He must not like Texas very much. I don't like listening to Herb Street.
Interesting. Yeah, I went back and watched the game yesterday, and I guess I wasn't as focused on the commentary. But was he ragging on Texas the whole game?
Oh, he was like, what a hero that kid was for getting in that game. That kid was fine. He played in the game. He just got slammed around, which I was glad to see them slam him a couple times. And they had a lot of pileups in there, BK, where his hand was underneath the pile too. There was some fun stuff probably going on.
Oh, he was pretty reckless, right? Not only with his throws, but with his body. I mean, he was not shying away from contact. He wasn't.
Yeah, I couldn't understand. I said, dude, you're trying to win the game. Why are you trying to take on guys?
And I'm glad he played, aren't you? I mean, no excuses now.
Absolutely.
Oklahoma leading up to the game, and all the OU fans were like, "Oh, if Mateer plays, you guys."
Oh yeah, I'm glad it wasn't the other guy. I'm glad it was Mateer.
Yeah, no excuse. No excuse. That was the normal offense that Oklahoma runs. They did not do anything differently than what they did in the first 4 weeks of the season before Mateer's injury, and they just couldn't get anything going against this Texas defense. Anything.
Yeah, they really couldn't. They didn't have a clue. They couldn't run it a lick. It was just there was nothing there. They were, for Sark, he didn't have to even trick them when he came right downhill at guys. That's what I appreciated in that game, and just the physicality of this offensive line in this particular game. I'll give them their flowers. I thought they played pretty well against that group. They figured out a couple things. Once again, if they can give this particular running back just a little bit of a hole, he'll get through and he'll power his way. He looks like a guy that weighs like 185. He looks more like a wide receiver.
Who, Trey?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's listed at like
205.
I'm going to pull this up just to make sure I'm not lying to anybody here. Yeah, he's listed at 194.
Yeah, okay. I can see that 190 something, but he didn't look like a 205 guy. He looks like a 185 guy. Yeah, he's not big, but boy, he gets once, like I said, when he gets his explosion and his velocity, he's tough to tackle.
Yeah, he was on Saturday. That's for sure. And
yeah, but they could have had John Mateer all day long for me. Even if that guy's healthy, I think he's going to overthrow a bunch. I just don't think he's that accurate.
Yeah, that was a rough day for him. And look, it's interesting because Oklahoma got the ball first in this football game, and they marched down the field pretty easily.
Mhm.
Got into field goal range. The Texas defense bowed up, right? They bent a little bit. They didn't break.
That
But
silly penalty hurt them. That penalty hurt. That was wasn't that a third down deal when they couldn't get guys off the field?
Yeah, the free play where they tried to sub
Yeah.
while Oklahoma was going no huddle.
And they caught the ball anyway, and they got the first down catch.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, OU moved the ball down the field. They get 3 quick points, and it's like, oh no, like this kind of feels like a continuation from the Florida game. Like, what's going on with this defense? And then really from that moment on, I mean, Texas gave up just 3 points the rest of the way. Obviously, pitched a second half shutout, and it just never really felt like John Mateer got comfortable. And credit the Texas defense, right? Like they were in his face all game long. They were disguising coverages. He just looked confused for all 4 quarters. And it was great to see. Credit PK for coming up with a game plan that worked. Obviously, credit the guys on the field for doing their job too.
Well, he couldn't escape in the middle. He likes to. He's sort of like Baker Mayfield at times, where if you give him the middle of the field and he'll escape inside. There was no room for him to run. It was plugged up in the middle. All his escapes had to come out towards the tackle area and around the corner, but he couldn't escape in the middle, BK. The big boys had that thing all plugged up.
John Mateer, 14 carries for 5 yards. And that includes sack yardage. He was sacked 5 times, so that obviously makes it a little worse. But still, I mean, that guy, he's been Oklahoma's best runner this year. And if Oklahoma was going to win this football game, they needed a big running performance from John Mateer, and Texas held him to 5 yards on the ground. Nothing was wrong with his legs, by the way. His legs were perfectly healthy coming into this game. He just, like you said, there was nowhere for him to run the football at all. And there was like one time where they did get John Mateer on the edge. He had a big long run, but there was a hold on the left side of the Oklahoma offensive line. It's like the only time they were able to get him free is when they were cheating. They were holding. They were grabbing guys. Like they could not legally get the ground game going at all.
Yeah, they generally get away with a lot of holes. In this particular game, they finally caught him with a couple of them.
Yeah.
Only 5 penalties. How about Niblett's punt return? He fielded the punt.
Yeah, that was great to see, right? There were still
he left 2 of them. He let 2 bounce, I believe, in that game.
There's still too much bad for Texas on special teams, and Jeff Banks is going to get a pass because of the 75-yard punt return touchdown, and that was an awesome play. But you did have 2 missed field goals in this game. You did have Ryan Niblett let another punt bounce and roll. You did have a kickoff out of bounds. You had a personal foul penalty on Jelani McDonald on a kickoff return. It's like there's still way too much bad on special teams for my liking, but when you have the biggest play of the game happen on special teams, then you can live with all of the bad.
What were those kicks? Were those kicks both over 50 yards? I think they were both over 50. Weren't they like 52?
Yeah. Oh, they were like mid-50s. I think 55 and 56.
Yeah,
so not easy ones by any stretch. I mean, one of them had the leg. It just doinked off the right upright. Right. And the other one was short.
I feel like the second one, go ahead and punt. You got a lot of momentum. Your defense is playing good. Go ahead and punt them. Get them in there. They weren't going to go anywhere. They weren't going to run the ball if you got them in, within the 10-yard line or so. That's a long way to go against this defense. Your defense is playing. I know Sark was thinking, let's really try to grab some momentum with a long field goal. I'm thinking, no, dude, go ahead and punt that. Your defense is playing too good today.
Well, I'm glad they didn't listen to you, because when Oklahoma got the ball back with pretty good field position, they went 3 and out, and that was the punt that was the Ryan Niblett touchdown. So who knows what would have happened if they decided to punt him and pin him deep. Like the decision ended up working out okay for Texas. I agreed with the call to go for 3. So that was, Texas, it was a 4th down and 3. It was right after an interception. The Longhorns started that drive at the Oklahoma 44-yard line, and they had a chance to kind of put the game away, and they did nothing offensively. I mean, it really annoying because they got great field position, and it's like, if you guys can get into the end zone here, the game is probably over. And instead, Texas gets stopped on 3 downs. It's 4th and 3. They have the offense on the field originally.
Yeah.
They take a timeout, and Sark trots the field goal unit out there. And I was telling the people around me at the Cotton Bowl, I'm like, I agree with this decision, because Mason Shipley earlier in the game, he showed you that he had the leg to make it from that far. He just, he doinked it off the right upright, but he showed that he can kick one that far. And
that one was short.
That one was short, right? So didn't end up working out for Texas. in that spot. But hindsight's 2020. At the time, I thought that was the right move. Hey, you make this field goal with 16-6, you're up by 2 possessions, and the way your defense is playing, that may be enough to get you a dub. It didn't work, but again, thankfully, just a few plays later, you had the Ryan Niblett 75-yard punt return touchdown, and that's a moment that's going to live in Texas lore for a long time.
Yeah, it is.
Like, I still remember
pushing the back, which
of
course there was.
Yeah,
of course there was, but hey, I didn't see it.
we got away with one there, but hey, we'll take it. We'll take
Absolutely.
it. Absolutely.
We're generally the ones getting called for holding and everything else. That was one that was wow.
Texas hasn't gotten away with anything this year. Got away with one, but all right, whatever. We'll take it.
That was not a push. That was a dive in the back.
It was, is that a penalty? Illegal dive in the back?
I never heard of that one before.
Never heard of that one. No, looked clean to me. Ryan Niblett, epic play. Look, that's what happens when he can catch the ball. Like, that's why we spend so much time harping on him actually fielding punts, because he's one of the best athletes on the team. And it's so frustrating time and time again to just watch him let punts bounce and roll. And it's like, dude, get under the punt and catch it.
Yeah, well, let me tell you what's real frustrating. When he came in as a running back again, and they threw the ball they swung the ball or gave handing the ball, everybody in the Oklahoma team, 11 guys ran right wherever he went. Yeah. That's where they went, and they smashed the shit out of him. And I was thinking, Sark, come on, really? You can't. Nobody's that dumb. Yeah, nobody's that dumb that when he comes in the game, like you said, like you kept saying, when he comes in, he gets the ball. Well, the first thing when he came in, all 11 guys ran where he went to.
Yeah, it was a negative 6-yard quick pass to Ryan Niblett the first time he was in the game on offense.
Please use him as a decoy the next time.
I will say this. They did throw a toss to Ryan Niblett on that final field goal drive that made it 23-6. And it was a third and very long. It was a play that was not intended to pick up a first down, but it did get 7 yards and make the field goal a little bit easier for Mason Shipley. So
that helps his rushing yard, his carry.
There was one good offensive play with Ryan Niblett on the field, but I think Oklahoma kind of knew when 21 was out there was a very good chance he was going to get the football. But what a play! I mean, 13-6. The punt return touchdown. Going back to that, this was a 1-score game, and still felt like anybody's ball game at that time. And then again, after that happens, with the way the Longhorn defense had just shut down John Mateer and the Oklahoma offense, it kind of felt like that was going to be all she wrote. Good to see Texas make something happen on special teams. We talked about that potentially being a deciding factor in this one.
Sure.
And it was for the Longhorns. So that was good to see. All right, plenty more to dive into. You got something you want to add real quick, Buck?
No, I just said, I wanted to say once again, I just thought the physicality, there was some real intent those guys in that football game. You could tell that they were into it. 2 years ago when we went there, it was like, why aren't the guys excited about this game? Always jumping around. It looked like it meant something to them on Saturday.
Yeah, Texas looked like the more desperate team, didn't they?
Yeah, maybe that is desperation.
Yeah, but they were 3-2. We talked about it. If Texas loses this game, then the season's over. Right? I get they still have 6 more games to play, but everything that they wanted to accomplish this season goes down the drain if you can't win this football game. And I don't know what Sark said at halftime, but it was one of those. Everyone in the stands was like, man, you got 30 minutes left to save your season. What are you going to do in this second half? And Texas showed up. They just turned up the intensity. They turned up the heat. They played with their hair on fire, and it made a difference. They took the game to Oklahoma on Saturday, which was cool to see.
That was good stuff. That was good stuff to watch. It was fun to watch and play like that.
No doubt about that. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Plenty more to dive into. We've got some post-game sound from Steve Sarkeesian as well. But before we dive back into Red River, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, of course, with my bad back, I'm looking for the right comfort, and I have for years, but I found it with our friends at Relax the Back. I never got the Relax the Back cover last week, but boy, was it good to get back and sitting in my leather chair right here, feeling good in my office chair. And you can too. You can feel the same comfort I do too. Office chairs, they've got Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillows, everything that you need. Unbelievable zero gravity recliners just for you. Sit back and watch the game. But they also have the accessories that you may need for your shoulders and your hips, your thoracic, your lumbar area, and 2 great locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in Austin in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across from the Container Store. Live pain-free, sometimes like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And another shout out to all of our great travel partners who allowed us to be live from the Metroplex. We had a great time. Hartwood Tavern on Friday afternoon, and then on the fairgrounds Saturday morning before the game. What a weekend for us, and major love to our travel partners for making it all possible. Shout out to Centex Tickets. If you are looking for tickets, hey, F1 coming up this weekend. If you want to be at the Circuit of the Americas, you can get your tickets at centextickets.com. And, of course, any Texas football game, home and away, all season long. Only one place you need to go to buy or sell your tickets. That is Centex Tickets. Don't forget to use our promo code Centex10. If you type that in at checkout, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase instantly from our great friends at centextickets.com.
And, of course, our good friends over at Daymakers Half Day Cafe. Good day to go over there. Looks like the banks are closed. A lot of folks off from work today. What is it? Columbus Day? That vagrant? Columbus?
It is Columbus Day or Indigenous Peoples Day.
Indigenous Columbus Folks Day. So he still has a day, allegedly.
He's got a day, yeah.
Okay, he hadn't totally been canceled, but they've canceled his name. They don't call it Columbus Day anymore. They call it Indigenous People.
It depends on who you ask. I think the president is trying to uncancel Columbus.
Oh, Columbus is back again? Cool.
Yeah, he survived cancel culture, I think.
All right, well, head on over to Daymakers Half Day Cafe. State Fair waffles. We had a little bit of food at the State Fair, but they've got the State Fair waffles there, biscuits and gravy, of course, maple bacon fritters, all you want. Hey, and by the way, all you want to drink too this morning. If you want to have a little margarita with your breakfast, head on over to Daymakers Half Day Cafe. You can have just that for breakfast. Might as well celebrate Monday if you're not going to work and you're going by. Might as well have a drink with that breakfast, and you can get it at Daymakers Half Day Cafe. They've got the burgers, crab cake bennies. They got steak and eggs, the classic benny, huevos rancheros. Was it? I always have a tough time with this one. Rancheros. I like the migas, but the is it huevos? These huevos? Rancheros?
There you go.
Is that it? Rancheros it is?
Yeah. Huevos
okay,
Rancheros.
Okay, they have that, but I'm not a Rancheros guy. I'm more of a migas guy. Okay. They call me Migas Mike, as a matter of fact.
Who calls you that?
Joyce.
Your wife calls you Migas Mike?
Going for a little migas today? Of course.
She was calling you. She was calling you Murdered Mike on Saturday.
I love the Half Day Cafe, man. Oh, I love it. I'm going to go by this morning.
I love Daymaker. Yeah, part of the Jack Allen family. I took the girl to Jack Allen's kitchen last night. Great spot.
How was that?
Awesome. Fantastic meal. And we'll be eating good this week. The food tastes a little bit better after beating OU, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Food tastes better. Drinks are a little colder. Times are a lot happier when you beat Oklahoma. Shout out to Daymaker Half Day Cafe. Also, a shout out to one of our other great travel partners, Sleep Cycle Center. You hear Chip and Zay talk about them every day in the afternoon. If you have a snoring problem, if you are dealing with sleep apnea, it's not just something that's annoying to your partner. It's something that can take your life. NFL Hall of Famer Reggie White lost his life because of undiagnosed and untreated sleep apnea. Don't just say, it's no big deal. It's not bothering me. No, this is a serious problem that, if not treated, could lead to some even more serious problems in your life. The good news is Dr. Chad Denman and his team do a tremendous job. They will diagnose your snoring and sleep apnea problems and come up with a solution for you. SleepCycleCenters.com. They've got 2 locations, one in Austin, one in Lakeway. Again, if you or somebody you know is dealing with snoring or sleep apnea, Don't put the problem to the side. Reach out to Dr. Chad and his great team at sleepcyclecenters.com.
Yeah, I know who didn't sleep well. OU Mark didn't sleep well over the weekend, probably. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that, OU. Let me give you a couple of stats here, Buck, as we turn the conversation to the Texas defense. Oklahoma has failed to score a touchdown against Texas in 3 of the last 4 Red River shootouts.
Been a lot of days, hasn't it?
It's 2 years in a row that Texas has not allowed Oklahoma to get into the end zone. And by the time we get to the 2026 game next year, more than 1,000 days will have passed between Oklahoma touchdowns against Texas. You talk about dominance. You talk about an assing.
Yeah, well, within that time period, they did get air conditioning in their indoor facility, though.
They can't afford that. They might have to give that up to pay for Brent Venables' buyout if he keeps losing like this to Texas, though, huh?
Wow.
I mean, in the last 4 years, Texas has beaten Oklahoma 49-0, 34-3, 23-6. This was actually the closest of Venables' 3 losses to Texas, and he still lost by 3 scores with the number 6 team in the country going up against an unranked Longhorn team. And they cannot score. 0 points, 3 points, 6 points, 0 touchdowns in 3 of the last 4 Red River shootouts. It's been anything but a shootout for Oklahoma in this game.
Man.
How glorious is that right there?
It is. It's fantastic.
How about this stat, Buck? So, obviously, Oklahoma didn't get into the end zone against Texas. They didn't even get into the red zone against Texas in this football game. You talk about an assing. That is a defensive assing right there for Texas. Oklahoma didn't even get close to punching it in. That's how good Texas was. We talked about the 3 interceptions, 5 sacks, 7 TFLs. Oklahoma had just 48 rushing yards on 1.6 yards per carry. I mean, any stat that you look at tells the story. Texas's defense just dominated Oklahoma.
Yeah, they really wanted to run the ball too. They tried. They really did. Teams will try against Texas and they'll come back later. Florida tried and they just kept trying and got some success. This group kept trying and trying. I'm like, you're just wasting your time handing the ball off. Then again, they didn't want Mateer throwing it because they didn't want any more picks.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for them to be in. And obviously, once Texas started to extend the lead in the second half, Oklahoma had to turn pretty one-dimensional.
Oh, yeah.
That makes any offense easier to stop. But look, if you could shut down a running game, this is what Texas couldn't do against Florida. And that's a big reason why DJ Lagway and all of those young wide receivers at Florida had such a good day against Texas, because the Longhorns gave up 94 rushing yards in the first quarter to Florida.
Yes.
They were able to establish the ground game early, and that had Texas's defense off balance, and they couldn't stop anything. When you're able to stop the run like that, then it's so much easier as a defense to do what you want to do. And that's a huge reason why Texas kept Oklahoma out of the red zone. They got to the 23-yard line a couple of times, Buck. They did not get inside the 20 one single time in this game.
No, they were very ineffective offensively. That didn't surprise me. I was expecting that. I didn't know if I knew they would continue to try to run the ball, but I thought it was dumb. But the more I saw the passer, the more I was thinking they have to try to run the ball. Their quarterback is killing them right now.
Killing them. Yeah. And like you said, they just don't have a difference maker at running back.
No, they don't.
I mean, they should get
tried 2 dudes. They were just kind of average dudes. There were a couple pep boys in there too.
They should get a refund on Jaden Ott, their big money transfer from Cal. I mean, that guy is horrible. Only 1 carry for 2 yards. They had him out there for a few more snaps. There was one play, I think OU tried to run a reverse. Remember, Anthony Hill snuffed it out, made a huge hit, like right at the line of scrimmage. An OU buddy,
he depleted that dude.
Oh, yeah. An OU buddy sent me that play. Like, Jaden Ott was in the backfield. He was supposed to be the lead blocker, and he literally, was so scared of Anthony Hill, he just, ran to the side and let Anthony Hill had a free run at the receiver. And it's like, dude, what a loser. You do that in a rivalry game, they ought to kick you off the team. You do shit.
Yeah, they had no runners at all.
Oh, my God. No, they didn't. And
I wasn't I wasn't impressed with the receivers, Burke and all those guys. I thought they were just okay.
Yeah.
They just found little hits in the zone every once in a while, but there was nothing that I thought that those guys are going to go by anybody.
No, well, we got to give. We can go back to the D line in a second, but Manny Muhammad. I mean, are you
Yes.
kidding me? He is the defensive MVP, not only for the game, but for the season for Texas. With what we saw the secondary look like without him in the swamp and
You're
what we
right.
saw the secondary look like with him at the Cotton Bowl. I mean, 2 interceptions, another PBU, a TFL. Like, that guy makes a huge difference.
Yeah, they all play pretty confident around him.
Yeah, I think so too. I think everybody around him feels better when number 5 is on the field. So you're right. The Texas secondary won the matchup against the Oklahoma wide receivers, who had been pretty good so far this year. And yeah, Texas kept all of those dudes in check.
Oh, yeah.
And I think a huge storyline. Buck, wait, everybody spent all week talking about the vaunted Oklahoma defensive line. The Texas D-line was better. They were.
Yeah, for sure.
5 sacks. Oklahoma only had 1. 7 TFLs. Oklahoma did have 12. We'll get to that in a second. But obviously, Texas had way more success running the football against the OU defensive line than Oklahoma did against the Texas defensive line. So I don't think a lot of people saw that coming. Even if you thought Texas was going to win this game, I don't know how many people felt like the Texas defensive line would be better than OU's D-line, but that was the case.
Well, they didn't get, Texas got a lot of penetration with their D-line. Oklahoma's defensive line didn't get near as much penetration as I thought they would.
No.
As I said, the guys on the offensive line, they must have had a man, and somebody told them, that's your man, and do not let him. I don't care if he twists. If they twist, you stay with the original guy that you're with. Don't be trying to play off guys to the next guy. Don't try that. Just try to stick on to your guy, and I think they did a good job of really keeping the penetration out of the backfield.
Yeah, it was a much better showing by the Texas offensive line. There's no doubt. I mean, I don't think they played that great, but
no, I don't either. But I didn't notice number 71 as much as I did the game before getting mauled.
No, well, that was a pretty low bar to clear. I will say that, considering.
Yeah, that was kind of hard when you were 0 for 0 for 0-0.
Right.
I mean, but I didn't know. I just didn't notice a lot of penetration with the guy that was over him. So I thought he did a much better job. I think as a group, they did a much better job.
No doubt about that. And I think that's the best defensive line that they're going to see all year, right? I mean, look, Georgia's got a good defensive line. A&M's got a good defensive line. It's not like they're going to play a bunch of nobodies. This is the SEC. But I do think Oklahoma has the best D-line in this conference, and I do think they maybe have the best defensive line in the country. And for Texas to hold up as well as they did. The first half was ugly, but as the second half wore along, Buck,
right,
Texas started to lean on the OU defense.
Yeah, and that was that I thought that was good by the head coach. I think he stuck with a game plan that he didn't kind of shy away from saying, no, we're not going to give up on the run. We're still going to do the things that we want to do. We're not going to start getting too fancy now because we're not having a lot of success. And once he started to lean on those guys a little bit, they'd get more confident. And I thought they ran the ball much better. And they just did everything much better. They pass protect much better. The more success they had, the better off they were. And I thought he did a good job with sticking with his plan.
Sark is the reason the offensive line looked good. The offensive line is going to be a problem all year long.
Sure.
I mean, they still gave up 25 pressures in this game. That's way too many. It's better than 35 that they gave up against Florida, but that's way too many. Oklahoma also had 12 tackles for a loss in this game. That's way too many. The reason why it worked, Buck, is it's something we talked about all last week, right? Against Florida, Arch Manning's average depth of target was 20.2 yards. The game plan against Florida was, and Sark admitted it after the game, he's like, we wanted to take some shots down the field. And it's like Sark didn't realize, for some reason, that he didn't have the offensive line that was capable of blocking long enough for Arch to throw the ball down the field. Their game plan was to chunk it down the field. You know what Arch Manning's average depth of target was against Oklahoma?
What was it?
4.2. That was the 4th shortest in college football this weekend. So you go from the longest in the country this season in terms of average distance on your throws to the 4th shortest in college football this weekend. We all talked about wanting to see a quick passing game. They did it. I mean, Oklahoma, like Texas, I think only attempted 1 deep shot in this game. And Arch got sacked. It was the one time he got sacked. They dropped back, deep drop. They were looking for something down the field. It turned into a sack. And Sark, to his credit, he stayed patient. He was willing to take what the OU defense gave, which was the run game and a lot of underneath throws, and it worked.
Yeah, that's what I said. And I thought they used the running back really well in that game. Nobody was covering him. Nobody would, Wisner got in the game, and they just figured, oh, he's in the game to run the ball. And he had a couple little dump offs to him late that ended up with some nice yardage. You got to take that. If that's what they're giving you, go ahead and take it.
Yeah, we talked like what UTEP did. Oklahoma did what UTEP did against Texas, right? They rushed 4. They didn't blitz a whole lot, and they played 2 or 3 high safety, kind of that flyover defense to avoid giving up the big play. Oklahoma saw that work for UTEP, and they're thinking this is going to work for us because we're OU, and they're not going to be able to figure this out. And to Steve Sarkeesian's credit, he stayed patient. We don't always see this from Sark. There are times where it feels like he cares so much about hitting on deep shots where he's just like, even if they're trying to stop it, we still have to hit a couple of deep shots, so we're going to keep doing it. No, he was willing to constantly take what the defense gave them. A lot of screens, but we saw way more screens than we've seen from this team all year. Did we not? Like throws at or behind the line of scrimmage, some of those to Trey Wisner, like you're talking about. Oklahoma was willing to give that up, and Texas was willing to take it. And they were able to get some sustained drives because that stuff was working.
Absolutely, they took a lot of those underneath throws, which was really, really good, and made the quarterback very comfortable in what he was doing.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And man, Arch Manning was fantastic in this game.
No, that's the best game he's played right there. He was above and beyond. I thought he needed to be the guy to be the leader in there, and I thought he led the offense pretty well there. He took what they gave him. He moved in the pocket really, really well. Even when there was pressure, he was pretty stable in that pocket. He's looking down the field, and then he would dump the ball off. He had time enough to dump off, and then when they gave him the dump offs, he took him immediately.
Yeah, and he had some big time throws down the field too.
Yep.
I mean, that throw to Parker Livingston, Texas backed up on their own goal line. And it's a 3rd down. If Texas doesn't get it, they got to punt the ball back to OU, and the Sooners are going to have great field position with a chance to go down the field and tie the game. And instead, actually at that point, it was 10-6. So they could have taken a lead in that spot. But instead, Arch Manning rolls to his right, and that perfect throw. I mean, a dot to Parker Livingston along the right sideline.
Yeah, that was a good catch, good throw.
That was an NFL type of throw right there from Arch Manning. I think his best throw of the season. And yeah, 21 of 27 against this Oklahoma defense, Buck. Only 166 yards passing, but I think my favorite stat, couple of them for Arch Manning. Not only did he not have any turnovers, huge, because their guy had 3. Arch Manning had 0 turnover-worthy plays. Kind of a new age analytical stat that people look at. 0 there wasn't like, you dropped a pick where it's like, man, if they made that play, it's a different game. Arch Manning did not ever put the ball in harm's way one time on Saturday. Smart with the football.
So they've come up with that stat now, huh?
They've come up with turnover-worthy plays. I didn't see how many John Mateer had. My guess is it was about 32.
Yeah, he had a lot.
And how about this, too? Situational football was a problem for Texas in Columbus, was a problem for Texas in Gainesville. Arch Manning on 3rd down, Buck, 11 for 12, 117 yards in his 1 passing touchdown to DeAndre Moore. He also had that long dagger 29-yard run on 3rd down as well. You talk about clutch, that's as clutch as it gets right there.
Yeah, he played pretty well there. That was good. That's the game that maybe wakes him up. He got up early. He didn't come out there at 4:30. He was ready to go right from the first snap.
Well, the first half was pretty rough for Texas, but it was because they
kept getting behind. Both those teams looked kind of, we called it was going to be a rock fight early.
Right.
And it really still ended up being.
Texas just kept getting behind the chains, Buck. Like in the second half, there was not an offensive penalty accepted against Texas after the first quarter. So like in the second half, that 3rd quarter when Texas has, the 14 play?
Yes.
75-yard touchdown drive to open up the 3rd. And then they have the 13-play, 65-yard field goal drive on their second possession of the 3rd quarter. The reason those drives were able to happen, they didn't have penalties. They weren't
that's a big
backwards.
deal. I'm telling you, that's huge in that game. 4 penalties for this group.
I know. And again, 0 accepted offensive penalties after the first quarter. So like that second half when the offense finally kicked it in gear and they played their best half of football here of 2025, a large part of that was, like you said, the penalties. Clean game.
Yeah, I mean, if you look all around football, even yesterday, and you find out the teams that, in the NFL and college football, the teams that had those that had been struggling with penalties who came out pretty clean in the game, they end up winning the game. Some of them by, one score, but whatever. That means a lot, those penalties, boy. They take away your momentum and your drive. And in a game like this, I was just nervous. I just said, just give us 6. They gave us 4. That was awesome for them.
Yeah, it was. 4 penalties, by far a season low for Texas.
Wow.
Of course, they entered the game top 10 in the country, or I should say bottom 10 in the country in penalties per game and penalty yards per game. That was a big concern. And like you said, with the way the game started, right? A couple of offensive penalties early. You had the defensive substitution penalty, which I think got declined. But it was like, oh my God, this team, how are they still so undisciplined? What is going on?
Oh, I know.
And then the rest of the
saw
way.
The first run, as I said, the first run, one guy was pulling one way and one guy was pulling the other way. They like ran into each other and then the play got stuffed. I'm like, oh no, they're not going to do this today.
Yeah. Yeah.
They cleaned it up. The physicality helped clean it up. That's for sure.
Yeah. No, Texas had just one good drive in the first half and it ended in 3 points. And it was kind of frustrating because Texas had a 1st and goal from the 6-yard line and they couldn't punch it in. And they ran it on 1st down. They got 3 yards down to the 3. They threw it on 2nd and 3rd down. Arch Manning. The worst play of Arch Manning's day was he missed Parker Livingston over the middle. It was a play action. He had his back turned to the defense, and Arch just was a little late to the throw. Like if he saw it right away and he was decisive, that's an easy touchdown for Texas. He misses it. Texas ends up settling for 3. But the other 3 possessions that Texas had in the first half, Buck, 4 plays, -1 yard, punt. 3 plays, 0 yards, punt. 7 plays, 21 yards. Yeah, that was your doinked field goal drive. And then, yeah, that was it. And then the kneel down, I guess, at the end of the half. So the first half was a bit of a struggle. You give Oklahoma's defense credit for that. But in the second half, obviously, when it mattered most, that 3rd quarter, Texas had the ball for 13 minutes and 26 seconds.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an assing again right there.
It was an assing. I think Texas ran 26 plays in the 3rd quarter and Oklahoma ran 4.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how you turn a deficit into a lead and you start to pull away. That was awesome. All right, some sound from Steve Sarkeesian here. A few cuts from his post-game press conference. We'll start with his introductory statement following the Horns' 23-6 win.
Say first and foremost, really proud of our players. This was not an easy week for them. When you have a gut check moment like we had last Saturday, and really for the entire week, their ability to respond the way that they did this week, not only during the game, but their ability to quiet the noise, because there was a lot of noise outside of our building, and their ability to stay connected to one another and put in the effort, to put forth the work, to put in the preparation, and then to come out and play our brand, our style of football. And I thought we played a very physical game. I thought we played complementary football. All 3 phases were tied together. We had a game plan, and the guys executed it. And I thought we got better as the game went on in executing that plan. And ultimately, the result was the result. And so, again, I'm just proud of these guys, and I'm proud of those guys down that locker room for trusting the plan and executing the plan and playing, our brand of football today.
Good stuff. It's always that noise outside, not the noise within. It's just the noise outside. You deserve the noise from last week, but it's good that you came back and fought back. As a matter of fact, you shouldn't have had that noise last week, but you know what? Came back, you did what you needed to do, and you won the football game. It's all it was about is winning the game. It didn't matter how. Even if it looked sloppy and you won, you still got to win. And because they got an ass chewing all week long. That ass chewing didn't just stop on Monday at film session. That thing went through the week. It went through the week at practice all the way till Thursday. Before you get on the bus and start coming up here, they were still getting chewed out. And they took it the right way. So that's good to see.
Yeah. Sark talked about that come to Jesus moment
Oh,
they had last Monday when they were watching film of that Florida game.
and
And
that goes to the field, and then it goes out there the next day. It doesn't just like disappear.
maybe been a week long of come to Jesus moments.
Yeah, those ass chewings like I got when I got back here for not getting in touch with my wife, they don't stop the day of when it happens. It continues on. It goes for a while.
Oh, man. Yeah, one more from Sark because I think it ties into what we're talking about and ties into what he just said. He was asked if that game shows what Texas can be as a football team the rest of the way. Here's Sark.
I think this. We're 1-1 in the SEC. I said this last week. I don't think people wanted to hear me when I said it. We were 0-1 in the SEC last week. We won the conference a year ago in the regular season by going 7-1 in conference play. If we can play the way we played today, we're plenty good enough to compete with any team in our conference. But we got to play that way. And just as I told the team in the locker room, we have more work to do. Right? We're going to celebrate this until we get back to Austin, and then we're going to switch gears. We're going to get ready for Kentucky at night, and it's going to be a tough environment. It's going to be a hard-nosed football game. But that's what this conference requires. It requires mental and physical toughness week in and week out. And so the way we prepared this week for this game is the way we need to prepare for next week's game. It's going to take the same. And so we don't have time now to take a deep breath and relax. We've got to go further. We got to dig deeper. We got to require more and demand more as coaches, and the players got to give more. And that's what it takes in this conference. But if we can play this way, surely we're good enough to put ourselves in position to win a lot more football games.
There's no doubt about that. I mean, the team is good enough, but it's nice to be able to get a victory, and it's nice to be able to celebrate a win over your rival. Yeah, I know it doesn't last very long, but hell, that's long enough. 48 hours is a nice thing, you know. Sure. Saturday and Sunday is really nice to be able to enjoy that, and without worrying about, oh my God, here it comes again. Here comes the yelling and screaming again. That will come, believe me, because nobody played a perfect game. There'll be a lot to look at on film, and there'll be a lot to talk about during the week. But boy, you got to enjoy that kind of victory over your rivalry back-to-back years where they don't score a touchdown. That's great.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could tell Sark was a little peeved at the media, and I think even a portion of Texas football fans who, were pretty critical after last weekend's game against Florida. And I'll give Sark credit, right? He kept his team galvanized. He kept everyone in that locker room together. And I'm sure his message all last week was what he just told us. It's like, hey, we've lost one game in the SEC. All right. Our season is not over. We lost one game last year in SEC play, and we made it to the conference championship game and made it to the college football playoff. So our season is not done just yet. You guys cannot listen to everybody closing the book on you. You cannot look at the polls that have you dropped outside of the top 25. You've got to focus because we still have plenty of shit to play for this year.
And plenty of teams that are ranked that are really good teams.
Sure. And it's one win, right? Obviously still a long way to go, but you could tell Sark was pissed off that like everyone was talking the way that they were talking. And you could tell he was on a mission to get his guys convinced that no, like there's still a lot to play for. Do not give up on this thing. We are going to be fine. And now Sark can point to this Oklahoma game and say, see, guys, if we play like this, that was an undefeated top 6 team in the country. All right. If we play like this, we can hang with any team in this league. So credit to the coaching staff for finding a way to get these guys prepared the way that they needed to for this game. Now they have to do it again and again and again for the last 6 games.
Every week. Every week is a different week because a lot of times this team looks like a different team every week. So you got to figure out what makes your team tick. How are they going to be? How they can keep the penalties down, because those will be important. This stuff now will be important because now this is not half and half. You're on the road now. Now you can't get lax when it comes to that. Now you have to be even better on the road when it comes to things like that, because you don't want to get screwed on the road. You don't want somebody screwing you, so don't give them the reason to now.
Right.
Now you should give all these officials a reason to say this is a pretty good football team. I don't think that's a hold. I think that's not a hold. Let's just move along here.
That ain't a block in the back. That's a perfectly clean block.
Nothing to see here. Let's go. This is a good football team. They're not going to create these kind of problems.
Hey, sorry your betting ticket didn't cash, Herbie. Nothing to see here. All right.
Yeah.
Clean.
Yeah, that just
return.
Don't even worry about that stuff. Yeah, but I think the message was right. I think the messaging from the fans was they have concerns. I mean, he knows how to handle that. I mean, I'm fine the way he handles stuff like that when it comes to that. The noise outside, no, dude, it's more the noise within. It's the noise outside. We can't do shit about it. We can only be believers or non-believers. The noise inside is what you need to worry about as the head coach. And I think he handled that pretty well last week.
Agreed. Well said. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Oh, my God. It's been a while, but we got a Cabo Bob's gift card to give away today.
Yeah.
$150 Cabo Bob's catering gift certificate can be yours. All you have to do to enter to win, send us a text on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. It doesn't matter what you say. You will be entered to win if you just text us anything between now and 9 o'clock. We will announce the winner right before we hand things off to Chaos Theory at the top of the hour. Shout out to our friends at Cabo Bob's for that. And how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Shout out our friends over at St. Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road. Got their gear on today. Check out the big stripes. Got the big stripes on right here. Not the pinstripes. Pinstripes aren't playing anymore. Hey, there's the Angry Bevo. You can get all this gear at St. Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. Free parking all over the place. You'll love it. You'll love the caps. You'll love the polos in all sizes there. You'll love the jelly cats. Hey, we're back on the road again. Who's going to Kentucky? Who's going to Lexington? It's time to go. Get that gear from St. Patrick. Or go online at stpatrick.com for more information and check out all their gear. Believe me, they'll get it to you in time to get there next week. And that's a trip you may want to go to. Kentucky, I would think,
Sure.
I like that. I've not been. I don't think I've ever been in the state of Kentucky, BK.
I don't think I have either.
I think as close to Kentucky I got was Cincinnati.
That's like right on the border, right, of Kentucky?
Yeah, it's right there on the border. I've never been in Kentucky.
Well, you can go this weekend.
It's not like West Virginia, is it? Is it similar to West Virginia? It's got to be prettier.
I feel like that's a pretty low bar to clear, no? I don't know. I don't know if there's any deliverance stuff going on in Kentucky, but could be wrong.
Yeah, it's true.
They get after it. They got the moonshine, and they got a bunch of bourbon. That's what they're known for up in Kentucky.
Yeah, man. They got the good bourbon.
A lot of Longhorn fans will be making the trip. I'm sure they'll hit a couple of distilleries and do a couple of bourbon tours.
Love that.
That's a way to tailgate before a night game on the road. Yeah. That'll get you going. Oh man.
My God.
Love St. Patrick.
I think Jack Daniels was in Tennessee. Yeah, I can imagine back in the day if I'd have gone to one of their places, they would have said, "Hey, you got to get out of here. You're drinking too much of our stuff here. You got to go."
You would lock yourself into the facility.
Lock myself in one of the barrels.
Yeah, just drink your way out.
Oh, yeah.
God, oh, man. Shout out to St. Patrick. Also, shout out to 7-Eleven, one of our great travel partners for our trip to Dallas for Texas OU weekend. 7-Eleven, the best convenience store in the world. Our guy Ashish owns and operates a few different 7-Eleven franchises here in the Austin area. He does a tremendous job. And, man, I love 7-Eleven. I am there all the time. The Slurpees, the Big Gulps, the Taquitos. Y'all know I'm a sucker for
Little
those.
Debbie's.
They got the prepackaged snacks as well. They got the great pizza. They got the nachos. They got the wings. They got coffee in the morning if you need a little pick-me-up today. They got you covered, man. 7-Eleven, the best convenience store in the world. And make sure y'all download the 7-Eleven app and cash in on the 7 Rewards program. You're going to save every time you go in there, and you're going to earn some free stuff as well. From the best convenience store in the world, that is 7-Eleven.
How was the temperature inside the stadium on Saturday, BK? I mean, hey, we didn't get to the 90s. Did you bring your long sleeve shirt?
No.
You didn't need it?
It was hot.
Was it?
Now, the good news for me, I was on the shaded side of the cotton.
Oh, nice.
So the first quarter, everybody was in the sun, but the beauty of the 2:30 kickoff, as we got later and later into the afternoon, the sun set. Which way does the sun set, Buck?
I think it goes to the western part of our country.
Okay, so it was setting west below that side of the stadium. And, this is also something, Holly Rowe talked about this on the broadcast a little bit. Texas gets to benefit from this because the Texas sideline was in the shade for the majority of the game. The OU sideline was in the sun the entire time. So Holly Rowe's like, there's literally a 10-degree difference between that side of the field and this side of the field. So Texas, as the game wore on, clearly the fresher team, they had way more juice in the second half than Oklahoma did.
Yeah, she did mention she was a little hot on that side.
Shout out to God. Shout out to the sun for coming through, helping out the Horns a little bit on Saturday.
Yeah, yeah.
There was
team,
no,
the Horns, God's team.
Yeah, God's team. There was no breeze in there. Like, I mean, you could tell.
No.
You look at the uprights when any field goal was kicked. There was no movement. So it was hot. It was dry. It was still. Again, being in the shade helped a good amount. But I know there were some folks baking on the other side.
How was the facilities? They do a better job than they did last year? Oh boy.
You could tell there were upgrades. You could tell there were upgrades. There were like new bathrooms and new concession stands. But they talked about widening the concourses. Buck,
no.
I went with my dad. My dad and I had the worst time that either of us have ever had trying to get to our seat. We were in the log jam of all log jams. Thankfully, it was before kickoff, and we were in a standstill. It was legitimately standstill traffic, like lower bowl concourse, trying to walk to our seat. I don't know what happened. I think I saw EMS there, so I think someone maybe passed out because it looked like someone had a stretcher. And they were like literally stopping the flow of traffic. So you could not move. And people were, of course, they didn't know what was going on. So they're shoving you from behind. It could have been really bad. I thought someone could have gotten trampled there. So that was rough. So I don't know. Again, the widening of the concourses, I didn't quite see that because I was in the worst traffic that I've ever been in my life trying to get to my seat. And, I wasn't drinking beer during the game because I don't want to miss any of the game. And usually at the Cotton Bowl, if you get up to take a leak, you're missing 10 minutes of the game. So I don't know. Maybe it was better for the people who did have to use the John. Maybe they were able to go in and out a little quicker, but I can't speak to that. And I didn't buy any concessions either, so I can't speak to that.
You didn't run into our little drinking girl there? The little drinking baby wasn't around?
No, unfortunately, the little drinking girl. I mean, I didn't see her.
Maybe she stayed home with her parents. She couldn't drive to the game.
Yeah, she was grounded, so she didn't get her car keys.
Yeah.
They didn't let her drive up to Dallas.
She probably stayed at home and watched it with her family. They didn't go up this year.
Where is this video? Why can I not see it?
Somebody has erased your video. Somebody in that apartment building, they're weaseling in on your apartment now. Starting to hone in on that particular unit.
No one in the apartment complex can get into this. This is someone on our own team. Self-sabotage here. Friendly fire. By the way, I'm going to go ahead and give us some credit, you and me. I'm going to give Jordan Scruggs some credit. I'm going to give Rodney some credit. I'm going to give Patrick some credit. I'm going to give Matt some credit because the six of us picked Texas to win this football game.
Oh, there's only one person who didn't pick that, right?
No, we had more than that. Wags had OU winning. Chip had OU winning. Eric Henry.
You didn't say Skip, did you? What'd you say? Chip
Brown.
No way.
Oh, Zay Collier had Oklahoma winning. My. Nick Harris had Oklahoma winning. We had 5 people on our TSU staff pick the Sooners to beat the Longhorns.
I thought Zay knew for sure no matter what it is, no matter what the record, no matter what they've looked like, you never pick them to win.
I am we're trying to convince people here that we know ball. We want people to tune into our shows every day. And when we have almost half of our staff picking Oklahoma to win this football game, what am I supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Here's what I'm thinking. Those 5 guys are not going to get paid this week.
Good move.
Right? Feels fair? Picking against
Sounds
Texas.
Fair to me.
I'm picking OU to beat Texas.
Let's split their money. Let's split up their fortunes.
Yeah, the people who picked Texas to win and got it right will cash in, and yeah, we will split the profits of those 5
now, if I can
guys.
only get you, I don't know if I can only get you to keep the Aggies undefeated now.
Yeah, you don't need me to do that. They're doing that on their own.
They're good.
That's a good football team right now. Yeah, they got off to a slow start against Florida, but they ran away and hid in the second half, 34-17.
I don't think they're worried about the noise in Aggie land right now.
All the noise is good. All the noise is good. I mean, maybe they got to worry about rat poison because people are hyping up their team, and they're now the highest ranked team in the SEC, number 4 in the country. Ole Miss dropped a little bit because they struggled against Washington State. That was pretty random.
That was kind of rando, wasn't it?
They did win that game, but yeah, the next 3 games for A&M, all on the road. At Arkansas this week, should win that. At LSU, at Mizzou.
Ooh, two battles.
The Aggies look great. Top 5 right now, still unbeaten, unblemished atop the SEC. But, yeah, 3 tough road tests. Their first 3 conference games were all at home. Now their next 3 conference games are all on the road. So,
yeah, it was kind of weird to see that guy with his Aggie shirt on at the fairgrounds. I'm like, shouldn't you be at home getting ready to watch the game? You're going to be able to make it back, you fool.
Aggie fans walking around, Texas Tech fans walking around, all sorts of fans walking around the fairgrounds on Saturday. That's the beauty of that atmosphere, I guess. But anyway,
we have way too many Sooners not working the Carney, though. how did all those people get off from work?
Well, the good news is they got to go back to their shifts or to their shanties or to their trailers early. Because, I say it every year, Buck, there is no better sight in the world than looking over to the opposite side of the Cotton Bowl and seeing nothing but empty bleachers before the game is over. And that's what happened, right? Like, end of the third quarter, you started seeing some Sooner fans trickle out. After the Ryan Niblett punt return touchdown, that was your first sight of fans starting to leave. And then, obviously, as the fourth quarter
was the curtain call. Were they starting to get up then?
Oh, dude, by the end of the game, that place was empty. And it's so funny because nobody on the winning side ever leaves. There's no one trying to beat the traffic. Like, everybody stays to watch the celebration and the golden hat and to sing the eyes of Texas. And then the opposite side, there is nobody left. So they did a great job. ESPN, there's so many still shots, but ESPN, I'll give them credit. Like, late in the fourth quarter when Texas had the game in hand, they did just kind of a pan starting on the Oklahoma side of the field, and then they just panned over to the Texas side, and you saw a bunch of silver, empty bleachers, and then you saw a bunch of burnt orange towards the end of the shot.
Great.
Glorious, man. Glorious. A beautiful sight. No better feeling in the world.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you, there were so many, they were so geared up with John Mateer. Oh, John Mateer's playing. You guys have no chance. It was so beautiful before the game.
Oh, man. Well, yeah.
Anytime you say the word John Mateer, they lit up like this is the thing that's going to kill you guys.
Yeah, he's
playing. He's playing.
Y'all have no chance if John Mateer plays quarterback. Dude, the funniest part, it's all pretty funny, honestly. But there were OU fans during and after the game who were saying that they should have started Michael Hawkins Jr.
What?
Yeah, that's how bad Mateer was. They're like, we rushed him back. He wasn't ready. He shouldn't have played in this game. Why would we play him in this game? Why would we play him in this game?
We have too much to lose. We have too much to lose.
Why would you play him in this game? They went from this guy's the Heisman, and you have no chance if he's on the field to he shouldn't have played.
That's I knew they were crying.
That's how bad
they were so pumped up that he was playing. They had heard he was playing. They were like, now you guys have no shot.
They talked so much shit. And
how about that one vagabond that was there that you said that it was dressed with his shorts, with a pair of cutoff shorts on and a T-shirt and his long hair and he was a scraggly looking nasty dude standing in the line there.
That's literally their entire fan base.
Wow.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Guy wearing like a cutoff tank.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to church. He had his own gear on for church for the next day.
Shorts and cowboy boots. And that guy, that was Oklahoma trailer trash. We saw a lot of that.
Oh my God. I felt bad. You gave him so much shit. I almost felt bad for him, but not really.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's the best part of that broadcast. Like, I love doing that. We do the shows at Schultz Garden, and those are a ton of fun. But obviously, those are home games. So it's like 90% Texas fans walking around there. I'm not going to talk shit to our fans. I love our fans. But when you get to Dallas and it's 50-50, and you got all those jabronis rolling around, then, oh, yeah, it's,
running around in there. They had on their jeans, their long johns. They were dressed like a bunch of goofballs.
Yeah, for that. They dressed up for that.
Yes.
They spent all year thinking about what outfit am I going to wear for the Texas game this year? When we watch our Sooners beat up on the Longhorns, how am I going to look?
Oh my goodness.
They prepare all year for that.
I always like the guy. I like the guy in the overalls with the boots on, with no
man.
shirt, just the overall. I love that look.
It's
by
so
the
great
Sooners.
because they were so happy for this game because of 34-3 last year. Like it's been a long 365 days for Oklahoma after the assing that Texas gave them in 2024. And it's like now they're ready. Oh, we're undefeated and they're unranked. And we got this Heisman hopeful at quarterback and they got this bum ass Arch Manning. We're going to beat them and we're going to get bragging rights for the next year.
Oh, that was beautiful.
How about not scoring a touchdown again, OU? God, they suck so bad. They really suck.
They did.
I mean, they really suck. Like, we knew they sucked, but they really suck.
I thought they'd get a touchdown at least.
I thought they'd get a touchdown at least. They didn't even get into the red zone. It was freaking awesome, man. All right,
Right,
more sound.
let these folks. What did I do? How did I do in my picks?
Oh, boy. You sure you want to get into this?
I need to get into it, yeah, because, I mean, I had to have a couple right.
You did have a couple right. You had 2 right out of your 11 picks.
What?
You were 2-9 on your Gold Star locks of the weekend.
Oh, you must have jimmied me with a couple lines there somewhere.
Don't blame me. Don't shoot the messenger.
I know I had Clemson.
You did have Clemson. The good news for you is your biggest play of the weekend, and we'll get back to Texas OU in a couple of minutes, but we have to rag on the buck here for a second. Your biggest play was Clemson against your alma mater, Boston College.
Oh, they just drove them into the ground.
Dude, Bill O'Brien, how does that guy still have a job?
Yeah. He's the next guy on the hit list, I got to believe.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that game was never close. So
I need to get back to my alma mater and get things going, don't I?
There you go. Yeah, you can do TSU from up there. We'll let you host the show, and then you coach up BC a little bit the rest of the way. I like that plan.
They are
final
terrible.
score, Clemson 41, Boston College 10. That game was at BC. Not great.
Yes.
Your other pick that you got right, South Florida at North Texas on Friday night.
Boy, they beat the living dog out of them.
Yeah, 63-36, the score. From
63.
Yeah, that was the biggest game in Mean Green history. And
wow.
Nope. Mean Joe Green would have put up a better fight than North Texas. And I mean dead Mean Joe Green. I don't mean alive Mean Joe Green. He is dead, right?
Yes.
All right, thank God. Well, I should say thank God, but that would have been bad if I missed that one. Sorry for your loss, anybody affected. Those were the 2 that you got right, my friend. Here's what you got wrong. Florida State against Pitt.
Oh, my God.
They were 10.5 favorites. They lost. There's so much confusing. There's so much that is confusing about the first, 2 months of the college football season. Florida State destroying Alabama and then starting 0-3 in ACC play is right there at the top of the list.
Aren't these all home losses?
They do have a couple of home losses. They lost to Miami last week at home. And then, this loss to Pitt was at home.
Good grief.
So Mike Norvell back on the hot seat.
Back to the hot seat.
You had Oregon against Indiana.
Oh.
Speaking of weird, Indiana may be the best team in the country.
They may be the most physical team. I know that.
They're number 3 right now. They shot up after beating Oregon in Eugene. That was stunning for me and for you too. You had Iowa State at Colorado. They lost.
Oh, gee.
You had Illinois plus 14.5 against Ohio State. I think they lost by like 17.
18 or something, yeah.
18. You had Tennessee against Bobby Petrino.
Oh, my God.
They were up big, and then Arkansas came back and only lost by 3.
Were they up big in that game? They were up. They were covering.
I think they were up by like 17 at one point and only won by 3. So you missed that. You had, in your NFL, you went 0 for 3. You had the Lions on Sunday Night Football.
Yes.
Against my Chiefs. You had the Colts minus 7.5 against Arizona. They won, but by 4. And you had the Jaguars plus 1.5 against the Seahawks. They lost by 8. So you went 2-9 over the weekend. You lost 275,000 units, and you go from the green back to the red or the black, minus 175K on the year.
Minus 175?
Minus 175 on the season, yes. Now, while we're at it, there is a Monday Night Football doubleheader tonight. You care to make any picks on either of those games?
Who's playing the Bears tonight?
You've got Bills at Falcons and then Bears at Commanders.
Bills at the Falcons. You know what I'm going to take? I'm going to take the Falcons for 50,000 units, and I'm going to take
It's Bears at Commanders.
I'm going to take the Commanders for 50,000 units. Two 50,000 unit plays.
You're going with the two home teams tonight. The underdog
Yeah, this
Falcons.
was the Hail Mary. Wasn't this the Hail Mary toss with the Commanders last year?
It was, yep. And it's the matchup of course, the top two quarterbacks taken in last year's NFL draft, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I think Jaden Daniels is feeling a little bit more healthy. He'll be okay at home. They'll win that game. I don't know about the Bills. Going against them, the Falcons are the ones that are up and down.
Yeah, Falcons are 2-2 on the year. The Bills 4.
Who's their quarterback? Who's starting for the Falcons at quarterback now?
That's the penis still.
He's back as starting.
Yeah, Michael Penix Jr. He'll get the ball for Atlanta tonight.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and ride with that.
Bills coming off their first loss of the year against the Patriots.
Patriots playing pretty good right now.
Patriots are playing very good right now. That's a surprising 4-2 team right now in the NFL.
Yes, it is.
Mike Vrabel, Tennessee let him go, and New England's like, okay, that works. They brought him in, and look, Drake May looks good too. Give the young quarterback some credit.
He looks good. You're right. He does.
Looks like they got something that they can build around there in New England. And Stephon Diggs having a nice career resurgence too for the Patriots. So
who is how about your Dallas Cowboys? What are they doing?
Jesus, they are not stopping anybody. I can tell you that. They are wasting Dak Prescott right now. I mean, Dak Prescott is maybe playing the best football of his career, and Cowboys aren't winning games because they can't get stops.
How about Rico? Think you got rid of the wrong guy?
No, I don't. I just think the Cowboys defense is that bad. Cowboys have been one of the best rushing teams in the league. They couldn't run the ball a lick yesterday, but I don't think we saw Russell Wilson look like prime Tom Brady against this Cowboys defense. And then he got benched a week later. So I don't think Rico Dowdle is like, oh my God, this guy, he's about to be an all-pro. No, the Cowboys defense is just that bad. Remember they traded Micah Parsons so they could stop the run better? Oops.
Oh, yeah.
They're not doing that. Yeah, Rico Dowdle was amazing yesterday. I mean, give
By the
him
way, number 7 for the Cowboys can't cover anybody anymore.
No.
His days of being
Go ahead.
That dude being a great one is not a great one any longer.
No, he's terrible. He's terrible right now. And I don't think he's 100% healthy, but he's out there on the field, and he's got to be better than the way he's played. And the Cowboys defense has like 2 or 3 guys who would start on any other team in the league. It is a bunch of nobodies back there.
You're right. Number 57 at linebacker there. Wow.
Their linebackers are awful. Man, if you asked me if, as a Cowboys fan, if I could either have the Cowboys linebacking room or the Longhorns linebacking room, I'd have to think, as crazy as that sounds. And I'm sure I'd still end up picking the Cowboys.
A slight move to their way.
Anthony Hill right now is better than any Cowboys linebacker. That's for sure.
Yes.
So there's no question about that. It's like Leon Galafauta, Anthony Smith. Are those guys as good as Jack Sanborn, Kenneth Murray, Shamar James, everybody else? They're not that far off, I don't think.
They roll a bunch of guys out there at linebacker, don't they?
They all suck. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, they need Overshown back, and they're not getting Overshown back for another maybe Thanksgiving, month and a half, maybe. That's like most optimistic viewpoint. But the Cowboy season will be done by then. They're gonna stay with the top 5 offensive football. Dak's gonna keep playing at an MVP level, but because the Cowboys are gonna end the year like 6-10-1, Dak's not gonna, no one's gonna care. No one's gonna pay any attention. So
no.
Tough one for the Cowboys. Nice win for the Panthers. Yeah, Rico Dowdle, 30 carries, 183 rushing yards, 4 catches, 56
30 carries.
30 carries, more than 225 yards of offense by himself. The Panthers had 410. The Panthers with Bryce Young had 410 yards of offense against the Cowboys.
Yeah, a bunch of no-name guys out there running around having a field day.
Yeah. Again, they made Rico Dowdle look like freaking Herschel Walker back there. Just insanity. The Cowboys are awful on defense. All right. Well, while we're on the topic of other storylines around the football weekend, again, more Texas OU coming up in a moment. But how about the weekend for Penn State?
Dude, that group, I didn't see it until I talked to you this morning. I never saw it on the TV screen yesterday. I was watching NFL, so I never got to seeing anything that said anything about James Franklin. I didn't know that till this morning. I'd asked you. I said, that guy is definitely on the hot seat, but I'm still thinking that guy's had such a good career there. They're not going to fire him. They didn't give a rat's ass about the $49 million, did they?
Not at all.
Wow.
And the first thing I heard, so again, nobody has any phone service inside the Cotton Bowl. And some years, I feel like most years, they'll show some out-of-town scores on the Jumbotron, but they gave us nothing. So I had no idea. Nobody had any idea what was going on around college football while Texas OU was being played. And literally the first thing I heard as I leave the Cotton Bowl right before your wife called me thinking you were dead was, dude, Penn State just lost to Northwestern. And I'm like, there's no way. That's got to be
I thought that was a misprint on TV. I was like, they're not going to lose to Northwestern. That's at home, and that's a misprint. Somebody's going to have to come back and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, we had this wrong."
Yeah, I was like, no chance. No chance they lost to Northwestern at home, right? And then I found a TV just on the fairgrounds that had ESPN running, and they were showing highlights. And sure enough, Northwestern rolls into Happy Valley and beats Penn State, handing the Nittany Lions their third straight loss. And James Franklin gets fired. Buck, this picture, this is from College Game Day, the Oregon-Penn State game. This picture was taken 16 days ago. James Franklin on the set, hanging out with Nick Saban, who's dressed up as the Nittany Lion, having a great time, getting set for number 3 Penn State, hosting number 6 Oregon. 16 days later, gone. He's fired.
16 days later, he gets $49 million.
Not even 3 weeks have passed since this picture was taken. And yeah, James Franklin, like you said, he gets a nice payday to leave. But that is insane. Penn State made it as far as Texas did last year. They were in the college football playoff semifinal. They were in the Final Four. And they started this year 3-0. I know they played nobodies, but they were 3-0.
He's going to the MAC. See you in the MAC.
And on October 12th, he gets the hook. Oh, no. Dude, James Franklin's going to be coaching in the SEC next year. He'll be at Arkansas. He'll be at Florida. He'll be at Kentucky. Just brace yourself. James Franklin's going to be coaching in this conference. And I know for a lot of people that probably doesn't scare you much, but I can tell you he's an upgrade over what all of those 3 schools have right now.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, James Franklin couldn't win big games. We know that. He couldn't beat, ranked top 10 teams. So I'm not saying he's going to lead some SEC team to a national championship.
He can trade places with Schiano.
This is a coach at Rutgers. I don't think Penn State wants Schiano. Penn State, they want Signetti, don't they?
Yeah, that's got to be first on their list as Indiana's coach for sure.
That's got to be.
He's on everybody's list. Yeah,
for anybody who's firing their coach, that's the top guy you got to want right now. The job he's doing in Bloomington is just. I mean, they have no 4 or 5 stars. That's a bunch of nobodies on that roster.
Dude, you're talking about a defense that will get after you. They just go full bore, and their offense, their running back is downhill, and he will run you smooth over. And they got speed.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Quarterback is fantastic.
Yeah, great pickup out of the portal, Mendoza from Cal. Yeah, he was throwing all those dimes to Jack Endries. We can't get Jack Endries the ball down here. They had a couple of nice plays on Saturday. But
I think didn't he have a screen? Didn't they run a screen actually to him?
They did run a screen to him, but they also I think they hit him down the field.
You better check out his stats and see if we got more than 2 yards a clip here.
Well, he had 2 catches for 4 yards, but one of those was a 9-yard catch. So that means the other one was not 9 yards.
Are you telling me that 2 catches for this was
4 yards?
4?
He had 2 catches for 2 yards against Florida. So step in the right direction for Jack Endries.
Yeah, I'm not keen on the tight end screen. They don't have a tight end that can run those. That's why I said you got to sneak 2 backs in the backfield. Just don't make it number 21 and then screen it to him because everybody know it's coming to him if he comes in the game.
Yeah, something that Texas does not have. They don't have tight ends who can block right now. That's a big issue. That had contributed to the lack of success from the run game. And even when Texas was doing some max protection against Florida, like the tight ends just weren't blocking anybody. So it's just, there's no time. The tight end room has been less than stellar this year, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a drop off.
It's definitely a drop off. Yeah, I mean, Gunnar Helm was obviously awesome last year, and Jatavion Sanders was awesome for the 2 years prior.
Right.
And Texas right now, just they don't have a difference maker there at tight end. So, Jeff Banks, come on, man, let's pick that up a little bit here, sir.
They want Signetti. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you. I was going to say I don't know how you turn that if they offered you that job at Penn State. That'd be tough to turn down for him. Boy, he can make something really happen there.
Yeah,
but he's making it happen where he is. If he makes it happen where he is, he's going to get a huge contract. Still probably going to get a huge contract because that display of football against Oregon on the road there, man.
It's still Indiana football, though, right?
Yes, it is.
Like you're playing at a disadvantage, and you'll always be at a bit of a disadvantage compared to a place like Penn State. So I don't know. Look, like the loyalty can work, but I don't know if Kirk Cignetti wants to be the next Matt Campbell, who's just kind of hanging out at Iowa State. He's making plenty of money. He's comfortable there. They're not going to fire him, but
but eventually that wears out. You see what's happening at Iowa State right now.
Yeah, Matt Campbell turned down him. The Lions offered him a huge contract, and a bunch of other big colleges offered him big deals, and he's like, no, I'm going to stay at Iowa State, which, hey, loyalty is hard to find in college sports. I'll give him credit for that, but I wonder if he regrets that decision right now. Kurt Cignetti could be the same thing if he stays at Indiana. I don't think he's going to stay at Indiana, by the way. I think he's gone after this year. But we'll see. I mean, Indiana's they're a playoff team for sure. They're a national championship contender right now. You kidding me? You go on the road. I mean, they put up 60-something against Illinois, and then they go on the road and beat Oregon by 10. Their place?
Yeah, that was a pretty good game too.
That was it was good.
No, it wasn't good. It wasn't good for Oregon. They just didn't. I mean, their quarterback was flustered a little bit. That they couldn't run the ball against that Indiana defense, and that Indiana offense is really good.
Indiana, by the way, they do not have Ohio State or Michigan on their schedule this year. They do have Penn State, but what does that mean? There are no more ranked games for Indiana, so they've got to. I think they'll probably lose one, maybe two. But that's a playoff team, more than likely. It'd be very shocking if they don't get in at this point. I don't know. Mike Elko to Penn State. Some people have brought that up. I don't think he would leave Aggieland, though. Do you?
I wouldn't leave to go there.
I mean, he's a New Jersey guy, South Brunswick. He's from that area. So he played his college ball at Penn, not Penn State, at UPenn.
Played for the Penn Quakers?
For the Quakers. That's where he started his career, too.
No, that'd have to pay him an awful lot of money to do that.
No, for sure. I mean, it's an A&M could spin. I think he's going to stay at A&M. A&M might have to pony up with a new contract if they want to keep him, if Penn State does come calling. But that's a guy I would think the way A&M's playing right now, the turnaround Mike Elko's done so far this year. Again, we still have half a year left, so Indiana could fall off a cliff. A&M could do what they usually do at the end of the season, and maybe their coaching search completely changes. But those are two guys that you absolutely have to be looking for.
Yeah, Matt Campbell's probably kicking himself in the head now. He had to know that thing was going to turn back into a pumpkin eventually. That wasn't going to sustain.
I don't know. I don't think he thinks that way, right? He thought he was going to keep Iowa State on the rise. He was going to lead them to conference championships and playoff berths and this, that, and the other. And again, you're limited. He's a great coach. He's done a tremendous job. He's the best coach they've ever had by far.
Absolutely.
But when you're coaching in Ames, Iowa, you're limited compared to a lot of other places.
Well, I mean, he just wants to. That's a place you would just want to call your own. You want to call this is my program.
Sure.
If I can get us in the playoffs once or twice every 8 years, they will love me here. But now the dude's losing in the Big 12. He's losing to prime time.
Prime time. Yeah, that was Colorado's first Big 12 win of the year. Clark Lee to Penn State, no chance. No chance Penn State hires another Vanderbilt coach because that's where they got James Franklin.
Yeah.
It's not like Clark Lee's a bad coach. He's done an amazing job. He's one of the best coaches in America, but they cannot hire another Vanderbilt coach.
No, they're not going to bring that guy from Vandy. They're good, but they're not that good for that guy to leave Vandy.
Vandy plays LSU this week in Nashville. That's a big one. If they win that game, yo. We're going to be talking about Vandy as a playoff team if they win on Saturday. Big if. Big if. All right, we'll take your thoughts. There's a look around college football, a little bit of NFL conversation, but obviously the biggest storyline from around the country, James Franklin getting the axe at Penn State. Buck, he was 104-45 there. This is a team that made it to the CFP semifinal last year, started the year number 2 in the country.
Very likable guy, great recruiter.
Yeah, he's a likable guy, but not liked by Penn State fans very much.
Well, no, once you see him, once he has a play caller and then all of a sudden he gets the play sheet in his hands on the sideline, then you got to start worrying. You got to go, oh, no. Don't let him start, because he likes to take over a lot of the play calling, and that's not good for them.
He
got his quarterback knocked out for the year.
Yeah, that's bad to worse, right? Drew Aller's out for the year, too. He got carted off the field in that loss. So, tough for Penn State. Wild story out of college football. Some big-name coaches and some long-tenured coaches have gotten the boot already this year. Insane. All right. More sound from Steve Sarkeesian. More Texas OU conversation. Our biggest takeaways from Texas 23, Oklahoma 6. More on Arch Manning's day. More on the Texas offensive and defensive lines and where the Horns go from here. But before we dive back into Red River, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Sure, our friends over at Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, folks. Spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and a great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. And another shout out to one of our phenomenal travel partners for our Texas OU trip. Some love to Hayes City Store and Ice House.
Oh, yeah. Good day. Good day for a lunch date there today.
Oh, my God. The best burger in town and one of my favorite hangout spots in town. And I say in town, it's 30 minutes south from me, and it's still worth the drive. Like, I love that place. It is fantastic. I had the beer cheese burger last week. Oh, my God. It's a seasonal burger of the month. Fantastic. Incredible burgers, but it's not just the burgers. They've got pizza. They've got the truck stop enchiladas. They got chicken fried steak. They got something for everyone. Giant outdoor patio. They've got the fans and they've got the misters to keep you cool. Live music there like 5 nights a week. Of course, they've got the indoor dining area as well. Full bar, great service. Just if you're looking for an awesome dining experience for the whole family, for the whole friend group, or just for yourself. I went by myself, sat at the bar last week, had a great lunch. Hayes City Store and Ice House in Driftwood. Phenomenal. Also, Taste on Main. That's the other restaurant for Travis and Tamara Tyndall. Down there in Buda on Main Street. Fantastic. A little more upscale. Get you a great steak. Get you some great seafood. Not ridiculously priced. You hear steak and seafood, you're thinking, oh, shoot, this is going to be like $100 for a piece of meat. No. This is a fantastic meal, a little more upscale, a nice date night spot. They've got a great wine selection as well, but you're not going to be paying an arm and a leg for an awesome meal. So Hayes City Store and Ice House in Driftwood, Taste on Main in Buda. Next time you're anywhere close to that area, get to one of those two spots and thank us later, Buck.
Awesome. Hey, Matt Rule's a Penn State guy, isn't he?
Yes.
They're not going to do that. They wouldn't bring him from Nebraska to there. He hadn't had enough success in Nebraska, I don't believe.
I was going to say, like, is Matt Rule doing enough? I mean, I'm sure he'll get a conversation, but.
Yeah, he'll be one. They'll interview him, but he won't. I don't think he'll get that gig.
They are 5-1 this year. I don't think they've beaten anybody of serious note, but we'll see. He's a candidate to look out for. He's a big name.
I would think so. Let's say hello to our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, BK. You know, it's still going to be warm this week. So making sure that your air conditioning is working properly is very important, folks. Making sure that the filters are clean and ready to go. And at Woods Comfort Systems, they'll do just that. Bring their technicians out. Mine comes twice a year to make sure I'm ready. But they've also winterized my home for the winter as the winter months start to set upon us. But right now, it's all about that air conditioning still. I don't feel winter coming on for another 5 or 6 weeks. And I mean not winter, but into the 70s. I don't mean winter, but into the 70s. I think we still got about 4 weeks before we start feeling that 70s and 80s. We're still in the 90s, and we'll get there this week. Hey, by the way, you didn't have 90 degrees up there at the fair. Stayed in the 80s, high 80s, 89, 88 degrees. I was checking the temperature of my handy-dandy Woods Comfort System thermometer as I was up there, because I wanted to make sure that you people knew that if you needed a long-sleeve shirt, you could do that. And thanks to Woods Comfort System, I had my handy-dandy thermometer with me. Woods Comfort Systems has been doing it with air conditioning, heating, and plumbing for close to 70 years in Central Texas, and nobody does it better.
There's a lot to dive into there. Your Woods Comfort Systems thermometer?
My pocket thermometer, yeah. I had it with me.
You're not talking about the thermostat that's on the wall in your house.
No.
You're talking about you bought a thermometer?
Yes, I had to make sure because I didn't want you people lying to me. Tell me how, it was 98 degrees up there. No, it did not even get into the 90s.
What was the feels like temperature, Buck?
Oh, feel like temperature is about 94.
Okay, and you always say, "Oh, if it feels like it is."
Oh, you did. Did it feel like it to you inside there?
Yeah.
No, it was a very pleasant. It was one of those very pleasant cotton bowls for you.
In the shade, I got lucky. In the shade, it
There
was
you go.
not that bad. In the
What
sun,
did it feel like 85?
in the sun, I bet it felt like 105 on the opposite side of the cotton
For the
bowl.
Sooners, it felt like 105.
For the Sooners, felt like 105. I didn't hear any stories about the Cotton Bowl running out of water this year, which
That's always a good thing for people that need to be hydrated.
that's a step in the right direction. And also, what are you, piece of shit, Phil, or whatever that groundhog is? When do you decide when winter starts or when fall starts? What is this?
I'm starting to make my move since I can't predict the rain since we haven't had any since July.
6 more weeks of these nuts. Hey, how about 365 more days of not scoring a touchdown against Texas? Ooh.
Yeah.
See ya, Sooners. Quick shout out to AV Consultations. Oh, man, October. What a month. Best sports month of the year. We're right in the heart of it. The Final Four in Major League Baseball. Hockey's back. Basketball starts next week. Of course, the NFL and college football in full swing. We got the Olympics coming up in a couple of months. Don't forget about
Winter
that.
Games.
Yeah, you better make the call. AV Consultations can upgrade your TV setup. Y'all see these 2 TVs behind me. Y'all know about the 4 TV man cave I've got in the living room. You know about the 85-incher the Buck has. We love AV Consultations.
You know what Winter Games mean, don't you, BK? Winter Games means figure skating. Yes.
That's what you're most looking forward to?
Of course I am.
Figure skating?
Yes.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's a little fishy, sir, but that's all right. You can enjoy your double tuck, triple pike loop things,
Triple toe.
axles, and all those other.
Oh yeah,
figure
they're about to
skating.
come back. Yeah, that's going to be great.
I'll be locked in.
I'll keep you guys all set up. Who's the best in the world? The whole works.
Please do. We're going to need your Olympic reporting when we get to winter. I'll be watching hockey. But, hey, you can watch whatever you want with your AV Consultations TV setup. 512-255-8678. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. They're the best at what they do, and they've been doing it for a long, long time. Give our buddy Tom McKay and his great crew a call. Again, 512-255-8678, or find out more online at avconsultations.com.
I was very excited. I got a chance for the first time to meet Roy Williams on Friday.
Yeah.
Went out to dinner, and there Roy Williams rolled up beside me at Papado's in Arlington. That was nice. I didn't recognize the dude on sight. And then when he said his name was Roy, he didn't tell me his last name. And then he started talking about high school football in Odessa. And I'm like, could that be that Roy? And then he started talking about his former guys at Texas, and that he came to town, to play. He comes every year for Oklahoma to play golf with his guys for the week. Roy says, I play golf four times a week, BK. Told me that Cleve Bryan got him involved in golf. And he says, now I've been hooked since I've retired. He said, I play 4 times a week out in Odessa. And he said, hey, and the ball rolls forever. He said, it's dry out there and it's windy. And he said, that ball hits and rolls forever. So he was here. We talked about Mag Brown and stuff. What a nice young guy he is. Boy, he's a big dude.
Yeah.
And I don't mean round-shouldered. He's a big old man.
6'3", 215 was his playing weight.
Wow.
I think he's put on a few LBs since he hung him up.
No, he's not. He looks in pretty good shape. He looks like he keeps himself in good shape. His face wasn't, as that can get round, like your shoulders could get round, your face gets around this time of, after you're done playing, because he was a big guy. I'm thinking he was probably in that 215, 220 area, still in really, he looked real good and stuff. But he talked about hanging out with his boys once a year up here. He lives in Odessa. He doesn't live up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area or in Austin. He still lives back at his home base. So I think he has a son that plays tight end for Texas State.
There we go. Man, that's awesome. Shout out to Roy Williams, top 2 receiver in school history. And, had a nice long NFL career as well.
Oh, yeah.
Glad you ran into him, and glad to hear that he is doing
well.
I like that. All right, Buck. For me, there were a bunch of big plays for Texas, but the 3 biggest plays for Texas against Oklahoma, I'll go in chronological order here. The first one, and we've got a little bit of Steve Sarkeesian sound about this play. The first one was, for all intents and purposes, the final play of the first half. Oklahoma has the football. They're up 6-3. They are in field goal range. This was abysmal clock management by Brent Venables and the Sooners here. But Oklahoma's got the ball. There's 45 seconds left in the first half. They have a 2nd and 10 from the Longhorn 38-yard line. They complete an 8-yard pass over the middle, and they let so much time bleed off the clock.
Oh, yeah.
Timeout, right? Like they have a 3rd and 2. Again, they're in field goal range, a 3rd and 2. If they take a timeout early, okay, they're out of timeouts, but they could still, try to move the ball, get out of bounds. Obviously, clock stops after some first down. So whatever. They completely screw it up. They end up not taking a timeout until there's 10 seconds left. But even then, it's like, all right, you got 10 seconds. Oklahoma, they leave the offense on the field. They're going to take one shot at the end zone maybe, and then if they don't get it, they will bring out the kicker and attempt a field goal to go up 9-3. And instead, you can't blame Brent Venables, or Burnt Vegetables, as we like to call him, for the decision that John Mateer made. I mean, what was he doing, dude? Just takes a shot into the end. Like, if you're not sure that you're going to throw a touchdown there, throw it away. Throw it away. You cannot throw it up for grabs like that. Thankfully, he did. Manny Muhammad spots the football, makes an easy interception, and Texas.
And that was an easy pick.
I was right to him. Yeah, I was right to him. And not only does, Texas, they don't give up any points on that drive. It felt like that was going to be an easy 3 for Oklahoma at worst. And Texas gives up none, and they get some serious momentum going into halftime with that interception. That was a huge swing in that football game. And Steve Sarkeesian was asked about that play in particular that I explained really horribly there. But here's Sark talking about that Manny Muhammad pick and just the momentum that it helped carry into the third quarter.
I thought that was a massive play in the game, because they had an opportunity to get points there at the end of the first half. And so for Manny to get that pick in the end zone, I really felt like that was a momentum-changing play as we went into the second half. And we knew we were getting the ball coming out of halftime. And I think in the second half, in the third quarter, we might have had the ball the entire quarter. I think they might have ran 3 or 4 plays. And so we possessed the ball. We extended drives, by getting third downs. We scored a touchdown. And so all in all, I think that kind of started that. When we got into the locker room, it was, okay, well, let's go. It's 30 minutes. Let's go play. And where's our pride? And how are we going to play this second half? And let's get out of our own way. Because after those first 2 drives, I don't see the drive chart here, but I think the first 2 drives we stub our toe with penalties. And then we basically were putting ourselves in position to score points every other drive on offense. But we tried to limit possessions intentionally in this game. We slowed things down. We sped things up. We huddled more. And that's a credit to the guys on offense of handling a game plan that was not easy, but they did a really nice job of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's his way of saying that Burnt Vegetables is a dope without actually calling him a dope.
Yeah, that was horribly handled by Oklahoma and horribly handled by John Mateer. And a big play for Texas, right? Obviously, the second interception for Manny Muhammad, and then Texas in that third quarter, like Steve Sarkeesian said. I mean, they just put it all together offensively, and that was the difference in the football game.
Hey, not very many trick plays. Generally in that game, you see 2 or 3 of those that come out of – well, it used to be when that other guy who was at USC was there. They don't Burnt Vegetables doesn't have that kind of IQ to come up with anything. They generally have a couple of trick plays, and Sark generally does. There was none in this game, were there?
Well, OU did a double pass. Remember, they had that wide receiver throw a pass where great throw, right? The receiver was actually getting hit as he threw the football, which usually that's very scary for the offense. But he threw a nice throw along the right sideline on a double pass. So we did see that from Oklahoma. Not a ton from the Texas side, though. Nothing really comes to mind in terms of.
No, I don't think wasn't there one reverse to Wingo? That was about it. I think Wingo had a reverse or carry, did he not?
Wingo did not have a carry in this game.
Wow.
No. Yeah, it almost feels like maybe we're forgetting something right now, but it feels like the biggest wrinkles for Texas on offense were those Arch Manning quarterback keepers, right? On those zone reads. I mean, I would have called 3 or 4 more of those. And I'll credit Steve Sarkeesian for being a little more patient with those, because whenever he called them on Saturday, they worked. They caught Oklahoma off guard. Again, that 29-yard run in the fourth quarter to basically put the game on ice, where you saw Arch Manning, waving goodbye to the OU fans after that run. I'm sure people are writing articles about how mean he is after that again. Yeah, like whenever Sark dialed that play up, it worked really well. So wasn't a ton of trickeration, I don't think, on the Texans.
I mean, Arch Manning for the first time early in the game was awake and ready. I mean, he looked as if, he may have had some, I don't know, maybe some bacon in his omelet or something for breakfast. There was something that inspired him early.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, Texas, again, only 3 points in the first half. The offense was not playing well. And Sark said it in that answer. It was because they were behind the chains. I don't think Arch was playing that bad.
No, he wasn't.
They just were behind the chains. Texas was 2 for 6 on third down in the first half, and their average yards to go was, I think, 12. It's like, you can't do that. Yeah,
12?
You can't do that against this defense. Yeah, in the first half, because they had holding penalties and false starts and sacks. They were playing behind the chains. And
then they use up all the penalties in the first half?
I told you that there was only one accepted penalty on Texas after the first quarter. 0 on the offense after the first quarter. I knew they
started out with one. I didn't know they continued that through and nothing happened in the second half. That was crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. But, I don't think Arch was that bad early on. Again, it's just the team around him. They weren't doing much for him. And then in the second half, Texas was 8 of 11 on third down. Why? Because they weren't in 3rd and 12 and 3rd and 20 and all of those. They stayed ahead of the chains. Buck, you've talked about this a lot. You want to see Texas run for 3, 4, 5 yards on first down.
Yes.
They were able to do that pretty consistently in the second half. And the offensive line started to gain some confidence. And they started leaning on Oklahoma's defensive front a little bit. And you could tell OU was wearing down. And Texas, again, that's what happens when you have a 7-minute drive and a 6.5-minute drive in the third quarter, and you run 26 plays and they run 4 plays in a quarter. Like, the defense starts to tire out. And Texas, Sark said it there too. They did a lot of no huddle to where they weren't allowing OU to sub on defense.
Yeah, that was pretty smart. I noticed that for sure.
So it's a deep defense, right? And it's like, okay, if you let them sub in and out on every play, then those 7-minute drives don't have the same impact. But if you're keeping the same guys on the field for 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 plays, then that's going to pay dividends. And it did.
You know what? That's interesting, BK, because I didn't notice. I think that's the one thing Herbie had talked about. Herb Street had mentioned during the course of the game that of them not letting them substitute. So I missed out on an opportunity to listen to him, that he was noticing something that I really wasn't noticing, because most of the time I didn't care for anything that guy had to say.
He was that bad?
I don't like when he does a Texas game, period. I don't care who it's against. It doesn't matter.
Biased against Texas?
Yeah, he's got a little bit going on.
Yeah, he was in Oregon for College game day.
Yeah, and I don't give a rat's ass about his silly-ass dog either. I'm done with that.
Don't bring the dog into this. Come on.
Nah, I'm done with that bit too. Leave that dog at home.
What did the dog do to deserve that?
He belongs to Herbie.
Hey, he needs an emotional support pet, all right?
Bring his wife.
He ain't the only one to fly with a dog these days. And he's flying private too. So that dog ain't, drooling.
He got back for that deal.
Oh my God. Yeah. He left game day early Saturday morning so he could get to Dallas by 2:30 Central. Crazy. So that was the first big play, the Manny Muhammad pick. The second big play, I'm skipping the touchdown drive, although the screen pass to Trey Wisner where he, caught the ball behind the line of scrimmage and made Robert Spears Jennings and a couple of other Sooners miss. That was a big play. But I'm going to throw that I referenced earlier.
On the sideline?
Yes. Texas scores the touchdown, right? They're up 10-6. And then the defense forces a 3-and-out. And this was bad Ryan Niblett here. Because Oklahoma, it was a line drive, kind of a shank punt. Like Niblett couldn't have caught the ball in the air. There's no way he could have gotten there. It was just too low of a punt. But instead of, stopping it, like he could have gotten in front of it and prevented it from continuing to bounce and roll. And instead of doing that, he moves out of the way and Oklahoma ends up downing the ball at the 5-yard line. So it's a 10-6 football game. Texas is backed up on their own goal line at the 5. And Buck, I'm in the stands and I'm thinking, can we just get one first down?
Yeah.
Can we just flip the field a little bit? Like get a first down, maybe 2, and then punt the ball back and pin Oklahoma at least on their side of the field. Because if you don't, and you get 3-and-out right there, then Oklahoma's going to get the ball at midfield, maybe
and
even
momentum,
better.
Yeah.
And they got the momentum, and they're only down by 4 points at that time, and that would have been a huge shift. Texas, they run it on first down. Trey Wisner gets 3. Second down, incomplete pass to Emmett Mosley. Great play by the Oklahoma DB there. And then it's 3rd and 7, your own 8-yard line. Again, you don't get this. You punt it back. OU's going to have great field position. And that's when you have the Arch Manning throw to Parker Livingston along the right sideline.
Yeah, that rollout, throwing that ball on the run was nice.
Just a perfect throw. Perfect route, man coverage. Livingston beat his defender, and Arch Manning, maybe his best throw of the season. And considering the situation, I would argue it was his best throw of the season. Keeps the drive alive. And Buck, Texas ends up going 13 plays. I know they only end up with a field goal, but 13 plays. A 65-yard drive against this Oklahoma defense that results in points. You will take that. That's not easy to do. And Texas, again, backed up at their own 5. They turned that into points. That also took 6.5 minutes off the clock. That throw to Livingston right there, a huge reason why Texas won this football game.
I believe so.
And then the third play, the punt return touchdown, goes without saying. That was, for all intents and purposes, the dagger. The way Texas was playing on defense and the way Texas was controlling the ball on offense just didn't feel like Oklahoma was going to be able to score 2 touchdowns in the last 9 minutes.
Yeah, the way they played defense and never let the run game get going because they kept trying in the run. They kept trying. And it was like they didn't learn their lesson that they weren't going anywhere. But they kept on going, BK, for 2 here, 1 there. I think they're maybe what was their longest run? Maybe 7 yards. They may have had a 7 or 8 yard run, but they didn't get many of those.
They had Torrey Blaylock had an 11-yard run.
Okay, 11 yards. That was the longest one. I remember the one like in the middle of the field, but I don't remember very many of those type of runs.
For the day, 11 carries, 33 yards. And I know you hate this as a running back coach, but if you take out that 11-yard run, the other 10 carries for 22 yards for Torrey Blaylock. Nothing.
Yeah, and I thought Mateer was way too brave when he was running. I thought there was times that he needed to get down a lot sooner, but I kind of thought he was going to be that's how he runs, which is nuts,
Yeah. I said it last week, Buck. It was like if John Mateer is playing, he is going to play like John Mateer. He's not going to be sliding. He's not going to be passive. Like he's a kid from the Metroplex who obviously really wants to play in this game. The fact that he's out there shows you how bad he wants to be a part of this thing. He's not going to play 70%, 80%. Like he is going to be him. And he had 14 carries, again, 5 sacks in there. But I don't remember him. Like he maybe dove forward one time out of bounds.
Yeah, one time he got hit. He still got hit.
But he still got hit. Like he did not give himself up at all. So Texas got 14 shots plus a few more hits after he threw it on John Mateer in that football game. Like he was.
Yeah, there's a lot of once he down, they did a couple rolls on him and stuff, which are kind of cool. Where's his hand located? I mean, it was all good.
And John Mateer was out there for the pregame coin toss.
He was.
I couldn't believe that. I'm like, oh my God, they're gonna let him shake hands with the Texas players? Really?
It didn't take long, BK, for that hand to get bloody either.
and did get bloodied. But again, he never came out of the game, never missed a
No.
play. I'll give him credit. Like, that's a lot of moxie for that kid to try to play, but he might have cost his team the way he was playing. He did cost his team the way he was playing.
He did. He played. He was not accurate. He was going to, no matter what, he wasn't going to take a bunch of sacks, so he was going to throw it into a crowd or over the head of somebody. But he's done that a couple times. They just not teams have not taken advantage over, or that defense saves them, but he couldn't save them in this game. Like you said, there were 3. I mean, it should have been 5 picks in that game.
Oh man, at least he got away with a few for sure. Jelani McDonald, God, that drop pick 6, that would have been such a huge play, because he would have been taking that right into the Oklahoma end zone too, in front of those fans. Oh, that would have been glorious. Thankfully, it didn't matter. In real time, I'm like, oh my God, if we lose this game, that's one that we're going to remember. And thankfully, we don't have to spend too much time remembering it, because Texas did a lot of other things right in that football game. Awesome. All right, one more quick shout out to POC Premier Lodge, another one of our phenomenal travel partners for our trip to the Metroplex for Texas OU weekend. If you're looking for a place to vacation and you don't want to get on a plane with Kirk Herbstreit's dog.
Yes, with that dog.
How about a trip to Port O'Connor? Our friends at Port O'Connor Premier Lodge will take care of you. They are an all-inclusive fishing and hunting lodge that provides a number of different services and packages that will specifically meet your wants and needs. From bay fishing to flounder gigging to calling in ducks. Duck season starting next month. Oh, they've got some blast and cast specials. If you want to hunt some ducks, just bring Bucky with you, honestly. There's your duck call right there. But go see our man, Captain Rhino. He's been a friend of ours forever, long-time listener and supporter of what we've done. Huge Longhorn fan as well. His place is awesome, and he's going to take care of you and your friends, you and your family, whoever you decide to bring down there. Again, all-inclusive hunting and fishing lodge. Go to their website, pocpremierlodge.com for more, or you can give them a call, 361-210-8494. It's Port O'Connor Premier Lodge.
Yeah, Mateer was throwing ducks.
He was throwing ducks, and he looked like a sitting duck in the pocket. It was Texas was hunting him all day long.
I'm sorry. I just love the OU fans there. When they found out he was playing, we're so like, it's over for you boys. Now, they were coming up to our table. They were like, it's over.
That was the loudest cheer of the game for OU. They got the ball first, and when John Mateer trotted out onto the field, they went nuts, because there were still some, look, John Mateer had been upgraded from questionable to probable, and obviously he was on the field during warmups, but there was still some thought that maybe it's all gamesmanship, and maybe it will be Michael Hawkins Jr. playing. But when John Mateer led the offense on the field for that first drive, the OU side went nuts, and then that was like the only time they cheered for the entire game.
Sorry about that, OU fans. Sorry about that, OU Mark.
God, they suck. I mean, somehow they suck worse than last year. How do they keep sucking more?
I don't know.
3 times in the last 4 years, they have failed to score a touchdown against Texas.
The Aggies don't suck until the very end. Just keep on winning. Keep on gathering that momentum, you Aggies. Keep up the good work.
We'll learn on Black Friday that the Aggies suck too.
Yeah.
But for today, we relearned something that we've known for a long time.
We always know this group sucks.
It's October 13th, 2025, and OU still
sucks.
Yes, they do. And you know what? On October 14th, 2025, they're still going to suck. And the 15th and the 16th. And where's this little
Christmas and Thanksgiving
kid?
too? Look at the little kid.
Remember this one? This is from years ago.
Oh, yeah.
But it's always fun.
That's during Sam Ellinger's time, isn't it?
No, before.
Even before that?
CB will know exactly what year this is from, but this is a classic right here. OU little kid, 2006. Thank you, Chris. Of course, CB knows it. The Encyclopedia of Texas sports knowledge. But it's every time Texas wins, we see that kid again, and it's glorious. He was a crying adult yesterday or Saturday, whatever day it is. Oh my goodness. All right. Quick shout out to Austin Duck Adventures, Buck. That's the one travel partner we have not mentioned yet. How about
I love that. You're talking a historic ride around Austin, downtown Austin, and then into the lake. Ride, splash, quack. That's the spot right there. As we said, I mean, I learned most of my stuff about Austin just on that tour alone. I decided to take a tour a couple years ago, and boy, was that there was a lot of knowledge on that going through 6th Street and some of the buildings, some of the locations, some of the historic buildings that are downtown that are now, they're not historic spots. They're taverns and places of drinking, but there's some unbelievable establishments. And then to get on that bad boy and go into the lake. The first time I was on that duck tour, I actually got on there and Paul claimed that I broke the boat.
Oh.
We couldn't get it in reverse or something. And so we had to time it up as we were going near the dam to get back on land. He claimed that I broke the boat. So if I'm driving, you don't want to be on the duck boat, but what the hell?
Oh, it's not because you were so big, like you broke the boat. It was because you were driving.
Yes.
I like it. I like it. All right, let's bring on the boys. Good to see Double R back after a week off. We've got Wags as well. Gentlemen, y'all are dressed very nicely this morning.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Look at that. Water cooler Monday.
Wags is wearing his OU gear.
Hey, I did wear red on Saturday.
What?
I bet against Texas, and I wore red on Saturday.
How'd that work out?
He was seeing red afterwards.
I wore a red shirt, but then I wore burnt orange swimming trunks.
There you go.
I took the red shirt off and jumped in the pool, though.
Very nice.
The pool's finished?
No, I went to a pool party. If the pool was finished, I would have had you guys over for the pool party, man.
I
Nice.
was gonna say, damn, I was gone, but not that long.
It's almost done, Double R. It is almost done, man. We were looking maybe 2 weeks. 2 weeks from now, it's going to be finished.
Damn.
I like that.
All
Well,
right.
Wags, of the four of us on everyone's screen and everyone's app right now, you were the only one who picked Texas to lose. So how do you feel about that?
I actually got the Texas score right.
Okay, you picked Oklahoma to win. What are you bragging about?
I'm going to do this every day or every week now. I'm going to pick Texas to lose.
All right.
You've picked Texas to lose before.
Not to OU. Shit, no. I'm not a communist.
I am a Are you questioning my
part communist?
Hey, I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you heard the news earlier, Wags, but you, Chip, Zay, Eric, and Nick, the 5 guys on our staff who picked Texas to lose, are not getting paid this week, and all of
that doesn't seem right, Wags.
Win are getting y'all's paychecks. Those are the rules.
It's all right.
That's your punishment for being wrong.
Wags, you know how to booby trap shit, don't you?
I know how to do a lot of things.
Oh, look out.
I just live by this. See,
I don't like
you
that
have
attitude.
skill. I live with the 8 ball.
The Magic 8. Oh, man. What a game, boys. What a game.
Oh,
I'm
man.
telling you, I'm going to pick against Texas every week, man. If that's how it goes, if that's what I need to do to kind of give my sacrifice to the football gods, to the gridiron gods, I'll do it. I'll come on here and eat crow every week. I'll do it.
No, don't do that.
We got the duck
you had a
and the
reason
crow.
why you thought they would lose. They gave you enough reasons to lose, but
you're
not
right,
to that
they did.
team.
They did. And I honestly, I thought with Mateer in there, I thought Texas was going to lose. Based off of what we saw, and I know it was an anomaly of a week against Florida for the defense, but still going forward, like it wasn't again. Even after Ohio State, there was an offensive regression, right? They couldn't block, they couldn't do the little things right. So that's why I didn't think that it would go well on Saturday. But I was shocked. I think I wasn't the only one that shocked. It was they took everything that was given to them, right? Like Arch wasn't forcing things downfield. They weren't trying to take the 30-yard chunk plays through the air. They were allowing people to check down. They were allowing it to get to Wisner and making one guy miss and letting Oklahoma make the mistakes. That's really what it's all about, man. Like put them in the bad positions and let them make the mistakes and let us be advantageous off of it. That's what we did.
Yeah,
and we were victorious.
well, it also helps when you only have 4 penalties in the whole game.
Yeah,
and you're used to having 10.
Huge.
100%, Buck. That's the first time we didn't have more than 5 penalties, I would say.
That was incredible.
And
that was an incredible job in that kind of environment when you had a lot of pressure on you for the week not to get it done, and you're playing against that kind of defense. And to have 4 penalties throughout the entire game, I mean, I don't care if some of them aren't called or whatever. That's a big deal in those kind of games.
100%. And you say something all the time, and BK says something all the time about this game specifically, right? 100-yard running backs usually make a difference in this ballgame.
Oh,
Wisner got close to the century mark, right? Ground and pound, and then what you said, 3 phases of the ball game, right? It takes 3. it takes the whole team to show up, and the whole team for Texas showed up on Saturday.
And there was a point in that game where Hawkins needed to come into the game.
Yes.
And as that went on, I'm like, I hope that he doesn't come into the game, because that could have shifted, because Mateer needed to come out. I mean, the dude was having a horrible day, but I'm like, leave that dude in. It's such a big deal to have him. You can't pull that guy out, for crying out loud. But hey, man, it all worked out, and this Texas defense just rose to the occasion, man.
Well, they play like they've been playing before.
Right.
They just that whole deal, that was hard to believe at Florida they could have played that bad. But this week, and Oklahoma was not going to stop trying to run the ball. They weren't going to give in. I mean, a lot of teams in the SEC against Texas, when they're playing great defense, will say, forget about running. We can't run on them. But like Florida, they said, we're going to keep going. But for some odd reason, Oklahoma just kept trying to run the ball. I'm like, dude, you guys, it's not going to happen. But I think they were trying to protect the quarterback because he's throwing so many picks. He should have had two more.
They couldn't pass either.
Right. They couldn't drop back. Like, Simmons was active. Nobody was sitting there waiting for people to make plays, waiting for other people to make plays. It felt like 8 hats were getting to the ball at all times. There was blood in the water. They smelt the blood in the water. They didn't take the throat off. They didn't take the foot off the throat. Whatever analogy you want to put, or whatever old adage you want to put out there. Yeah. Texas was out there for blood, man.
Yeah. A lot of people contributing. And that's a big deal right there with the defense. I mean, the stars needed to show up, and they did. They finally did. Both sides of the ball. I mean, I've heard, well, Arch's game wasn't that, didn't blow you off the map. I don't care. I don't care. They only had to score literally 10 points to win that game. And they scored whatever it was, 23.
All they had to do was get into the end zone one time, and they were going to win that game.
One time, and they were going to win that game.
Oklahoma can't find it there. They can't find the end zone in Dallas anymore.
3 years in a row now.
Third time.
No, 3 and 4. 3 and 4.
3 out of 4. Yeah, 3 out of 4.
That's a great thing.
I wish it was 3 in a row. That'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be great.
3 out of 4.
All right, boys, I got to go get it stretched.
Whoa.
Oh, take me with you.
Stop showing us the.
Take me with you. Oh, we got Cabo.
It's first time in a while, boys. The bye week, then the loss to Florida. It's been a long time since the randomizer's been out. We got a few things to get away this week.
I'm holding on here.
But there's no kidding. The winner of the $150 Cabo Bob's Catering gift certificate in honor of the Longhorns win over Oklahoma. About a 469 number. It's a Dallas area code right there. 469-0361. Congratulations. All they said was, let's go at 8:04 a.m.
Nice.
And that's good enough to win you that gift card, sir or ma'am. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Let's go get some Cabo.
And guys, we'll might have something to give away on your show later this week. I'll keep you all posted on that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. What was favorite thing consumed at the stadium on Saturday, besides beer, of course?
OU tears. Of course. Favorite thing that I consumed at the fair on Saturday.
Best food, like off the top of your head.
So I went on Friday to pick up our credentials, and it's a lot easier to get around and actually get food on Friday because it's not Texas OU Saturday. I did have the Wags. I know you were a part of the show last week when Bucky and I were talking about the Big Tex Choice Awards.
Crab fritters.
We had the brisket and beer cheese stuffed pretzels.
Ooh, that sounds really good.
Those were pretty good.
I think I could
also,
do that.
we had a little fruity dessert, the thing that looked like
the mango, the shaved mango
with the sorbet in there.
What your thoughts?
Pretty good. I only had a bite of that. It was on the other side of the table, but we got pretty high marks. Melted pretty quickly. Being outside checks out. And then, of course, good old I think it had been like 3 years since I had a Fletcher's corny dog, because I always just go and get the other stuff. Like, I know what the corn dog is, but I went and got one, and it still hits, boys.
I still haven't had like an official Fletcher's dog. Like, I've had the ones that are in the freezer, you know what I mean? But I've never been up there to actually consume a Fletcher's dog.
Got to get you on one of these trips, man. That's got to change. It just tastes different.
Up there, but started throwing up the one morning, remember?
Oh, yeah. Shoot. Forgot about that.
We tried to make the trip before.
Hey, so BK, I'm curious, have they done any upgrades at the Cotton Bowl? That's kind of always one of those things to where with that venue, it doesn't get a lot of use. It's in a kind of a rougher part. And I'm like, what are they actually investing into this place to kind of spruce it up a little bit? Anything that you saw?
They spent $140 million on it. Anything that I saw, no. Did anything work? The scoreboard was also messing up a lot early in the game. There were like pixels that were burning out, and they just got the yardage wrong and the score wrong. But no, I did see a new escalator. They did brag about 14 new escalators. It was broken, so that's good.
Of course. Yeah.
They did say wider concourses. I was telling the Buck, I never waited so long in a concourse to get to my seat in my life, so I don't think they were any wider. And I did not buy food, and I did not take a leak during the game, so I can't speak to the restroom and concession upgrades. But yeah, no, for me, it felt like 140 mil down the toilet.
Down the toilet, literally.
DK, Patrick's asking where the soft serve mango is at.
Oh, that my dad actually got it because I went to the game with my dad, and during the pregame show, he was walking around finding stuff. So I couldn't tell you. He said it was like very isolated in a weird spot, but there's no way I could describe where
you got to call. It's right around the corner, Patrick. It's right around the corner from the third turn.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
As the kids say, up your butt and around the corner. Just kidding. I love you, Patrick. That's not for you. You're a good guy. All right, boys. I know y'all have plenty of thoughts on this game and the football weekend, so I'll be listening.
All right, brother.
See you tomorrow.
See you later, man.
Later, amigo. There he goes. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory with Double R and Wags. Double R back man. From wherever the hell you were at, dude. I went out looking for you. I sent some missions out, man. You were entrenched, buddy. You were deep behind enemy lines on this one. I couldn't get to you, man. How are you, good sir?
It took Greg Abbott to get me back here, man. That dude actually put out like a proclamation, and then like he called ice and all the ice and cold beer. He called them all, and he's like, "We've got to get this dude back over here," because
we got to remove the feces that's on the streets. I can't do a Greg Abbott impression. I crack up too much.
Yeah, he rolled on up to Mississippi and said, "Look, we have got to get this dude back over here. Turn him loose. Let's let him go.
Feces out of Rodney's bag. Feces. That's all I can say. All right, where you want to go? There was no feces for Texas on Saturday, buddy. We look good. We look fantastic, man.
We need this piece of shit back. So, folks were talking about the hostages getting released wherever all that's happening. It's like Greg Abbott took care of this to get me back to Austin.
We got double R back for a Monday morning quarterback on Texas Sports.
And by the way, Wags, I mean, thank you as always for kind of adjusting with that when those things come up for the other deal. It's like I hate to throw that on you guys, but
it happens, man.
Thank you always.
It's life, brother. It is life.
Yep.
That's one thing I'm good at is shuffling life up. You know what I mean? We can shuffle life all day around here. Where do you want to go first? Dude? We got a lot to celebrate on this Monday morning quarterback. We got some doom and gloom maybe for Dallas. We talked about this. It's going to be peaks and valleys for Dallas. Number one offense in the league, but worst defense in the league, and that's going to come back and bite you in the ass. And you're going to have a lot of unbalanced football with that. But yeah, we can go all over the place, man. Any Major League Baseball you've been watching too? I mean, it's all deadly here on a Monday morning.
It's like I was thinking about. So the time that I was gone here from Chaos Theory, it's like so Texas goes into the shit house and to the penthouse in the time that I was gone. That happens. The NFC East became competitive because Philadelphia's dropping games everywhere, and your Giants, by the way,
you got to. All right, we really need to. Let's just pump the brakes on that one. All right, that's an anomaly. That the two rookie sensations are great. They're fun to watch. It's a great narrative, right? It's a great talking point. But what happened on Saturday? Philadelphia played probably the worst game they've ever played, and the Giants capitalized on it, and they somehow beat the Philadelphia Eagles without Malik Neighbor, their best player. So and you can see the pieces starting to come together for the Giants. But ultimately, that's an anomaly. You got to throw that game out of the window.
Yeah. And then, Dallas, I mean, here's an opportunity to really get back into the thick of this again. But, man, they couldn't stop. I don't think that the Dallas defense could stop Westwood, to be honest with you. I mean, it's like, my God, those dudes are wide open. I'm like,
those of you guys that aren't familiar with the show or not from around here, Westwood is a high school.
Westwood is a high school. And it's not at the top of 25 6A for crying out loud.
Right.
but it's like in the Commanders, I mean, it's like, so the NFC East is whatever. Green Bay has fallen off the map since I've been gone, somewhat there.
My father-in-law were talking about it yesterday. There is a lot and I feel like we've been saying this for the past couple of seasons in the NFL, but there's a lot of parity in both conferences now, not just like say the NFC or the AFC, right? Like both leagues, except I guess the one outlier was that we always had the Chiefs just kind of running wild. Like who's good? The question was who's going to catch the Chiefs, right? There's parity in the league, but is there a team that's going to be able to ascend and catch the Chiefs? Well, the Chiefs on somewhat of a down year, you would say, or maybe with the battle of attrition, they're finding themselves in a down year, but they look like they can get got. They have gotten got, right? So I guess, with the Chiefs being down, the parity is kind of, as prominent as ever, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and that's the other thing where when I left, Kansas City was bottom of the barrel. You can count them out. Hell, they beat Detroit yesterday. So
they were hurt. They were hurt.
Yeah. So
they were getting backed up. And when you don't have Rashee Rice, and then after that you go into the season without Rashee Rice, you lose Xavier Worthy on the fourth play of the game, or might have been even been the first play of the game. I can't remember. But anyways, you've lost a lot of your speed, right? And you've lost a lot of your ability to get levels with the defense, and then also blow the back doors off the defense too. So all those intermediate routes that Rashee Rice used to run and cook up in between the hashes, that's not there. You're trying to find somewhat of a supplemental piece of play with Juju Smith-Schuster, and sometimes that works, but it's kind of been too few and far between that you would get with the consistency with the Rashee Rice, right? Yeah. But now you're starting to get everybody back. Rashee Rice comes back off of his suspension, and now Xavier Worthy seems to be healthy. You sprinkle a little bit of Kelsey in that mix, and then find yourself a little bit of running back, which it looks like they did last night with some big time catch up with Kareem Hunt 57 getting out there, and then also sprinkle a little bit of Pacheco in there too. Kansas City, look, they struggled, they dropped for a little bit, but they might be finding themselves, man. And that, I don't know, that could be a little bit scary for the league if we were talking about, the parity finally being up because Kansas City's being down.
And I think that's the whole thing about it right there, to where you said the key thing, in my opinion, is now they're going to start getting these guys back. I mean, they've managed to get themselves to 500, and with that division being extremely competitive, I mean, with Denver and the Chargers and so forth, and they're still sitting right there. So, and here's the other thing that's really surprising.
How are you with the Raiders? Do you think, the Raiders consider the opposition yesterday, right? But the Raiders looked like they were for real yesterday, or at least their defense looked like they were for real. Their offense couldn't really muster much.
They're a work in progress. I was expecting more out of Geno, but again, this is a whole different system when we talk about that. And I don't think that Geno's kind of that polarizing quarterback that can go in there and do different things. I mean, he's a good placeholder, I think, is the way to talk about that. But I think the Raiders are about a year off. But I mean, just think about that right now. I mean, because when that whole division, you're going to have a lot of balance in there to where they're all that good. And so just kind of waiting for that to happen. But here, and the other thing so when I left,
they're missing a quarterback, right? Like they still need their next piece for the quarterback, right? Like Geno's great. Geno's able to bridge the gap right now, but he's not the piece they need to move into the future, right? Especially if they got a back like Genti.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's maybe another top, a top tier wide receiver as well to kind of blow the doors off the defense as well. But yeah, I think the Raiders are there defensively, I think, but I think they struggle a little bit on offense.
Yeah, what I'm hoping the Raiders don't do is, get so much tread off the tires on Genti by the time that you get that quarterback that you're looking for, that's going to have this dude, limping around and beat up like so many of the running backs that we talk about. Again, that undervalued position. And here's another one, Wags. When I left,
well, if he totes the rock 30 times a game, then you can bet on it. So
you damn right.
Now he didn't rush for 30 times. Just I'm being facetious, but
he might need to, if
right. But I'm saying, like, if they lean on him 30 times a game, like that could be a problem.
Exactly. And I think one of the most surprising things since I left and I came back and so forth and so on is The Ravens, dude. What happened to the Ravens?
No Lamar Jackson.
No Lamar Jackson. No Lamar Jackson. No defense. I'd love to see
that's the big thing too, right? No defense. Like
Yeah.
your grandfather's Ravens or your father's Ravens are not on the field right now. Right.
That's what's so weird watching them is that when you think of the Ravens, you think of that defense that is going to stifle anything that you're going to do on the offensive side, and they are just so bad. I would love to see Baltimore with Lamar at 90% play the Cowboys. Shit, dude, it'd be 100-89 by the time that game was over because it would score so many points.
It'd be 7-on-7 football.
Yeah, absolutely.
Flag football there. Where do you want to go first, dude?
I'll tell you one thing here's something that changed. When I left, Penn State had a coach. He gone.
Oh, yeah.
Over 50
million. Those of you guys that might have been under a rock this weekend, Penn State has lost 2 weeks in a row now. And after this loss with Northwestern, Penn State decided to fire their coach, James Franklin. $56 million buyout, second largest buyout in college football history. Rodney, your thoughts?
I think as weird as this sounds, I think it needed to happen. I'm not a big fan of firing coaches in the middle of the year, but James Franklin to me seemed like he didn't want to be there anymore. I don't know what the deal was.
I don't have a read on that. Why do you say that? Can you
those press conferences that he was at? I mean, he just seemed disinterested. He seemed very short-tempered. I know when you're losing,
he seemed short-tempered. Like he seemed like fed up with the questions of course, right? Like
tired of the bullshit.
Those questions were being asked, about Drew Aller and is something going on with basically the same shit that Sarkeesian was getting with Arch Manning, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was. I mean, I wasn't entrenched in watching Penn State football, but I saw some of the snippets and sound bites, and Sarkeesian was getting the same type of questions that Franklin was getting the same type of questions that Sarkeesian was getting on Arch. So,
and I think a lot of it may have been kind of the final straw.
I think most coaches get those types of questions, right?
Yeah, I think so. And it was, and that's part of the gig to where when you have that job, you need to be prepared.
You're signing on for that. You're the face and shield of the program.
You are. You take the fall. You take the fall. You take the glory, or whatever, depending how you want to do it.
I would say the kids take the glory and you take the fall.
Exactly. When things go wrong, you are the one that it's going to come back to, no matter what. I mean, look when Texas was struggling. Whether it was Arch, whether it was whatever. What did we say? Oh, the play calling's bad. It's not good play calling. The play calling is the problem, whether it was or not.
The offensive line. I mean, the plays were slow to develop, but still, offensive line play was what's there.
Yeah.
Real quick, shout out to the offensive line. Yes, except in the second half. Shout out to the offensive line in the second half. DJ Campbell, get him. If it takes you getting in people's face to get fired up and get personal, like it looked like you were taking shit personal out there. Damn right. Get out there and get nasty, get an attitude, and then start pushing piles around. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what we were supposed to see all year long. That's what it's all about right there.
The second half for Texas to me really seemed like where it was like all the bullshit that's been going on, all the questions, all the offensive line or all of this. It's like they took it out on OU and just beat them down. And you and I talked before the season where secondary was a question. If there's any question about the progression of Manny Muhammad, remember he missed the week before. I
don't think our secondary is a question. I think our edge rushers have been a question mark. I don't think we have a question at the secondary. I think our secondary is okay.
Well, when we talked about Manny Muhammad kind of not needing to have that
coming
out thing,
coming in is for sure right.
Yeah, but no, this defense was just, and you've got guys. I want to call out Brad Spence. Brad Spence is a dude where you're that guy.
Big game on Saturday.
Oh, dude, you've seen it coming. You kind of felt it coming. And the back-to-back sacks at the end of the game, that was like, you are just beating the dog shit out of these guys right now at this point.
So, I mean, the back-to-back sacks is great, but I think the game was already in tell at that point, right? Mm-hmm. Just getting after it. It wasn't just it wasn't just the defensive line too. I mean, all like you said, the secondary, right? The secondary was, I thought they played fantastic, ball hawking, and then also coming down and playing down. They usually play downhill, right? But when you're ball hawking, you're playing downhill at the same time. Everything just seems to come and flow, right?
Yeah.
I can't say enough about it. Like all the bad shit that I said, or all the not bad shit, critical shit, all the critical shit that I said against the Longhorns, and rightfully so, because they played terribly against Florida, right? And Florida wasn't a good offense. That's the thing. Florida wasn't a good offense. So it gave me a little bit of pause and concern coming into this week. Regardless, Mateer, now I know that they would struggle. Oklahoma would struggle without Mateer, with Hawkins supplementing the offense there. I know that they would struggle to move up and down the field, but still, if Florida is able to do what they're doing against you, anything can happen in a Cotton Bowl type of environment, right? Or in a Red River rivalry type of environment. The one thing I'll still say is I still think Oklahoma's defense is great. Like they're fantastic. I thought the scheming on Saturday by the Texas offense was perfect. I thought it was fantastic. I thought they when Oklahoma overplayed their hand, Texas went inside to out and started working the offense that way, or started tearing down the defense that way too. When they were aggressive with the blitzes, they ran some screens and they ran some pitches out to the flat very quick. I thought it was great. I thought it was an excellent plan of attack. And then also utilizing the run, establishing the run and being on the ground and pound. That's what you have to do in this game. BK talks about it from time to time. I think it goes under the ears of a lot of people, but having a 100-yard rusher in this game is pretty important, man. Not only is it not like just a signal of dominance too, just having a bell cow running back, but also it allows your offensive line to get into a flow, right? Yep. And when your offensive line starts to surge in confidence, or starts gaining confidence and starts asserting themselves, that's basically the tell of the game, right? When they start moving mountains, they're moving everything.
Yeah. And I think so much of, like, to the Arch Manning thing, what was lacking a lot with him, because we have watched to where it's been running back by committee so much of the season. You haven't had Quintravian Wisner at the Quintravian Wisner that we saw on Saturday. Dude was averaging 5 yards a carry. And that, for Arch, how big is that, where you have that is your best friend right there, other than the offensive line, is the guy that's going to keep you ahead of the sticks, and the guy that's going to get that 5 yards when you need it.
You know what else Arch was doing? He was going through his tree. He was going through his tree progression, right? He was hitting other receivers that weren't just the first read.
Yep.
Like Arch was different in this game, right? And it could have been because he wasn't hurried. It could have been because he had his confidence there.
Yeah, he seemed very comfortable, and I think a lot of that was Wisner, that he knew that he had that guy. He kind of had the safety valve right there, and he had Ryan Niblett that was going to be able to be involved, and he had all of that was working for him. I think it was just a really complimentary football, and I still hear folks talking about, well, the Texas offense, this, that, and the other. But when you have the defense doing what they
do it
did,
again. Come out and do it again. That's what I have to say to that. If you want to silence that criticism, come out and do it again. That's it. You can be consistent with it and establish an attitude. Have your attitude asserted, right? You're going up against Kentucky, right? It's nowhere near the defense of stalwarts that you were going to see on Saturday, right? Yeah. But it's still a formidable defense, just not the level of tier that you played against on Saturday. That's just
and the running game really is, Wags, so important. I mean, look at Carolina yesterday. I mean, Bryce Young knew that he could turn around and hand that ball to Rico Dowdle. They were incredible on first down. Rico Dowdle was averaging like 7 yards a carry against the Dallas defense. When you have that running attack, and it's like, oh, that's boring football. I don't give a shit if it's boring. Whatever it is,
it's 8, 9 yards. Football. It's fun. It's what you said. You build off the fundamentals, right? When you're getting 4 or 5 yards a pop, that the opposition secondary has to start playing downhill, and they have to start coming down and making hits and leaving the secondary. What's that usually do? It opens up the door for play action, right? And it's just everything feeds off of it. Like, football is a canvas. I've always said this. Football is like a canvas, right? You have your basic layer out there. You have your basic foundation, and then you take your first stroke and you build off of it, right? It's very easy. It's an art, man. It's so simple, though. It's a beautiful piece of art that, I don't know, I think people just overcomplicate shit. They start spinning the canvas now, and all these new age coaches want to spin the damn canvas and crack open the wheel and spin these damn things open and look at the chaos that comes out on the canvas, right? Chaos is good. Controlled chaos is fantastic. We understand this, right? You and me both understand controlled chaos is fantastic,
especially 9 to 10 right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Sometimes when you want to lay the art down, just a simple stroke of the brush and build off of that, like Bob Ross, baby. Like
nothing wrong with a
put
good
pretty tree
stroke
here, put a little pretty football there, and then run into the end zone, buddy.
And that's where it kind of goes back to the baseball analogy that we talk about, where people say baseball's boring. No, if you understand it, it's not boring, because you're looking at just all the different things that are involved. When people say, well, when you're just running the ball, that's boring. No, that means that you are physically manhandling your opponent that's lining up right in front of you, because you're able to drive the ball right up their throat. And that is not boring to me.
That's dominance.
Right?
That's
I mean, yeah. But I think that Wisner being at the Wisner that he was this past weekend was good for Arch, was good for the offense. And then, like we said, the offense realistically only had to score a touchdown, and they would have won the game 7-6. But you know what? Let's go out and let's score 24, and let's totally control the line of scrimmage. A much maligned offensive line that rose to the occasion. And the best part about it, Wags, they did it on the biggest, I mean, arguably the biggest stage of the year. I mean, this game means so much. This game means so much.
So far the biggest game of the year, or so far the biggest stage of the year. I would say the biggest game was Ohio State, of course, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, look, Arch Manning here. Here's another thing. Arch Manning with 4 carries for 34 yards. That's more of the. Now I know most of those yards came from that long scamper that he had, right? I understand that, but that's what I mean about Arch Manning's rushing ability, right? When the play breaks down, then allow Arch to utilize his wheels, right?
Yeah.
Design plays with the RPO. That's great. That'll work for Arch in some scenarios, but most of the time where Arch can be the most dangerous, I think it's his ability to scramble off of just trying to make a play, right? And then what happens after that? Usually you have a wide receiver work back to the quarterback, take his route and work back to the quarterback. And then, Arch can throw on the run. He's pretty damn good at throwing on the run, right?
Mm-hmm.
You hit maybe a nice 15-yard comeback route, and then all of a sudden you get some yak going there, and then you have a 45-yard scamper, man. It's simple.
And Wags, you think about this to where we talk about Arch's wheels, and I know a couple of weeks ago I said, well, now I want him to run all the time because whatever. But when you have Wisner, or when you have a running back that's north of 100 yards at that pace during the game, that's when it really opens up Arch's wheels even more, because you've got.
So you want Arch to run the ball more?
I did when you didn't have somebody that's able to run 111 yards on 22 carries.
No. Regardless of Wisner not being that there, Simon, Gibson, or Clark, give me those 3 before Arch Manning.
And see, but this is where I like the running, what we saw on Saturday. 22 carries there for Wisner. You sprinkle in Arch with about 4, the other guys with 1, 3, 1. I mean, there's your attack right there, to where you can spell your dude, give him a little bit of a blow, and he comes in. So hopefully that's where we hope that Wisner.
I just want to make sure that you and I are both on the same page. When Wisner's not in there and Baxter's not in there, Arch Manning should not be the lead carrier. You're saying that he should be. I'm saying that he's not.
Where I go with that is, I think that honestly, Arch may be the one to have more big play, big pop capability than those other dudes.
You're risking your future.
I agree. I mean, the beginning of the year, I said I don't want that dude running the ball, but if your offense is flat, you might need that dude to make a play. So. Anyway, but irregardless, hopefully it doesn't come to that point, because what we saw on Saturday, if that's a blueprint for this offense, that's a productive offense. I don't care about Arch didn't throw for 300 yards. Arch didn't have 4 TDs. I don't care. You still scored 24
points. He didn't throw an interception.
Didn't throw an interception.
And yes, this right here, the throw to Livingston on 3rd and 7. You want to talk about a pro-looking throw right there in one of the biggest venues to do it in a clutch moment? 100%. Jake Bayless is right. Absolute nails on that 3rd and 7 to Livingston there.
Yeah. And I think the other
wouldn't even have thrown that ball.
Yeah.
Honestly. A lot of quarterbacks wouldn't even let it go.
And the other thing where I've said, throughout the year, for the last 2 years, both quarterbacks, with Quinn and with Arch, to where the tight end is so important. The tight end was involved the other day, but it was more of a blocking. It was more of a underneath threat. That wasn't the primary guy, because, like you said,
right,
Arch was going through the progression,
going through his other reads. Exactly.
Right? Yeah. And Texas, I think the opponents have figured out that this tight end is so important in the offense. Injuries was a decoy the other day, and these dudes were getting open on the outside, and boom, you're going down the field. This was a really good offensive, hopefully a breakout game for this.
Great plan of attack. Great plan of attack.
Yeah.
I like what Hunter says here too. I also feel like Texas brought the physicality to the field better than they have all this year. Wouldn't you guys agree? This was it was a breath of fresh air, Hunter, and for everyone else that's watching and listening, I would say, and I kind of said this in the crosstalk here, there was an attitude, right? There was a bit of an attitude vibe here, right? Especially I saw DJ Campbell lead with it, right? And then it looked like everybody else started following in suit. The rest of that offensive line started following suit. And I'll be completely honest with you. I was very critical of this offensive line, especially in the first half. Like there was a screen. There was a play where we ran a screen to the left, and it could have gone for maybe 10, 15 yards if Hudson would have got out there and made his block, right? And also this is on the running back as well, or the ball. I can't remember the ball carrier, but this is also on the ball carrier as well. Like you have to allow your lineman to get out there and kind of set up the block for you, and then run off his ass, right? Like if he's blocking this way and you see his ass, run to the opposite side. That's just what you're taught. He didn't allow Hudson to get out there, but also like and Hudson's just running and he did nothing on the play. He didn't block anybody. He just ran out there and wasted energy, right? And it was a piss poor play. It just wasn't executed properly. And it wasn't all on Hudson, but I was very critical on Hudson at that point. And this was in the first half, and I'm sitting here thinking, all right, here we go. Like this is just going to be, an offensive line that's not in sync and just an abysmal of a Saturday, right? And then to Sark's credit, to Flood's credit, they came out on, in the second half and just asserted their dominance, right? They didn't abandon the run. They stuck with it. They believed in their guys, and they went back there and they leaned on the offensive line, and the offensive line felt that, and they pushed masses. They moved masses, and the result of it, Wisner was almost at the century mark.
He was over it, 111.
I have Wisner at 94.
Oh, okay. I've got 111. So I may be looking at the wrong thing. But and here's the other part of this, Wags, and I think this is so big, and it's one of the intangibles that folks don't.
Ryan Bellick makes an appearance on the show today.
4 penalties. 4 penalties.
And that's just it too, right? The first game we kind of said this first game without more than 5 penalties. Usually I think that Longhorns are averaging 7.5 or 8 penalties a game, some shit like that.
Yeah.
That's bad football. That's losing football. And when you can get out there and have minimalized, it's still 4 penalties is still a lot of penalties. Wouldn't you agree? Like that's still that's too many. I would say I will allow maybe 1.5 if that. Like nobody's perfect. I get that, but damn, clean football is great. But yeah, 4 penalties feels like clean football. So far in this in this campaign.
And what's so weird is that's where you look at the penalty problems that we talked about throughout the season is some of those games at home against maybe not quite the quality of opponent of who you faced on Saturday at the Cotton Bowl, but it's like you come out and when we talk about prepared, a team on a mission, focused or whatever, that's what this team was on Saturday. And it's that small thing like that with penalties and the lack of them in that environment. I mean, that's where I'm like the pre-snap stuff, jumping off sides, doing all that crazy shit. That's when I would expect that to happen, but they didn't have it. Sure. They played disciplined this week, sure, man. And it's when I saw Gooseby, limping around on the sideline, I'm like, oh shit, here we go. But you said it a while ago that the 23 unanswered and the second half, could you play a more perfect half than what we saw in that second half from Texas? And so
amazing. When we scored the touchdown, right? I was just like, okay. When Moore caught the touchdown, I was just like, all right, that might be all we need. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, like when we missed the 55-yarder, I'm just like, Jesus Christ, there's the sign, right? There's the sign. That's all we need to know. And great, like, I don't know if I told you, I was at a pool party for this, right? So, and it was awesome theme. This is how I'm going to do mine next year too. it was basically the Cotton Bowl themed pool party. Like everybody on Texas was on one side of the pool. Everybody for Oklahoma was on the other side of the pool. Not many Oklahoma fans, but still, it was just a fun little vibe. But it just being there, like the entire time I'm sitting here and I'm live tweeting, right? I'm noticing myself. I'm not even interacting with the crowd. And this is probably why I don't go out to parties and go out and socialize. I'm just sitting here live tweeting almost every damn play, right? Because, well, one, I'm sitting here letting out the explicitives, from time to time. And, my wife's just like, hey, everything good? And I'm like, yeah, but I also don't like to talk, right? Like when I'm in those things, I'll be social, right? But if I'm trying to watch a game, I don't like to talk, right? I want to watch the damn game. And people asking me questions.
Everybody has a take.
Right. And they all everybody's got a fucking take. Yeah. Right. Yeah. And it's just like, well, what do you think they're going to do here? Or what would you do here in this? I'm like, Jesus Christ, man, we're not doing play-by-play.
I'd punt. I'd punt. It's first down. I'd fucking punt.
Let's just watch the game, dude. Just watch. Anyway, but still, it's great. I had a great time, fantastic time. But yeah, I'll probably if I'm not hosting something, I'll probably be in isolation next time I watch this.
Wags,
right?
I gotta tell you, man, I thought about you over the weekend because this was a work trip that I was on. I wasn't on vacation. 6 days of 8 to 6 p.m. people in my face. I text my wife and I said, when I get home on Sunday night, I'm locking myself in the house. I ain't talking to anybody but you and the dogs. I am not going out anywhere. I mean, of course, all of our people.
I like people. I do like people. I feel when you got home, like and you shut that door, it was the best feel. Like you just turned all the noise just turns off.
Yes.
It's just done, dude.
And it's like these things that I do for work. It's like people say the same thing, and it's like things are very obvious and they ask, what's this? Or what? I'm like,
no, I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
Devin Cox is the winner. Devin Cox is the winner of
Devin Cox. Congratulations. You're the winner of the Cabo Bob's gift card there from Dallas. Devin Cox from Dallas out there. Where do you want to go next, dude? We talked a lot about Oklahoma and Texas here. Any unsaved rounds that you want to get out here?
I'll tell you where we better go, to Covert Bee Cave. CovertBeeCave.com. I've got a kiddo that's maybe about to purchase her first used vehicle. If you're looking for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, there's one place to go. It's Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Right, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. One of the coolest things, being on the road, a couple of different hotels, 3 different hotels on this trip. But got home last night. I was able to dive into our brand new shower, courtesy of our friends at McCall Custom Homes. The great folks there, Mike and his trades, coming in here and making our master bathroom remodel. That dream came to a reality, and they could do that for you, whether it's a bathroom, whether it's a living space, looking to do something outdoors. Here's temperatures are eventually going to cool off. So if you're looking to do that, maybe you want a new build, they'll take care of that for you. They've been doing it for 4 decades for Central Texans all around the Austin area. 40 years, family owned and operated. It is McCall Custom Homes. You can check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com and let it happen. And the cool thing about it is you get free estimates for TSU listeners, 512-633-9580. That is the direct hotline right there to our man, Mike McCall. And here's the cool thing about it. You have your plan in place. So when Mike comes in, Mike or Steve or whoever's going to come in, you tell them, here's what I'm looking to do. But they're going to look around there and they're going to say, well, have you thought about doing this? Have you thought about doing that? I can tell you, after we met with them and even the trades as they came in, as they were doing the work here on our property, they would think about different things. And they're like, I think you'd like it if I did this. And they'll kind of draw it out for you on how it's going to happen. And then when it's done, there are things in our renovation project that we had no idea we could even do. And they pointed that out and they made it happen. Put your vision with their vision, Boom. There you go. Instant greatness. 512-633-9580. Get that free estimate today. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. We build value into your home. McCall Custom Homes. Also, AV Consultations, avconsultations.com. 512-255-9328. Here's, man, I got to tell you, on the road, it's kind of tough with a little bit of the sports viewing there. The timing to be able to do that gets a little constrained sometimes. But that was the best part about getting home yesterday afternoon as well. Got in, able to get Red Zone on, able to watch the end of the Cowboy game, able to watch NASCAR, able to do all that. And I did it all right here in the AV Consultation studio. And, of course, that is courtesy of our friends at AV Consultation. You have that outdoor space as well. They can hook you up with the outdoor patio stuff, the sound, the Sonos surround system. They can make that happen for you as well. Whatever you're looking for. I've got a 75-inch, a couple of 65-inchers over here behind me. It is avconsultations.com. Check them out and get that done for you. Get that absolutely done for you. That's one thing that it's going to be throughout the year. Throughout the year, you're going to love that system. How about a word from AV Consultation?
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
512-255-8678. It is AV Consultations. Thank you, CB. Happy birthday, Jerry Jones. Enjoy your loss to Carolina. And hopefully somebody's going to go out there and get you some defense for your birthday there, old man, because you couldn't stop what did I say? Westwood. You couldn't stop Eastview High School from Georgetown out of 5A with this defense. Bad wags back. Yeah, you know what? We didn't finish on the James Franklin thing. So think about that. Think about that. You were 2-3 weeks ago, number 2 team in the nation, playing Oregon with a chance to win
with a Heisman quarterback.
He's now out. Do you think that once Drew Aller went down, that James is like, y'all?
No, I think this was the decision. I think this decision was. Oh, you're saying from James Franklin's perspective. No one wants to go out like that, and also I think it's more than just football, right? And you kind of touched on this too earlier when we were talking about it, when you alluded to not firing the coach in the middle of a season. Give me 1 second. This damn dog. Hold on, let me finish this off. Okay. You kind of talked in the middle of the season about this, or talked a little bit about this when we were getting started. You don't want to fire a coach in the middle of the season. One, sure, if the program's going in a tumultuous direction, you do a knee-jerk reaction to remove the coach and then install an interim coach there. And regardless of how big the buyout is, too, right? Like $56 million, Jimbo's was 70. I can't even remember what Jimbo's was.
Yeah.
But ultimately, you're seeing the fallout, and you're seeing some of the, and this could all be hoopla from the kids, right? And from the the players, but you're seeing a lot of remarks on social media of damn, I can't believe they did this. This is cold, brutal. How you take our coach? Thank you for giving my family and I a shot here and believing in us and allowing us to come to Penn State. You're seeing a lot of that from out the students and the players of James Franklin. I'm assuming most of that is authentic and genuine, right?
Sure.
But that's the fallout. That's the other fallout that you don't hear about with this move, right? Or maybe that the institution is not thinking about or keeping in their thoughts. Yeah, sure, we're going to remove our head coach because they lost to Northwestern in a very promising year,
and
they're just underperforming. But ultimately, what happens to the rest of these players if we remove our head coach because of failure, I'd say.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Let me let this dog out. He can't make his mind up.
And I think that's where this is such a big moment here for Penn State, because that's the key right there. And I think the UCLA loss after they just fired their coach, and then that goes down to where what are the repercussions of this? Because it's a different college football environment right now, to where that can happen, to where if you have a coach that is that popular with his players, now they can just say F it and take off. And that's where this hire is going to be so important. And I was listening to a guy last night, a former Penn State player that was talking on one of the national radio things, and as to who would be next. I mean, Curt Cignetti is kind of the guy right there that's circled.
Yeah, that's the interim coach. Or no, that's not the interim coach. Who is?
Yeah, that's Indiana's coach. They elevated one of the program assistants, assistant head coach that's going to be. But Curt Cignetti, Matt Rule was a name that was thrown out there because of his previous ties. But I mean, this hire is so important because you can't get somebody that's been good at a mid-level if you're Penn State, because the program has built itself. The dude was 104-45 in his tenure there. But the big number is, 4-21 against AP top 10 teams. So that's where this is so important for them. The other name that this dude threw out, Wags, and I'd love your thought on this. And this was a Penn State insider, a former player that played for James Franklin. He said Urban Meyer. He said Urban Meyer as a guy to come in to help build that, continue the progression of what James Franklin has done. And essentially what you're doing with James Franklin is thank you for kind of bringing us back after sanctions and after all of this tough whatever and putting us into, a play or two away from the college football playoff last year. But it's a lot like what we saw with Texas, to where I saw different spots where it's Penn State versus Texas in the national championship. How's that working out right now?
Yeah. Terry Smith will be the interim coach for Penn State moving forward, the interim head coach moving forward, according to Pete Themel. No, I can't see bringing Urban Meyer to Penn State, right? Like, he knows the Big Ten, absolutely.
Baggage. A lot of baggage.
Yeah. And
trying to get away from that. Yeah.
Especially like if you, and what you just said, baggage, right? If you're Penn State, like, there's baggage already with your name.
Yeah.
Right. You want to bring more bad baggage into, or just a cloud of baggage into into Happy Valley. I don't think so. I think you want to go with a cleaner route, a better route. We'll see how this goes with the interim coach. Who the hell did I just say? Terry Smith.
Yeah.
We'll see how this goes with Terry Smith. I don't think that's going to be the ultimate deciding guy that they land on here, but it'll be an outside hire. But ultimately, I think it's got to be someone with a clean program or with a cleaner image than Urban Meyer, especially with all the doom and gloom that's happened in Happy Valley.
But I do think it needs to be a splash hire. I think that Penn State, being in the spot that they're in, it's one of those spots to where, it's a coveted job. I mean, in college football, but I don't know what that fan base would do.
What's a coordinator who's a coordinator or a hot to trot head coach right now, a young hot to trot head coach right now that is winning at a smaller program that could be elevated to a school like Penn State?
I really think that Curt Cignetti is really the only guy.
Would he leave Indiana?
Yeah. That's a good question. I mean, because Indiana has obviously answered what they did last year.
Rodney, that's
that's
not a real question. It's Penn State.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So I would think that he would. So does Indiana have the pockets to try to keep him there? I don't think so. So that seems to me like the one out of the gate that's going to be the
I don't think Edo would work.
Edo. Hey, Tom Herman.
Something tells me that Edo would not work in Penn State.
Tom Herman would be good there. That would be a dude with a lot of fire. Jeff Traylor.
Because I give a little bit of thought to Tom Herman at Penn State, right? Like, Tom Herman's a yes guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think Penn State usually hires some yes. Franklin was a yes guy. I don't know. Is there somebody in the Big Ten that Penn State has their eye on besides Cignetti? I think I don't know. I don't know. I have no clue where Penn State's going to go with this.
Yeah,
honestly.
we'll see. So it's gonna be an interesting coaching silly season, whatever you want to call it.
Coaching carousel, if you want to call it that.
Carousel. Yeah, once this is all done.
I mean, it's like another thought, right? Sunbelt Billy. Like, it's Florida. Florida is so on the outs, or maybe they don't want to go through with Sunbelt Billy anymore. Maybe maybe he says, you know what, we're going to come to terms here. We're going to agree that I don't belong here. You don't want me here. Maybe Sunbelt Billy leaves and gets elevated to Penn State. I mean, that's another branch of Sabian going to a prominent not that Florida wasn't a prominent program, but I would say that Penn State's in a better position to win than Florida is. Like, Florida's got to deal with Georgia, LSU, Bama, Texas. Penn State's got to deal with Ohio State.
Yeah.
Really, right? Like, I would think that anybody would jump from Florida to Penn State, I would think. Yeah. I know I would. I would leave Florida to go to Penn State.
And it's important because, like I said, I mean, you don't want a mass exodus, of this. So I don't know. A lot of times when this move is made, maybe there's a deal done in the back room, or maybe there's a handshake agreement or whatever that's already in place. Maybe they know who their next guy is, and you can't get the deal done until the end of the year. But I don't know. Wags, before we go, got to talk about our man, the new lawyer in town. He's not new anymore.
Thank you very much.
We've been talking about him for months. It's our man, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your personal go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin, a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer, friends. He's a Longhorn through and through. He wears this burnt orange just like we do. He brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom. In the courtroom, he looks like the Texas defense did on Saturday. That's the way he is, except he's not, like knocking people down. But that aggression is what he's doing right there. Injured in a car accident, hurt on a job. You're out walking your dog and you get bit by a dog. That's the guy to call right there. Call Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade. Here's the best news of them all. I don't know if I've mentioned this before. You don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money into your pocket. Aggressive in court, compassionate with his clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud. Friend of the show, fighter for the people. We talk about him all the time. Ryan is the real deal, smart, tough, and relentless. And the other part about it is he's not going to let those big insurance companies bully you around. First phone call you're going to get is from the big insurance company, Steve Harvey, Wayne Brady, Bob Barker, Drew Carey, making that call. Let's make a deal. Nope. Call Hurricane Hecht. That's who's going to handle this for me. Call him today at 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT-lawfirm.com. Again, put this in your phone. Stop what you're doing right now. 512-938-8929. It's Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Let them know you heard about him right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
How many years does Matt Rule have left on his contract at Nebraska?
Does it matter?
I guess it doesn't.
See, here's the other part about it. To where
you don't see Matt Rule at Penn State.
That's one of the three guys that I think could be at Penn State. Kind of from when I heard that insider talking about the Urban Meyer one, I'm kind of like, I don't really know about that. I don't think that Urban Meyer really wants to be in that spot again. But I think with Matt Rule, I think that's a guy where you put him in there and just the ties that he has to that program.
In for 8 years. Damn. Starting in 22. So he's locked in till 30.
Wow. That's man.
$74 million buyout for Matt Rule.
Golly. And here's, I mean, this really is going to be so.
Yeah, I just got to it. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate you.
And think about this. So take a look right here. This is James Franklin with the buyout. And this is what they're going to be paying him. So you think about Penn State right here. Let's say that they go down the Matt Rule road. You're going to have to buy that contract out. Then you're going to have to pay him. How much money are they going to be spending?
I think Penn State's got that money.
Yeah. But isn't that so weird that we sit here and talk about college football to where like, that kind of money, talking about Jimbo's buyout. Oh, it's just that amount of money. Damn, it's crazy. Anybody that says that college football is not a legitimate football business,
a revenue.
Look at the revenue and then the loss.
College itself is a revenue.
Yeah. No, it's crazy. But
we didn't talk any pro football. Did you watch any pro football over the weekend?
I watched a lot of pro football. Watch a lot of pro football and listen to a lot of pro football. I listened to the whole Cowboy game driving on the road, and I enjoyed that. Other than the result, Brad Sham was at his wits' end yesterday with this Dallas defense. He's like, Brad Sham sounded like he wanted to go play defense, for crying out loud, on the field. That defense was so bad.
I didn't really believe in revenge games. Like I'm serious, and I know I joked about it all week, but I never really believed in revenge games. And I know Diggs just came off of a revenge game against the Bills, but and Dowdle had a game last week too, but I didn't know if he'd be able to repeat it. Right? Not only did this dude repeat it, he's like, man, I'm doubling down. I'm splitting. Blow. Throwing stars everywhere on your ass, man.
Yeah, that was. I mean, speaking of the Cowboys, I mean, we got the insider right here,
Mr. Nick Harris. How are you doing, sir?
Doing fantastic. Yeah, Rico Dowdle tapped that behind, didn't he?
Yeah, belt to ass, as they say these days, amigo. And we kind of, case in point, I kind of joked about it with Nick a little bit too, like, revenge game in play for Rico Dowdle, meaning like I didn't really believe in the revenge games, Nick, and holy shit, dude.
Yeah, he had said at the beginning of the week, he was like, they better buckle up. And then yesterday in the presser after the game, he goes, they wasn't buckled up.
No.
not one smile, not one laugh. He was dead serious.
Business. Just business.
So
did it end on bad terms?
It didn't end on bad terms with the team. I think maybe he felt a little slighted when they didn't pursue him really in free agency. Instead, they pivoted to Javonte Williams.
And they paid him about the same, wasn't it? I think they kind of came in more or less about the same.
Yeah. Javonte and Rico got about the same money this year. Rico had to go find a backup role, though, in Carolina, and he's only playing because Chuba Hubbard's been out. Mm-hmm. But, Carolina has a good problem on their hands now.
Yeah, they do.
They have two really good running backs that can produce. And
when
Jonathan Brooks will factor into the mix, too, when he gets healthy after the year's over.
So Nick, where do they go with this defense? I mean, because it's like you don't have a run stopper, you don't have an edge rusher. The secondaries, those guys were wide open yesterday, and I don't mind when somebody gets beat, but when a guy's standing there with nobody around him, that's just bad.
Rodney, one problem is you can't cover somebody for 4. Nobody can cover anybody for 4 seconds. So a pass rush is prominent. Like you have to have a pass rush.
Yeah, and last week you saw the pass rush come alive, and that was the best the defense has looked all season against the Jets, right? And then yesterday at times in the first half, they were able to get to Bryce Young a little bit, and it was affecting the play downfield. But in the second half, that Panthers offense just dominated the point of attack, and the trench battle on both sides of the ball was won by the Panthers. I do have a solution though. We all, let's see, what's a food sponsor of ours? Hat Creek Burger Company. We all go to Hat Creek Burger Company and we just load up Monday through Saturday, and then we go out there on Sunday and try to play nose tackle. I think if we all three just like get in there together, we can make it work.
I'm gonna need 4 or 5 sombrero burgers for that one.
Yeah. I've never been to Hat Creek. I need to sit down there next time I'm in Austin.
All the burgers are good, but the sombrero burger is the way to go.
That sounds like jalapenos and
man, it's a little bit of fire, a little bit of fire to it.
I'm so with it. But yeah, it's a bad defense, man, and I'm not sure that there is a fix this year. I mean, you're going to get Overshown back. That's going to help. Honestly, it's going to help in some areas. It will, but he's not the be all savior that maybe they expect him to be. It's just bad, man. They're going to have to do a complete rehaul this offseason.
Yeah. Isn't it bad that I really think that we're seeing the best version of Dak Prescott in year 10 right now? I mean, the things that he's doing, and, it's best unbelievable to watch what he's doing.
Yeah, right. It's unfortunate, man, because they're wasting the best year of his career so far on this putrid defense. And I said it yesterday after the game. I was like, the story week after week, it should be about Dak Prescott, and over the course of the last couple of weeks, George Pickens and how he's been able to emerge as a huge weapon for this team. But instead, it's about a defense that can't stop a nosebleed, and so it's bad, man. It's bad.
Isn't it weird that Pickens, kind of the thing on Pickens was he's kind of a head case, kind of an attitude problem, and he comes to Dallas, and it's of all places to Dallas, and it's like great locker room guy.
Yeah, it looks like he's got his shit together.
He's a really good dude, man. I've chopped it up with him multiple times off the record, just kind of in passing. He's a fun guy. I get the sense maybe that he has some crash out tendencies, and maybe that's where some of these issues have stemmed from Pittsburgh. And, I think maybe there was 1 or 2 instances where it just kind of made it too tough to recover from. I don't want to put a label on it, but there's just kind of some behavior that I could point to about that. But when you talk about George Pickens, you look at the guy, you talk to the guy, honestly, phenomenal dude, like really good dude. And everybody in the building says the same thing. They're like, yeah, sometimes on Wednesdays and Thursdays, he's a little lazy in practice, but he shows up on Sundays. And so, that's all that matters.
I also get the vibe too, that there's a lot more freedom, and it's probably a more laid back setting in Dallas than it is in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a frame of reference as far as Pittsburgh goes.
Nor I, but still, like I'm envisioning that, right? Like
maybe so, and I think
more player friendly in Dallas.
I'll give you that. Yeah. I'll give you that for sure. I will say, like Schottenheimer, he does preach this culture thing, but like he'll jump on a dude's ass, no problem. And honestly, there's been a couple times he's actually said, I've jumped on a guy's ass when I probably shouldn't have. And so, that stuff still does happen, but I'll give you that. Also, there was just a lot of excitement around him coming in. I mean, a fresh start, man, it can do wonders for a lot of people. And I think it did a wonder for George Pickens in this situation.
A la Indiana Jones.
Yeah, a la Indiana Jones, 100%.
Winning.
100%.
I'm a believer. I think I'm nuts. I'm a believer, dude.
You want to hear something interesting, Nick? You're not allowed to answer because I think you know the answer. Y'all want to guess what other, I should say, notable NFL player went to the same high school as Pickens?
What high school?
What high school?
Hoover. He went to Hoover, Alabama.
Hoover, Alabama. I saw a YouTube or a Netflix thing on Hoover.
You remember 2 Days on
MTV? Show about Hoover?
2 Days way back in the day?
Jameis Winston went.
No, the Crab Man.
Very different personalities.
Crab Man.
Actually, I pulled up his 24/7 profile. He was committed to Auburn and flipped on February signing day. He took like 5 OVs while he was committed to Auburn, and only one was to Auburn.
Yeah, it's funny because we were actually talking. I was talking to him about his recruitment off the record a couple weeks ago, just shooting the shit. And he was like, "Yeah, I was committed to Auburn, like just in case I got hurt, but like Auburn was like my 7th choice." He was like my second choice was Miami. He's like, but I went to Georgia.
He'll be Georgia, Miami, Tennessee, LSU, and Auburn. Not bad at all.
Imagine if he went to LSU with Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase.
He would have been a true freshman on that team.
Oh, man.
Yep. Would not have played.
No, but I mean,
you got to ask the real details, Nick.
He would have scored against Texas, let me tell you.
Yeah, true. You got to ask the real details, Nick. How much did Kirby give him under the table? Because that was pre-NIL.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, by the way, speaking of Kirby, what's all this?
Can we talk about the Auburn refs in that, or the refs against Auburn in that game completely? I don't know how much of that game y'all got to watch. Auburn got screwed like 4 times in that game.
Yeah, they did.
After the Oklahoma game a couple weeks ago, when Oklahoma ran a play that they shouldn't have, and then they had a penalty that wasn't called that ended up being a touchdown. I mean, these SEC refs just continue to screw around Auburn. It's bad.
The ones that were the referees in the Auburn game, that crew should be off for like 2 weeks. They were fucking horrible the other night.
Yeah. The final 2 minutes of the first half.
Yes.
37 minutes of real time.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Yeah.
That is
ridiculous. It's ridiculous. All right, guys, I'm going to jump out.
You guys go on the slate. I got to get ready to get out of here, man. I just had something come up.
Oh, good. Just talking Texas's win over OU, some college football, some Cowboys, if Nick wants to circle back to that. Not sure.
We'll start the game.
Yeah, just rocking and rolling.
I mean, I got a quick question for Nick. I mean, you kind of already hit on it. All right, like what do the Cowboys have to do with the defense? Because we weren't embellishing. It's one if it's not the best, it's one of the best offenses in the league right now. Shoddy's got it firing. Where do you do to kind of shore up the holes on the defense, Nick? I'll listen to you guys off there. Hey, first time caller, last time listener, or some shit, whatever they say right there. First time caller, loyal listener here.
Thanks, Wags. I think with I don't think there's anything that you can do, to be honest, this year. I think the personnel is too bad. I think you're too deep into the year to like do a major overhaul on the scheme. I think you could do a situation where you kind of revert to what this secondary has been used to playing over the course of the last few years. You just play more man coverage, and that's more natural to the personnel on the field, but it's not more natural to the play caller. And so I wonder, how they adjust those things, but they have the bye week here in 4 weeks. This team has routinely flipped things around the bye week over the course of the last couple of years. They've used that time to be able to kind of flip things on its head. It also kind of lines up this year where their bye week is also the NFL trade deadline. So if they look up here in 4 weeks, they see an opportunity to go down the final 8 weeks of the year and at least try to hunt for a playoff spot, then I think that they could make a trade and then try to do some things to play more into what the personnel has been doing best over the course of the last couple of years on defense. But honestly, truthfully, I don't think you can make a change big enough right now to solve the issue. I think this is an over the offseason, clean house on the defensive side. From the coaching staff perspective, get you completely new linebackers, get you a new safety or two, and then roll into next year with a different game plan. Kind of similar to what they did from 2020 under Mike Nolan, first year under Mike McCarthy, then going into Dan Quinn in 2021. They went from having the 32nd the worst defense in the NFL, and then going and having a top 10 defense in 2021 because they made some big changes and big personnel changes. They have to do something very similar here.
So you brought up, hoping that in the bye week and a few weeks from now, they can use that to kind of rebound and change things on the defense, whether that's, making some personnel changes, scheme changes, or just taking the bye week to get healthier and get shit figured out. Thing is, that's 4 weeks, like you said. I mean, who are they playing between now and this bye week? Because if they're losing to Carolina, I know Carolina is better than they were last year, but if they're losing to Carolina, they can lose to the 30 other teams in the NFL. So
I will say this.
Who do they have the next few weeks? That's what I'm curious of, the next few games before the bye.
They have Commanders at home.
Mm-hmm.
Then they will travel and take on Denver. And
Right.
then they'll come home and play the Cardinals at home on Monday night. So 2-1, 1-2. If you want any shot after the bye week, you better go 2-1 here or 3-0. But I'll say this about the Panthers, man. The Cowboys have gone and played that team each of the last 3 years in Charlotte. And the last 2 years, man, it's just a bad football team. Yesterday, that football team, and then watching them on film last week in their comeback win against the Dolphins, dude, that is a physical football team. I'm not saying they are good. I am not saying they are a good team, but they are no longer a bad team in my eyes. That is not a bad football team in Carolina. They're undefeated at home, 3-3. They have the Jets next week. They very well could be over 500 coming out of next week. That's not a bad team in my eyes. I think that's an 8-9, 7-10 type team, which if you're saying that by Carolina standards, they may as well have won the damn Super Bowl. I mean, they have talent, man. They really do, and I am so impressed with how they've built their trenches because, man, it's overhauled in the course of like a year and a half, and they are physical as hell.
I texted you this, but I mean, I didn't really get to watch any of the Cowboys game. I didn't get home from downtown Dallas till a little before 1 o'clock, and then was just watching Red Zone. And I don't know if it's because it's like the local game for me or how that works, but it feels like the Cowboys games are never shown on Red Zone. Maybe they're just not getting close to the Red Zone, but I mean, I don't know. It feels like they never show those games, but I did see Carolina was kind of able to win off of like a 6-minute drive to end the game, right?
Yep.
Was
So
that was not only I assume the drive they're mostly running with Rico Dowdle, and he had a great game in that revenge game. But I mean, what were your thoughts on Bryce Young? Because like everyone is ready to quit on him after year one, and I mean, Panthers are what 3-3, a little bit better.
Yeah, he struggled to start the year. He played much better last year after he got benched for Andy Dalton. Had probably the best stretch of his NFL career at the end of the year last year. Start the year this year, struggled really bad, kind of back to those same issues that he had to start the year last year and before that. Yesterday, he had his moments where he looked great, and he had his moments where it was like, probably shouldn't have thrown that, or ball placement wasn't as precise as we've gotten used to from him. But I will say I don't think the Panthers are a playoff team until they get the right quarterback in there. I don't think Bryce is the right quarterback in there. And I'm still a Bryce believer, to be fair. I don't think that's the right place for him anymore. I really don't. And so it's tough being small in this league and having an opportunity to figure it out. I mean, look at Kyler. I think Kyler's done a decent job with the cards he was dealt in Arizona. Had a really good year a couple of years back, was in the hunt for an MVP at that point in time. But I mean, he's never even sniffed playoff success. I think there's just kind of a ceiling on those dudes. I don't necessarily put Baker in that same category because he's got a little bit more height on those other two guys. And I think his gunslinger mentality is a little bit unique compared to those other two guys. But I think there's just kind of a ceiling on what Bryce can actually accomplish. But if they were to go in this next quarterback class, draft a guy in the second or third round and have him kind of, sniff Bryce Young's chair every time he got up, pause. I think it would be, I think it would be beneficial for that team.
It is interesting that like Baker does get grouped into those kind of talks because I mean they're all sub 6 foot quarterbacks. Interesting thing with Baker, I mean, Kyler Murray, he was what, a 1-year starter at Oklahoma, right?
He was.
Bryce Young was a 2-year starter at Bama. Baker Mayfield started, wasn't it 3 seasons at Oklahoma?
Yeah, I mean, experience is a big deal.
Exactly.
You talk to, I kind of framed this line of thinking at the combine this year, probably more than any other time, is that college experience is so damn valuable for NFL prospect quarterbacks. And you think about some of the NFL quarterbacks that have not panned out in their initial spot, and then they bounce somewhere else and it works out for them, whether it be Baker Mayfield or Sam Darnold or Indiana Jones. These guys, they just need experience under their belt. And I think once they get that experience, they get framed under the framework of a new system and they're able to learn and develop under that. It's really beneficial. And so there's a college attempts barrier that so many teams kind of look at whenever they're drafting quarterbacks. And if guys aren't touching that college attempts barrier, then they're not touching them. You think about Trey Lance. I give the Niners a lot of credit because I think they did know that they were taking a risk because there was not any experience on that belt, and there's still not experience on that belt. Trey Lance, the amount of passing attempts he has had since he started in high school until now is not as much as Michael Penix had in like 2 seasons with Indiana and Washington. And that's just the framework of like how important that stuff is. So
the best example, Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, that's a great example too. 100%.
And it's also like another kind of example of this to some degree. Cam Ward, he averaged like 7 pass attempts a game as a high schooler, and he ended up a UIW because of camps. But he started day 1 at UIW, and they threw the shit out of the ball, ran an air raid system, and then he spent 2 years there, a year there, and then went to Wazoo, ran the same system, and then at Miami, they ran the ball a little bit more than Wazoo or UIW did. But, I mean, he had 6 years or like 5 – I felt like 5 seasons of, like, consistent starting in college.
Yeah.
There's a lot of value in that. And, I mean, same thing in high school to college. Like, the guys who have more pass attempts than anyone else in each high school recruiting class, 9 times out of 10 are able to play earlier than anyone else. Jackson Dart had more pass attempts out of anyone in his high school recruiting class and went to USC and became a starter as a true freshman and then started for 3 years at Ole Miss. And he's arguably the best rookie quarterback in this year's class.
Yeah.
4 years of starting in college, 4 in high school. The high school he went to in Utah, Corner Canyon, they throw the shit out of the ball. It's an air raid system. Like, it really does add up, and it means something. So it is very interesting. Jane Daniels, too, like Jake Bayless brought up. I do want to talk some Texas OU. So any, like, key takeaways or anything you really want to hit on from this Dallas game or the upcoming Dallas game before we go to college?
Yeah, there were a couple questions I just wanted to hit on. Let's see. CB had said Jerry didn't talk after the game. That's a first. He doesn't typically talk on the road, although I will say it was notable that he didn't talk yesterday. I don't think it's a huge headline, but I think it is notable. But prior to this year, I've been covering this team. This is my 3rd season now. He's only spoken after 1 road game, and it was after the Atlanta game last year when Dak tore his hamstring. So that was it. This year, he has spoken after every game except for Philadelphia in week 1. So he had spoken after week 2, 3, 4, and 5, and he didn't speak after this one. I don't think it's super notable, especially considering the result, but it does make me wonder, are they thinking about a change? But I don't know if you can fire a defensive coordinator this early into the season. I just don't know if that's possible.
Yeah. You get Jerry anything for his birthday?
No. It's Will McClay's birthday today, too. They're VP of player personnel. So
You think Will or McClay, those words are mentioned anywhere around the facility, or does every birthday cake just have Jones, 2 J's on it, you know?
Nah. Will's always in that facility. Will owns that facility.
No, I know he does, but it's the owner compared to the man in charge of the operation, you know?
I do wonder if they have like a joint birthday party.
Yeah, I don't know. They need someone to be checking his mail for any mail bombs from Cowboys fans or anything, you know? Anything else on Cowboys at all?
No, we're good. We can move on.
All right. Texas OU. Longhorns get a big win. The Oklahoma Sooners, in the 3 times I've been in the Cotton Bowl, have not scored a touchdown.
That is crazy.
3-0. So guess I'm the kryptonite for Brent Venables' offense. I'll take all the credit. If you want any Venmo donations for my hard work, I'll take that as well. But, man, what a win. Big win for the Longhorns. Obviously went into the game 3-2, 0-1 in conference play. Now 500 in conference play, heading into a night game in Lexington versus Kentucky. But, man, what a sweet win. Makes you kind of forget about the disaster that was the game versus Florida ahead of time. Nick, just going to kind of run through some guys that stood out, individual plays or stats that stood out. It feels like this entire season I have been talking down on the Texas running back room in some degree, saying, hey, they lack a speed threat. They lack a guy who can make you miss in the open field. They still do lack a speed threat, and they still do like guys who can consistently make guys miss in the open field. But Trey Wisner, man, I mean, what a fucking game. That 3rd and long, when they hit him on I believe it was like a Texas route or an in route across the middle, he makes an OU defender miss, gets upfield, gets the first down. I believe he actually made 2 OU defenders missed. I mean, that was a huge play. That was Texas's drive. They went all the way down the field and scored. Can't ask for much more from him. You know, the box score, it's not going to stand out a ton. I think he averaged like just under or just over 4 yards per carry. But tough running, man. Just like that A&M game last year, you know, the box score not going to reveal much, but he's who powered Texas to the win, without a doubt. And I mean, it's a great performance. You know, Chip Brown, he reported yesterday, CJ Baxter's working back towards playing in the Kentucky game. Don't know the exact reports. Don't want to say probable or likely. I don't know what Chip reported, but much higher chance he can play on Saturday compared to last Saturday, which is good news considering Wisner looked pretty beat up after the game. Texas O-line had a lot of questions going into the game. Oklahoma, their 2 best D linemen, they rested them the week before Texas so they could, you know, have as much juice and energy as possible. And, well, they didn't make a huge impact. I think part of it, Sark and the rest of the staff did a really good job scheming a perimeter passing game. I love that. I was begging for it. You got me?
Yeah, I got you. You good?
Yeah, sorry. My one sec. My hold on. I'm gonna join or leave and come right back. The dongle that has everything connected to my Mac disconnected, so I have to
Jordan Scruggs, more like Jordan Lags.
Yeah.
I'll point out a couple of guys, man. Manny Muhammad, he's had some up and down times during his time at Texas, no doubt. And, you know, I've been kind of hard on him as far as what his potential could be and what it actually has been proven to be on the field. But not only the 2 interceptions, but just playing really well in that game and you know, help being a big part of limiting that Oklahoma passing attack. I got to give him credit. And I also got to give this offensive line credit. Man, they were dominated in the first quarter of this game. I thought it was just going to be one of those situations where they were pushed back in the trenches and Arch and the run game wasn't able to do anything from that perspective. And then they were able to finally settle in and give Arch some clean pockets, allow some running lanes for Trey Wisner. I got to give credit to that interior O-line for buckling up whenever David Stone was ready to sink his teeth in. But when you were gone, Jordan, I mentioned the offensive line and Manny Muhammad for stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, Muhammad, 2 picks, several big tackles. I believe had at least a PBU as well. This is a great performance. I mean, this is a guy who shows up to play when Texas plays in Dallas. I mean, he shows up to play 99% of the time, but really in Dallas. Like, you go back to his true freshman year, caught the punt block in the end zone for a touchdown for Texas. Obviously, they didn't win that year, but, he has performed well and, again, showed up to play and showed up with an effort every time Texas has met OU in Dallas. I was talking about the offensive line. I think they played so much better than they did versus Florida. Want to give credit to Sark like I did for, getting the perimeter passing game going. I like that a lot. And unfortunately, I had people in the section I was in saying, throw it deep. Why do we keep putting it behind the line of scrimmage? And it's like, Jesus Christ, man. You don't even want to turn around and look at them by a certain point. But anyways, I love the game plan. Thought the O-line showed up and was pretty solid. The first half was bad from the O-line. Too many penalties. I mean, Texas didn't score a point there behind the chains. It felt like every single drive, whether it was false starts, holding, or whatever, BS penalty. It's not BS. They definitely, should have been penalized for what they did. But Texas just kept getting in its own way. And, the decision by Oklahoma to let the clock run to 10 seconds and then throw a Hail Mary into the end zone. What were they doing? Everyone on the Texas side was like clapping and happy because, that's coaching malpractice at its purest form. Seriously, what were they doing?
Yeah.
And, Manny Muhammad made a play on the ball. So I think if you're a Sooners fan, I think that it was a big turning point for momentum. I think it's a much different ball game. They go into half with 9 points compared to 6. Hey, Texas took advantage of it in the second half. In the third quarter, Texas ran 25 plays to Oklahoma's 4. Wow. Huge part of the game. Yeah. I've seen it online. I think Texas's second half performance, scheme, game plan, whatever you want to call it, is up there with the best from Sark during his Texas tenure. Saying you could say the same thing about that third quarter again. Texas ran 25 plays to Oklahoma's 3 in the third quarter. Really good there. Nick Brooks definitely struggled at times. I thought he was, the best performance of his career up to this point. Not saying much, but, seeing him run out there, there's part of me that thought this whole week it was a smokescreen. Like Texas wanted to get it out there. He was starting. Was a little surprised to actually see him there. But, hey, he held up, didn't have to get subbed out, and he was great. I thought Trevor Gooseby coming back in was huge. When he got hurt and Jaden Chapman was out there, I was very nervous. But, hey.
Is Chapman not it?
He's not Gooseby. He's not Gooseby. That's what I should say.
Should he be a guard?
Yes. He's been a guard the entire time he's been at Texas, and then Andre Kojo got hurt, and he got moved to tackle in fall camp.
Kojo should be a guard too, but anyway.
Yeah. It's for another show. Some interesting facts from tweets I've saved. Matthew Shipley's after they went up 23-6, OU reporters started tweeting about them losing.
It was so great seeing some of these OU guys just fall on their face.
Seeing the OU market just melt down. Shout out Colin. He didn't. He stays level-headed.
Colin Kennedy. He's in a class of his own. The rest of them.
Yeah. It was awesome. Seeing the OU fans just melt down. I'm trying to load, Sooner Scoop, Sooners Illustrated on my phone at halftime, but I can't because there's no service in there. I looked yesterday, though. Had a good time going through those boards. But this will be the first time Oklahoma has lost the Red River Shootout in back-to-back years since 08 and 09. I was in first grade that year.
Yeah.
I am in my 5th year out of high school. That is how long it's been. I said it earlier again, Texas 25 plays to OU's 4 in the third quarter. Sooners scored 34 points in the win back in 2023. In the other 3 games they've played in the Cotton Bowl, total of 9 points. The last time OU scored a touchdown versus Texas without Dylan Gabriel, Lincoln Riley was the head coach. Arch was in the 11th grade. World is still on the COVID lockdown a little bit. And Quinn Ewers at Ohio State. Speaking of Dylan Gabriel, saw a good tweet from I think this guy covers the Browns. I don't know based off this tweet, but Dylan Gabriel is really small and has a subpar arm, but he makes up for it with his lack of athleticism. Pretty good. From Corey Mose, in the past decade outside of 2010, the team who rushed for the most yards won the rivalry. UT outgained Oklahoma 136-48 on the ground on Saturday. And in the second half, Texas had 91 yards rushing to Oklahoma's 5. Let me pull this
Oklahoma's running back room. What happened? Like, first off, where is Taylor Tatum?
That's what I've been saying. DeMarco Murray needs to get fired. He sucks. He actually is stealing money from Oklahoma at this point. His entire time at OU, their most productive and best running back has been a true freshman. So what does that tell you? The longer they're there, the worse they get.
Yeah.
And they've dealt with injuries. Their O-line has stunk. There's other, coaching malpractice at play. But DeMarco Murray has not been good. He has not been good.
It happened again. Not if it happened again. I think it happened again.
Sorry. I don't know why it's being all finicky. You got me, though?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so here it is.
And yeah, Jaden Ott, CB pointed out, 1 carry, 2 yards. Jaden Ott was the truth coming out of Cal. Could have gone to the draft and gone second or third round, and instead went to Oklahoma. Oh my God.
Dude, they're paying him so much, too.
That is awful.
Yeah. It has not been good for him. And I mean, people are pointing out that he missed a block on this Deion Burks kind of motion play, but Burks did he should have took it outside. But I mean, regardless, Ott fucked up blocking Anthony Hill. Easier said than done, though. But here's Arch Manning's average depth of target by week. If you're listening only, Ohio State, 9.8 yards. That was the average depth of target. San Jose State, it was 12. UTEP, it was 7. Sam Houston, 10.2. Florida, 20.2 yards. Oklahoma, though, 4.2.
Yeah, that's probably a product of this Oklahoma defensive line just eating Texas's lunch early in the game. And so you can I'll give it to Sark. You could see in about the middle of the second quarter a big game plan shift offensively to where they were trying to get the ball out quick. It didn't matter if the pocket was clean or not. They were just trying to get it out quick and get ahead of the chains.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I've said it so many times that I really like the game plan. Took some time to get into it, like you said, but for Texas to win this game, this is what they had to do offensively, and they did it. Jake Bayless brings up a good point. OU's O-line has not been good. You are correct. A lot of that was overshadowed from the fact that Texas's O-line has been even worse up to Saturday. Yeah. But I mean, Texas, their front seven was able to take advantage of it. I thought Lance Jackson was tremendous. He only played about a dozen snaps, but I mean, he was awesome. He was hyped up for the game too. Was in the middle of that scuffle kind of right before they went into the tunnel ahead of the game. Zena, Umeozulu, I thought he was great, the snaps he had. Ethan Burke, Colin Simmons obviously came to play. I mean, that's the best game he's had as a sophomore. Anthony Hill was great. Trying to think of some other guys. I thought Murad Watson at times, I mean, he's an interior D lineman, so at times it feels like he's not doing anything. That's kind of their job, though. But for what it's worth, I thought he played a pretty good game. Ty Anthony Smith and the Le'Veon have almost an even snap count. Ty Anthony didn't have quite the game he did versus Florida, but I still thought he was pretty efficient versus Oklahoma. Brad Spence, of course.
I kind of forgot Brad Spence was on the team. Oh, this happened to Jordan again. Uh-oh. I kind of forgot Brad Spence was on the team. I didn't – when he came in the second half, I was like, oh, yeah, I forgot they got him. Why is he not getting more snaps?
God, this is so annoying. He's not getting more snaps because Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke and Zena Umeozulu and Lance Jackson play the same position as him.
Couldn't Brad Spence play a little bit more off ball though, or is he?
Yeah, but he either has a negative wingspan or his wingspan is exactly what his height is, which isn't great. Not the best mover, kind of a straight line guy, not a great athlete. And I mean, at this point, like Leon Galafau, Anthony Hill, Ty Anthony Smith, they all give you more as an actual legitimate off ball backer. Gotcha. And then Trey Moore is still kind of in this hybrid role. I mean. With Trey Moore, he's an undersized edge rusher that is kind of a slow linebacker, so I don't know what his NFL future is going to hold, but it has been interesting how it feels like his impact has kind of been minimized a bit this season compared to last. But I mean, that's what happens when you change positions. But yeah, Brad Spence, he was great, especially in the fourth quarter towards the end. They were sending him on Mateer's blind side, and he was getting home pretty consistently or meeting Mateer with Colin Simmons. And Ant Hill, man, like you said, he was great. And Littleton, man, hard to believe he's a true freshman the way he plays.
He's been awesome.
And it's crazy, too, because Texas didn't even offer this kid till the month before signing day.
Yeah.
Till November. And the only reason that happened was because Clemson's class started falling apart in Texas. They shot their shot. It worked out.
He was committed to Clemson beforehand.
Yeah. So this is I'll talk about this for a little. So Grayson Littleton, originally from Kansas, moved out to Florida after his freshman year. And then, so he went to 3 different high schools in 4 years, played with this 7-on-7 team called California Power. Nick, I know you know them. So he played a national 7-on-7 circuit that helped blow him up. He also had verified sub-11 speed. I think he went like 10.68 or 10.72. Above 6 foot as well with a plus wing, big hands. I mean, he had everything. Track times, testing data, varsity film, 4 years of varsity film, and a really smart kid and a really good kid. Like he checked quite literally every box and was going to be the type of guy. I mean, I guess is the type of guy who would have gone to Clemson and just been phenomenal, been a pro in 3 years. He set up OVs to like Clemson and I think like 4 other schools. Clemson was the first one though, and they got him to commit on the OV, so he canceled the other one, stayed locked in. God, why does this keep? I need to get a new dongle.
Yeah.
Shut it. So I lost my train of thought. He was committed to Clemson. They started to struggle. They lost a lot of guys in the class, and he was like, Clemson needs like 5 DBs, and I'm one of only 2 guys left still committed. Why would I go here?
Yeah.
So he backs out, opens it up. Texas offers him that day. Michigan offers him that day. He OVs to Michigan the following weekend. He's silenced. They think they're going to get him, but Texas convinces him to still visit the next weekend. Then he shows up, OVs at Texas, commits on that visit, calls Michigan, says, I'm not coming. And then committed to Texas like 2 days later and then signed like 2 weeks later. So Terry Joseph, that was Terry Joseph's parting gift to Texas was Grayson Littleton. And he always wanted to go to Texas, actually. So he visited Texas with the California Power 7-on-7 program in March of his junior year. And, you know, when they have the group visits, it'll be 20 kids. There'll be 3 Texas actually recruiting. They'll give the whole group a tour and, you know, a visit experience, but they don't meet with any of those guys besides the kids they're actually recruiting. Grayson Littleton was not one of those kids. They did not meet with him that day. But after they visited that day, they played in Houston in a 7-on-7 tournament where I talked to him, and he said, if they ever offered me, that's where I'm going. And Tom Loy and I both reported that in March that day at Battle Houston. If Texas ever offers this kid, they're going to be very dangerous. And then 6 months later they did, or however many months later they did in November, and the rest was history. And he started day 1 as a true freshman versus Ohio State.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, that's how they got it done. Naaman Roberts, I agree with you. He says we can get better everywhere, but our blocking on wide receiver screens has to get better for sure. 1,000% agree. Derek Williams, Derek Venata said the guy to me who has been quiet has been Derek Williams. Where has he been? Just hasn't played much. I think they're working him back from injury still. I don't know if he's 100%. Played more versus OU than he has any other game, I think. But, I mean, the guy only played, I think it was 6 snaps versus Florida and even less versus Sam Houston.
That sucks. That really sucks.
But, I mean, hey, he's a guy they need to keep. They cannot let that guy leave in the portal. They cannot. Because Jelani McDonald is likely going pro after this year. Mookie Taft's out of eligibility. And then you're left with an entirely, you know, I mean, they're not new, but a new starting group of safeties.
I could see Jelani staying 1 more year.
I don't know, man. He's playing like he could go day 2 at this point. Because, Nick, you got to remember, this kid averaged like 28 a game in basketball, 1 state and like the triple.
I think of it as like a kind of like a Jahdae Barron situation, though, where he could have gone day 2 if he left after his junior year. Senior year, he ends up being a first-round pick, you know?
Yeah. But that is a good point. That is a good point.
Best-case scenario, though, and not every guy gets a best-case scenario.
Yeah, great point. My dad just texted me, said Derek Williams played 20 snaps against OU, but I believe he's on special teams, so I'm not sure how many were actual, snaps at safety. But
can I run through Oklahoma's schedule really quick? Back half.
Yeah, they are screwed.
Man.
Their next 6 games, 5 of them are ranked in the top 16.
Yeah, so they go at South Carolina next week, which is not easy. Home against Ole Miss, at Tennessee, bye week, at Alabama, home against Missouri, home against LSU. I mean, they're 5-1 right now. Do they get 3 wins here? I don't know. And if they go 7-5, is BV done? I don't know, especially given like the hype that they've built up here in the early portions of the year, and then you're already seeing some of it crash down. If it continues to crash down, oh boy.
Yeah, the complete 180 on Mateer from the OU fan base has been amazing.
Yeah, it's almost like he's playing with 9 fingers. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, that also, like, part of me is like, no, you don't ever play Michael Hawkins. If John Mateer can breathe and can play, he needs to play.
That's fair.
But at the same time, like, if John Mateer is throwing 38 passes 17 days after getting surgery on the thumb on his throwing hand, you're not going to win the game. You can't attempt 38 passes and expect to win the game. And I know they couldn't run the ball either, and they were down in the second half, so they had to throw the ball. But, like, they had to be realistic there. And it's very interesting because I think Venables could keep his job if they go maybe 8-4, 7-5. I mean, I don't know. And, like, John Mateer, he can come back next year. He's another year of eligibility. Could OU and Jim Nagy, could they clean house on everyone except Arbuckle and Mateer? Maybe. Maybe they say, screw you to Arbuckle and you go somewhere else, and Mateer goes somewhere else for his final year of college.
If they clean house and fire Venables, Arbuckle's getting a head coaching job somewhere, I bet.
Shit, Arbuckle's not getting a head coaching job after Saturday's performance from the offense.
I think he still probably could. It depends on how they finish the year. I'll say that.
And it would be G5 too.
Yeah, probably.
So, but I think we got to see the season play out. I mean, hey, I'm with you, Jake Bayless. I'd love to see Venables another year in Norman.
Honestly, 3 more years.
Yeah. You know what? Extend the guy. Come on now.
Lifetime contract.
Yeah. OU fans did a complete 180 on Arbuckle. They want him gone after Saturday.
That's funny.
So I don't know, man. Just enjoy the win because it's a big one. Think about if they lost, how much different this season is right now. 3-3 after being preseason number 1. And I know Penn State has taken a lot of heat off Texas as kind of not living up to the hype of preseason or whatever. Not that matters a bunch. It's just preseason hype. But
speaking of shit falling down, my God.
Yeah, I want to get into this. So for the Stampede this morning, you should go check it out. It is titled How the Upcoming Chaotic Coaching Carousel Will Benefit Texas.
Okay.
So we have to – the way Texas has been turned around as a program since Sark got there, we got to give them a ton of credit. They have developed guys. They have put guys in the draft, and even the guys that aren't NFL guys, they have made them better, and it's been a better team. They've won more ball games than they have at any other point in my life that I can actually remember, right? They need a lot of credit for that. But at the same time, a lot of success Texas has had from individual players has come from the coaching carousel. For example, Kelvin Banks, arguably the best player of the entire Sarkeesian era, is probably an Oregon Duck if Mario Cristobal doesn't take the Miami job. That same coaching move brought Cam Williams to Texas. He was also committed to Oregon, and he even looked at Miami. Other things in 2022 that affected Texas and flipping guys. Jalen Gilbo was committed to TCU, and then they fired Gary Patterson. He flipped to Texas.
Forgot about that.
Had previously been committed to Texas under Tom Herman and decommitted when Sark got the job. But Texas was able to get him back in. I mean, he turned into like a 4-year contributor/starter. Savion Red never did much at Texas, but ended up at Texas because he decommitted from SMU when Sonny Dykes left to take the job at TCU. Xavier Bryce was committed to OU. Texas flipped him after Lincoln Riley took the took the USC job. This wasn't a coach leaving, but it is kind of similar trend. Terrence Brooks flipped from Ohio State on signing day just a few weeks after Michigan beat Ohio State for the first time in like 9 years. In 2023, Texas flipped Anthony Hill from A&M. A&M did not fire Jimbo that year, but they did go.
Anthony Hill was committed to A&M.
They did go 5-7. Or I said this should benefit Texas, unless I slipped up.
No, you said benefit. You said benefit.
Okay. But Anthony Hill, Jimbo didn't get fired that cycle. That's not why Ant ended up at Texas, but they went 5-7, and he was in Kyle Field when they lost App State week 2. He was there and saw all of that. And he decommitted 2 days after A&M lost 41-24 at home to Florida in first year under Napier. And that was their 5th consecutive loss at the time. Colton Vosick, we all know the story, was committed to OU, flips to Texas right after Red River. OU was year 1 under Venables. They were struggling. They ended up going 6-6. And, I mean, they lost to Texas 49-0 with Vosick in the OU recruit section. DeAndre Moore, people forget, Texas flipped him from Louisville. He was also originally an OU commit under Lincoln Riley. Him, Trayvon Webb, Mekhi Lemon, and Brandon Ennis and Malachi Nelson were all OU commits under Lincoln Riley that all decommitted after he took the USC job. But DeAndre Moore was committed to Louisville. Scott Satterfield leaves, takes a Cincinnati job. DeAndre Moore flips to Texas on signing day.
I think Zachariah Branch was another one in there. But go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, you are correct. Ryan Sanborn, punter that punted at Texas for 1 year in 23, all Big 12 honorable mention. He went in the portal right after David Shaw resigned at Stanford. In the 2024 cycle, Texas offered Xavier Filsaime the morning of the Red River game in 2023. Ended up signing him. Florida started that year 5-2, then finished 5-7. And they won their last game of the season October 14th that year. They fired Corey Raymond in the middle of the season. Most people remember that. I believe it was in November. In an hour of that firing going live, or the news breaking, someone in Filsaime's camp called Texas and said, "We're going to Texas," and then they flipped like a few weeks later. But I mean, that was done as soon as Raymond was fired. Wardell Mack also flipped from Florida to Texas around the time Florida was starting to struggle, and around the time Corey Raymond was fired. Ty Anthony Smith, the second linebacker, Sark flipped from A&M to Texas. He flipped from A&M to Texas after Jimbo was fired. Mike Elko and that staff tried to hold on to him, but they weren't able to. And then in 2024, the portal, the guys Texas got, was really affected by the coaching carousel. Tia Savea and Bill Norton, 2 D linemen transfers from Arizona, left Arizona right after Jed Fish left Arizona to take the Washington job. Kendrick Blackshire, Maury Nyblack, and Isaiah Bond didn't turn out like anyone thought it would, but they left Alabama right after Nick Saban retired. Silas Bolden, didn't have a crazy impact at Texas, but made some splash plays. He went in the portal right after Jonathan Smith left Oregon State for Michigan State. And then Matt Golden, Texas' top playmaker last year, transferred to Texas right after Houston fired Dana Holgerson. And then 2025 transfers, Emmett Mosley went in the portal just a few weeks after Troy Taylor was fired at Stanford because they fired him in the spring. Travis Shaw went in the portal right after UNC fired Mac Brown. And then Cole Brevard went in the portal 2 days after Purdue fired Ryan Walters. Then this isn't really the same thing, but it's kind of similar. Jack Injuries. Every year at Cal, he had a different offensive coordinator and a different tight ends coach.
That's wild.
And he spent 3 years at Cal. So I think he was looking for some stability. He could leave for the draft after this year. I kind of doubt it with what the production has been. Not his fault, though, but, a lot of things at play there. But he can come back next year if he wanted to. He does have 1 year of eligibility remaining. So I bring all this up because this coaching carousel is setting up to be the most chaotic one we've had since the 2022 coaching carousel, when Lincoln Riley took the USC job, Napier took Florida, and Brian Kelly took LSU. To put into context how nuts this is going to be, last year, Nick, there were 27 FBS head coaching jobs open due to firings or guys leaving. Oh my gosh, why is it doing this? I'm so sick of this. I'm going to have a new dongle by tomorrow. Only 6 of those 27 open FBS jobs are at the Power 4 level. UNC, Stanford, Wake Forest, UCF, West Virginia, and Purdue. We're not even halfway through the month of October. there are 9 FBS head coaching openings. 9. There were 27 all of last year, and there are 9. 6 of the 9 openings are at the Power 4 level, and there were 6 openings the entire cycle last year. And Billy Napier still has to get fired. Hugh Freeze could get fired. Several other people can get fired. And you got to remember, rosters and programs don't just open up after a coach is fired. They open up after they hire their next coach, and that program opens up, and it's just a chain reaction all the way down.
Yeah.
So, it is going to be chaotic this cycle. And then, some things to remember, too, they did recently change the rules. There's only one portal window. It'll be 15 days in January. And
Can I ask a quick question on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Texas needs to rehaul their offensive line. Only having the one window, that puts them at a disadvantage, correct?
Yeah, everyone gets put at a disadvantage, but you also get put at the advantage where, after spring ball, your roster can't hold you hostage for more money.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, and playoffs are going to be going on. The teams still in the playoffs are definitely at a disadvantage there. But another new rule change that is very important and kind of interesting. Nick, I don't know if you saw this, but the previous transfer rules, it was when your coach is fired, a 30-day window opens immediately for the players on the team of, where the coach is fired. The rule has changed. It is now a 15-day window that is open that opens 5 days after the new hire has officially been announced by the school.
Fascinating. I like that. I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, but
unless it's a situation where like a school, let's say Florida fires Billy Napier right after the season ends. They're 4-8, whatever, and he's fired right after the season ends. They don't hire a new coach intentionally until after February signing day.
I brought this up when they came out with this rule.
Yeah, and that could put some players in a shitty situation.
Yeah, because in February, by that time, pretty much every roster is already full at 85 scholarships or 105.
Yeah.
So, but then also, you think about the Xavier Lucas case, the player who transferred from Wisconsin to Miami without ever going in the portal.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, the reason that happened, they signed him to a rev share deal. And then a week after, he was like, see ya, I'm going in the portal. Miami's going to pay me this much more. And they said, no, you have to honor this contract. You signed to it. You said you would play here. And they did not submit his papers. The compliance office at Wisconsin did not ever put him in the portal. He was never in the portal. So after it closed and there was no way for him to go in the portal, he lawyered up, got one of the main NIL lawyers like Darren Hittner, whatever his name is. And then he unenrolled from Wisconsin and enrolled at Miami. And Wisconsin's like, NCAA, do something. And they put out a press release saying the transfer portal is a preferred method, but it's not against NCAA rules to unenroll and enroll somewhere else. So that might be the loophole if any programs try to trap their players in by not hiring a new coach till February. But yeah, so, all right. The reason I wrote this story, though, is because there are going to be several more jobs that open that have several players Texas will be interested in. These are the 9 jobs that are open. Arkansas, they have an edge named Quincy Rhodes Jr., leading them in sacks. He was actually leading the SEC in sacks at one point this year. He has 5 of them through 6 games. Might also get drafted in April. This is his 3rd season, and he is an Arkansas native, so maybe he'd come back depending on who the new hire is. But the entire country is going to be tampering with him if they haven't already. There's safety, Jaheim Singletary. He'll be a 4th-year player next year. Has played a lot in the 3 years he's been in college. Jaden Platt, tight end, started his career at A&M, originally from DFW, spent 2 years at A&M before transferring to Arkansas. He's been their best tight end this year. And there have been several agents hitting me up for his phone number, which I don't have. So there's an active market there for Jaden Platt. They have a guard named Kobe Branham. Could maybe be a guy, provide depth, maybe compete to start. Julian Neal, he will be a 4th-year player next year. Transferred into Arkansas, I believe, from the G5 level, but has been their best DB this season. And then Shaq McCroy, what a name. He's 6'8", 344 pounds from Alabama. Originally went to Oregon, did not play year 1 in Oregon, and went in the portal. Ended up at Arkansas. I forgot who they beat out. It was a few other SEC teams. But Oregon was pissed. They wanted him to stay. They liked him. And he's kind of been the first guy off the bench. He's not starting, but I mean, I know people are wanting to get away from the big human mantra, but he's 6'8", 344 pounds. Like Kyle Flood is probably drooling looking at this guy. Kent State is open. We're skipping over them. They don't have anyone on their team Texas wants. Oklahoma State, same deal there. I don't think there's anyone on that roster Texas will have interest in. But they've had 2 recent decommitments. Josiah Vilmail from Fort Bend Travis. Texas evaluated him, went out to his game 2 weeks ago. They're looking at him. Have not offered, though. And then Taj Overton, top 247 D lineman from the state of Oklahoma. He decommitted. And then they have a top 247 D lineman named Danny Beal from Arkansas. He's still committed, but not much. I mean, how much longer can we expect that to be a thing? Oregon State, they don't have anyone on their roster Texas is interested in unless Malik Murphy's cool with being a backup at Texas again. Penn State, they're about to get picked apart. Everyone has looked at Florida. They're going to have the most loaded roster when it opens. Penn State might have them beat. In all honesty, I don't know this roster very well. Texas and Penn State do not compete on the recruiting trail. They recruit a lot of the East Coast, but looking through their roster, saw a familiar name. Nick, did you know TJ Shanahan is starting for the Penn State Nittany Lions?
And got their coach fired 5 games or 6 games.
I mean, the O-line hasn't been the problem. It's
No,
one
it
of the problems, but not the main problem.
No. You're good. You're good. We got you now.
Yeah. But TJ Shanahan, he's played his best football of his career up to this point. And I mean, he's playing
That'd be
guard.
hilarious if he ended up back in Austin.
Huh?
That would be hilarious if he ended up back in Austin somehow.
It would be. But I mean, shit, man, like he's graded out in every game better than Connor Starr or Nick Brooks did.
Yeah.
You know, he at the bare minimum, he gives you depth and someone who can compete to start. Spent some time in Austin when he moved from Orlando to Westlake. You know, that could be a guy. Stanford, I don't think there's anyone on this roster worth looking at. I think, oh, yeah, Nathan, look at this.
Actually, he was demoted to a high 4-star. I finally won the battle late in that late in that recruiting process. It took fighting tooth and nail, but I was finally able to get that 5-star off of him.
Yeah, that man, we could go on forever about that.
We definitely could.
But Stanford, I think anyone on this roster, schools would have wanted. You know, they left in the portal last year, like Emmett Mosley, but they might have someone. Only guy I can really think of for Texas, Emeka Ugorji, kid out of South Oak Cliff. Kid out of South Oak Cliff. He started 3 games at right guard and 1 game at right tackle for them as a true freshman. Originally chose Stanford over A&M and I think OU. So, like, academics are obviously a big thing for him. You know, could maybe see him coming back regardless of who they hire because they have an interim right now and Luck's going to make the hire. But, I mean, that's a guy that I think could actually play at Texas or at least provide depth at minimum. UAB, no, there's no one there. Fun fact, Nick, Peyton Kirkland is a UAB Blazer.
That is wild.
Yeah, he went from Texas to Colorado to Miami of Ohio to UAB. Yeah, he spent 4 months at Miami of Ohio, arrived there in January in the portal, and left in April.
Jeez.
They
fired
who he was at?
Yesterday and hired the son of Chris Mortensen. So that's crazy.
Yeah. By the way, Peyton Kirkland was at Miami of Ohio with Cordell Russell.
Oh my God, Cordell Russell.
What a duo there. UCLA, there's no one on this roster I think Texas will have interest in, but Texas did offer a current UCLA line commit named Micah Smith. I have no idea why this kid hasn't decommitted. But top 247, he's a guard projection, but 6'5", 300 pounds. Does have some tackle traits, but probably a guard in the NFL, maybe a tackle in college, though. And Texas offered him Sunday night. He's not doing any interviews right now. There's an agent running the show, and they're not – like, they're going to do everything on their own time pretty much. Yeah, no. I wish I had more I could say besides that, but they're looking at him. And then UCLA is a 3-star tight end commit, Camden Jensen, out of the Denver area. Texas offered him early on, but never hosted him for a visit, but they still don't have a tight end. Maybe he becomes an option. And then Virginia Tech, there's no one on that team Texas will want. All right, these are the Power 4 jobs that could come open. In the SEC, Auburn, Florida, Kentucky, OU, South Carolina, Auburn has a loaded roster. A lot of people think Cam Coleman or other guys can be poached. I don't really see it. I mean, they ended up at Auburn because Auburn paid them the most money. It's not like any of them went there to play for Hugh Freeze.
I don't think Auburn tanks this year and gives up on Freeze.
Dude, he had a worse record in 2 years than Brian Harsin did. Brian Harsin got fired after 2 years, and he's currently 3-3 and 0-3 in conference play.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I don't know, man. They need to fire his ass.
I don't think it happens.
Yeah. But if they did, I think they could keep most of the roster if they made a good hire, because all they have to do is just keep paying them the most, and they're going to stay.
Yeah.
If they're playing for Hugh Freeze, they will play for Rhett Lashley. Florida, they could obviously open. They have 3 guys Texas recruited in their high school class: Doreen McCoy, top 247 edge; Kendall Gerville, Texas finished second for him in top 247 D-line; and then Hezzy Kent, the jumbo athlete / tight end. And then, they obviously have a pretty loaded roster Texas would like to pick apart. I doubt Kentucky fires Mark Stoops because his buyout is north of $40 million. But if they did, they have a few interesting bodies. Oklahoma, I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier. If they were to fire Venables, Michael Fasusi immediately becomes the top tackle target in the portal for anyone. Texas would be all over him. They'd do everything they could to get him. But, I mean, I don't know. It's going to depend on them firing. And then Shane Beamer, Gamecocks are 0-3 in conference play, 3-3 on the year. In 4.5 years, Shane Beamer's 32-35 and 16-20 in conference play.
Ugh.
Not good. They have a few intriguing guys. Dylan Stewart, imagine if Texas had him opposite of Colin Simmons. I mean, that would never happen, but just imagine. They got some other guys. Big Ten, I don't know what the expectations are for Jonathan Smith, but he's 8-10 in 1.5 years and 3-9 in Big Ten, and he's 0-3 in Big Ten play right now. The only player I can imagine Texas wanting is Nick Marsh, second-year receiver. He's going to be a draft pick after year 3. Wisconsin, I don't know anyone on this roster, but Luke Fickell, he's 14-17 in 3 years there, 8-13 in conference play, and he's 0-3 to start in conference this season, 2-4 on the year. And I don't think they scored a point versus Iowa and let Iowa score like 30 or 40 something. So that's a fireable offense right there. Big 12, Arizona, Baylor, Colorado, Kansas State, and TCU. Arizona, I think they have a few guys, maybe Dwayne Akina or Johnny Nansen would be interested in. Those are the jobs they last worked before taking the Texas jobs. Baylor, I highly doubt there's really anyone there, maybe a DB or two. I doubt they'd fire Aranda, but I think it could come open if UCLA hired Aranda. Colorado, I don't think they're going to fire Dion, but maybe he retires, health, he's getting older. If that happens, Jordan Seaton would, be one of the top guys in the portal. Plug and play left tackle guy for a year, and then he'd go day 1 or day 2 in the draft in April of 27.
Draylen
Miller too. Texas never really, clicked with him in high school. Maybe they do out of the portal.
Marion Miller. They have some good receiver talent.
Yeah. Kansas State, they've kind of rebounded after having a rough start, but Lincoln Cure, 5-star tight end, true freshman, he's playing a bit for them. That's a guy the entire country will want. And then TCU, Sonny Dykes, if you take away his first year there where he went to the national championship with all of Gary Patterson's players in year 5 and 6, he's 18-13. And he's 10-11 in conference play in the last 2.5 years. He's under 500 in conference play. In the ACC, Cal, Clemson, Florida State, and North Carolina. Cal, someone brought it up. Justin Wilcox is the dead man walking. Clemson, I doubt they fired Dabo this year, but if they do, that roster will be picked apart. Florida State, you have to fire Norvell and pay the buyout eventually. I don't know if they have the money to get it done, but eventually he's getting fired. And then North Carolina, are they going to fire Belichick after 1 year? I doubt it, but if you've read anything coming out of Chapel Hill the last 2 weeks, it is realistic. Yeah. That's all the jobs I think could open. I think Texas, they're going to be very active in the transfer portal. They have holes on the O-line. I think they could upgrade at receiver, get a difference maker there, an A.D. Mitchell, Matt Golden type. At tight end, I could see them maybe going there if Jack Andrews was to leave. At running back, I expect them to try to land a running back, at least one. And then on defense, probably another linebacker. They're going to lose Anthony Hill after this year. on the interior D line. They're going to lose at least 2, if not 3 guys. Could see them going there, maybe an edge guy, maybe someone in the secondary. I don't know. A lot of different ways they can go, and it's going to be interesting to watch. But yeah, that's what I got. Nick, I know we're running late, so if you got to run and got something to do, you can go ahead. I'm going to hang back and answer some of these questions, comments.
I probably do. There was one thing I did want to respond to was about Curt Cignetti possibly going to Penn State. I think he's just fine in Indiana. They got a lot of money behind him. I think that's kind of your Texas Tech of the Big Ten, if you will. That they have a lot of money behind their program, and it's only going to get better. I watched that Indiana-Oregon game, top to bottom on Saturday. Indiana is a damn good football team. They're physical as hell. That's going to be fun to track throughout the year.
Hey, you covered a kid on that team, Bray Lynch. He started.
He played well, other than one rep against Amari Washington, where he just got absolutely dogged. No pun intended. And it didn't work out for him. But yeah, shout out Bray Lynch, right guard, Indiana, Austin Westlake, great.
Oh, yeah. One of 3 Power 4 linemen Westlake had on that team blocking for Klubnik. Connor Robertson, who's at Texas. T.J. Shanahan, who's might not be at Penn State much longer. And then Lynch. So, yeah. And fun fact, Nick, Curt Cignetti has 2 top 10 wins in the last 3 weeks, the same amount James Franklin has had in the last 9 seasons.
Pack watch. All right.
Apparently, Cignetti and Matt Rule are the top 2 candidates or top 2 early guys. Matt Rule obviously played at Penn State, has a relationship with Penn State's AD, Pat Kraft. That was his AD at Temple who hired him, and they've kept a relationship. I think Kraft might have also been at Penn State whenever Rule was playing there. So they have a relationship, but apparently there's concern from Penn State because Matt Rule has arguably just as bad, if not worse, of a record versus ranked teams than Franklin did.
Yeah.
So there's,
it's the same hire.
Yeah, some hesitance there. Yeah, Nick, if you got to run,
y'all be easy.
You can go ahead. All right. Just gonna hit on some comments and questions and also some interesting facts. Listen to this. The 4 position coaches that have been fired or parted ways by the Billy Napier-led Florida Gators are now coaching on the following teams. Number 2, Miami. Number 5, A&M. Number 5, A&M again. They have 2 of them. And number 11, LSU, Corey Raymond. Penn State was in the semifinals last year and still fired James Franklin before Florida fired Billy Napier. Crazy to think about. And this was a good one. In 2023, James Franklin said Penn State practiced without music to prepare for how quiet Northwestern is. David Braun's response at the time, quote, "I look forward to inviting Coach Franklin and Penn State back into Ryan Field and seeing what type of environment we can create for him next time he's here." Saturday, Braun puts the final dagger in Penn State's season. Yep, rough one for them. Drew Aller's done for the year too. By the way, Indiana, who took down Oregon, which I believe the Ducks have like the number 5 roster and like the total team talent where you use, the 24/7 composite rankings or ratings. But Indiana beat them in Indiana. They have 0 5-stars, 7 4-stars. And according to the talent composite, the 72nd most talented roster in the sport. And it disconnected again. I'm so sorry, y'all. 72nd most talented roster in the sport, 3 spots behind Boston College. So, I mean, pretty nuts, man. All right, gonna just fly through these real quick. I know we didn't hit on the comments much at the end. Steven Delgado said at the midway point of the season, John Mateer has the same number of picks as touchdown passes, 6 total. Best QB in the country right there. Nathan said, I think what hurts OU the most is they perceive Texas as soft and they were the hard-nosed program. OU was the one who got pushed around, though. Correct. Like, there were several times I'm in that stadium, section 110, and I'm focusing pre-snap and during the snap on Nick Brooks and Texas 3 interior linemen versus Jaden Jackson, Dominic Williams, or Grayson Halton and David Stone. Nick Brooks, I had my eyes on him a lot more than anyone else, but the amount of times it felt like Dominic Williams or any of those other guys kind of just stood up Like I expected more effort from them. I don't know. But good look for Texas. Wags, I see your text. I'll speed it up. This is a great question. What happens to Jim Knowles? Nathan said, didn't Hill decommit because a player on A&M's team told him you hate playing there? I never heard that, but I mean, A&M, they were 5-7 and lost to App State with Anthony Hill in like the first row. Like they weren't keeping him no matter what. Jose said, once I saw the Texas O-line finally push a Paul off the line of scrimmage, I knew it was all over. Great rebound. Indeed. What other stuff do we have? Why does Texas keep recruiting guards? Well, they're recruiting tackling guard tweeners who end up only being able to play guard. So, yeah, it's a problem. They need to change that. Yeah, Nebraska will open if Rule leaves, but I think they'd be dumb. Jake Bayless or someone asked me about Dallas Wilson tomorrow in regards to transferring because I have some information there that has not been reported yet. But it would just take too long to hit on right now. Yeah, well, the problem is with Hugh Freeze starting Jackson Arnold is like it's either start Jackson Arnold and know what you're getting with inconsistent play and turnover-worthy play, or play a guy who is just as bad as Peyton Thorne last year, or start true freshman Deuce Knight, who is kind of a project type of prospect, super athletic, crazy arm, can throw it over a mountain, can throw it 80 miles per hour, but is so inconsistent throw to throw and down to down. You know, struggles at times to read the defense. Like, he needs time. He's a guy who has to redshirt and honestly shouldn't play till year 3. So, like, with those 3 options, you have to play Jackson Arnold. As much as I hate to do it, I'm agreeing with Hugh Freeze right there. Michigan State did get their shit pushed in by UCLA. Shout out UCLA, man. But yeah, that's what we got. Jake Bayless is nothing groundbreaking. I think he's going to stay there. It's just the reason for me thinking he's going to stay there hasn't really been reported for whatever reason. But anyways, thanks for tuning in on this wonderful Monday. Up next, the Texas Sports Unfiltered post game from Saturday, following the Horns' big win over OU. Gonna get out of here. I'll see you tomorrow. Need to figure out the guest for tomorrow. Gonna be bullpenning it, but talking Texas OU, the upcoming college off-season coaching carousel and all things football. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay, they'll be back on the live stream, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever your live stream. And I'll see you tomorrow at 10. Y'all have a great one. Happy Monday and hook 'em.